Okay. Open that up.
Okay, we are live. Cool.
It says we're live in 81 minutes.
Yeah. Refresh the page.
Oh no. See you in an hour, boys.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, let me increase Darth to 100%.
Yep.
Increase Uvu to
Okay, yeah, that's sounding
140.
decent.
Is there any way for me to increase mine? Can't really remember.
You have to do it on the mic side and OBS. That's already full, you're fucked. Or you can add stuff. You can add like dB filters to it that increase it.
Is that through properties?
I
No.
think it's if you click the wheel next to the mic, should be able to
Filters?
should be able to add like a plus 3 dB maybe. That might help.
Compressor, expander gain, invert polarity, limiter, noise gain, noise suppression. Which one are we going for? Yeah.
Increase gain by 3 dB.
Gain. Yes. 3 dB. Boop, 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 boop. So not 0.3, but total 3,
Nah,
yeah?
3. Yeah.
3, okay. Close. Do I sound any better on the stream now?
Give it a
Let me
bit.
have a listen. You kind of sound the same, actually.
Damn it.
I think Uvu might be a bit
Oh, no, I
loud.
sound a little bit better. I'm actually going to increase it to 0.4.
Should be using whole numbers.
Sorry, 4.0. Filters.
yeah.
Let's increase it to 5, actually. That might be good. Yeah, 5, that's fine. Keep it there. Alright, now I just need to make sure that this thing is not in... It's not unlisted. That might help. Public, cool, done. Save, sweet. Right, we should be live properly now. It's been a little while.
A little while.
A little bit.
A little. But we are now public, no longer enlisted, so the regular spelunkies can probably hop in now. Deep dive into whatever nonsense we are up to today.
Oh yes, who knows what awaits us? Because as we all know, Andor is the peak of just great media takes from both sides.
I haven't
Actually,
I haven't heard
you go.
I haven't heard a single cringe take from pro Andor people so far.
I have. Webber showed me a video praising Andor, and it's the most wanky, pretentious nonsense shit I have ever seen.
Yeah?
Genuinely, every third sentence made no sense. It was just crammed full of like thesaurus words, and I had no idea what the actual point was.
So
It was something there was one line that was like, Andor isn't a story, it's a perspective. And I was like, oh no.
what the fuck?
Can it be both? No.
Ugh, I guess it sounds deeper to call it a perspective. So
It's deeper to call it not one of the things it is.
yeah, that was a very common theme throughout the whole video. It was only 10 minutes long, but it did an adequate job of melting my brain. So
Impressive.
might be something worth covering at some point, maybe.
What, just pro Andor takes? Or like
Yeah, just to balance things out a bit.
sure. I don't know who on the internet has that, unless you guys were talking about a video, not a
Yeah, I am
comment.
talking about a specific video.
Oh, okay, well, yeah, if you feel free to link me that in the chat, we might be able to look at that next time. But today we've kind of got a full plate in terms of what
Oh
we're
yeah,
looking
no, I
at.
didn't mean today. Just meant to have in the
Just,
hopper in general.
I want to break free. Where's the fucking... How do I do a thing on this without Discord thingies showing up on stream. What do I press here? Is it just this one? No, not that one. Not that one. Okay. Sorry, I haven't done this in a while, so I've kind of forgotten where everything is. So, bear with me. We should be fine. Soon enough-ish. Because I'm trying to just let this go into other servers, so, oh, maybe if I just do it quickly. Fuck, where is everything? Okay, that should be fine. But yeah, scuffed starts aside, to people who will be potentially hopping in, hopefully soon.
We
This
currently
is
have a window into like a slice of your Discord on the stream right now.
yeah, I know, I did that on purpose because I didn't know how to fix it.
Okay, all good.
Tycon's in chat. Thanks, Tycon, for being the only loyal viewer.
Hello.
Thanks for not being a cunt.
But for people who watch this when it's re-uploaded as a fucking video, hi, it's been a while. We've gone away for a few weeks because Christmas and New Year's, and we all have lives, allegedly, and we've been busy. We've decided to come
Allegedly.
back to talk about a TV show I have mentioned beforehand, both on Year and on Sky Stream. Andor. Andor is a TV show that has been released on
Big if
Disney
true.
Plus. It is a Star Wars themed TV show, allegedly. Though some people will tell you that it is not a Star Wars themed TV show. It is, in fact, the opposite of Star Wars because Star Wars is not boring, and this show is very boring.
Yeah, make sure
Um,
you ask them what they think Star Wars is if someone tries to hit you with the it's not Star Wars.
I
The
will be
answer may
sure.
shock you.
I will be
Where the
sure to ask them
fuck is
that, but
Boba Fett?
thankfully, at least based on one video that I've seen, we have had one person tell us what they think Star Wars is or what they think good Star Wars is. So I think you guys will find that very fun. Um, but before we dive into this, why don't we have the opinions of the co-hosts here, what their thoughts on Andor is, starting with Darth, aka Mando Crusher, aka
Guy with hat who looks at you creepily.
Big Smile.
Yeah. Andor. I love Andor. It is a masterclass in how to actually do an expanded universe story in the Star Wars universe in TV show form. It has none of the issues the other Star Wars shows have, and I think it's a testament to the fact that it's not so much the IP that is the problem when it comes to sustaining a long running franchise. It's the people that you have in charge. And it seems that Andor was completed fairly separately from the other projects and with a completely different team. And it really shows. And it also seems like it had someone who fought for their creative vision and ended up with a product that seems pretty uncompromising for what I think they intended, and that person being Tony Gilroy,
I
which is
remember.
especially impressive
Sorry.
in the kind of environment that media for Star Wars under the new Lucasfilm management is like.
I remember reading, not reading, following through on EFAP's coverage of Andor, and it was really good coverage. They gave
Yeah,
the
it
show a
was.
lot of good due process, and they made a lot of points that I found to be very interesting that I didn't think of while watching the show. I think they said something along the lines of this show having like 2 or 3 years in production versus like the 1 to 2 from the normal shows like Mandalorian or Boba Fett. Like it
Yeah, it's
actually,
definitely a labor of love.
Clearly
Particularly the kind
shows.
of detail in the show as well. It feels like something that you have to be very deliberate and methodical with.
because it's not just like the practical elements like set design and costumes, but it's also the use of CGI. Typically with the other Disney shows like Marvel and Star Wars, the CGI kind of doesn't look too great, mostly because the people working on the CGI haven't been given enough time to work on it, because they have to pump this stuff out as quickly as possible. Andor's the opposite. It looks absolutely visually stunning from every aspect, from its set design to costumes to locale to CGI. It's one of the best looking shows Best
It's
looking
very
piece of media I've
seamless.
seen in a really long time. It's quite lovely. Uvu, what are your thoughts?
Much the same as Darth. I really appreciate something doing politics, not badly, because all we
Oh
had in
god,
Star
yeah.
Wars before then was, I guess, EU and the prequels. And there is one scene in Andor, spoiler, that I would have loved to have seen in the sequels. Sorry, the prequels. And that's one where Mon Mothma's in front of the fucking Senate, and she's just like saying all this stuff that they need to do, and everyone's like boo, and half of them are leaving, and half of
Yeah.
them just don't care. Whereas in the prequels, no one fucking says anything. It's just a hive mind. No one fucking cares.
Yeah, except for the Phantom Menace, when there's some pushback with what's
Yeah,
being discussed, but then after it, the implication is that, oh, the Senate's just in Palpatine's pocket
yeah.
because it is, which is
Palpatine
kind
just
of lame.
off screen was like, "Hey, everyone, I'll make you."
Simultaneously mind controlling the entire Senate all at
Yeah,
once.
It is quite a jump up in terms of quality when it comes to discussing politics because and I've actually seen the show getting a lot of crap for doing this, but it does a really good job at giving you a good perspective on people on both sides, pro
mm,
Empire and anti Empire, and their
Yep.
reasoning for why they would go for either side.
yep.
And I
You can
find
respect.
this,
Sorry, yeah, go on.
I can find this level of nuance to be very welcoming, especially since we've basically been getting the same sort of thing since Empire Strikes Back in terms of anti imperial sentiment. Nothing's really like push the boundaries in giving you a look at the empire from a
Mm,
lens that is pro empire. That's like,
yeah,
hey, no,
very
we actually do good things. You know, we actually try and develop some sort of stability in the universe. They
incredibly
tried
one
for
note.
one episode in Mandalorian, the very first episode, and then they gave
Oh,
up
yeah.
like immediately afterwards. So that was
It's
fun.
just two lines. The Empire improves everything it touches.
So this is a fully realized look into that kind of mindset, and it's absolutely fantastic.
It's
I
quite
Yeah, I can.
astonishing in the current political climate, too, that we have a show in a franchise that is so traditionally leaning in one direction that there's actually an attempt to understand the other side here, even though it is ultimately leading against very much anti establishment, anti dictatorship. It's giving you very reasonable characters for the universe that they're in, and it kind of helps you understand that side a bit more and how they can fall into something like this and
Yeah,
why they would commit to uphold it.
I can respect Cyril's hustle as much as Andor's.
Yeah,
Like he knows what's right to him. He knows what's right to everyone that works at his establishment. But at the end of the day, it's an exploration of humans rather
yeah,
than good versus evil. It's the complacence that happens under the systems. And
yes,
just the
exactly.
ridiculous nature of totalitarian fucking like, oh, we've just doubled your sentence, lol.
Yeah, you got caught near a crime. Okay, off you go for 8 years.
Yeah.
6.
6, but yeah.
I was so
So
close.
too long of a time.
I don't
It
think the
is.
Empire's counting, so
Hello,
Yeah,
folks.
very much
Hello,
so. Yeah.
Mister Whatever your name is. Thanks for stopping by.
Hello.
Fuzz buckets. I heard the Empire had great healthcare
oh, that's
plans.
ice.
The ISB definitely has great healthcare plans. We are healthcare providers. We treat sickness.
That's actually also a joke in Agents of Shield. So yeah, it's funny. It's reason why people go and work for Hydra is because of the healthcare plans.
They got good dental.
But yeah, not really much more preamble that we can do. We are going to be discussing a few videos that did not think Andor was very good, but they all have a common theme. That common theme
They're
being
wrong.
they didn't get past episode 1. Every video we'll be discussing is only talking about how bad episode 1 of Andor is.
Imagine how funny it would be if we watched imagine something from the other side doing that. Imagine someone who was like the prequels are great and then only cited information from the Phantom Menace.
Not even the
Like
Phantom Menace, just the first 20 minutes of the Phantom Menace.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's especially baffling because I want you to keep in mind, viewers, that when Andor released, it released with 3 episodes at once. And the way that the show is structured is in a set of arcs. So the way it goes is first 3 episodes are one arc, then there's another 3 episodes which represent another arc, and then there's an episode in between that which serves as a transition episode to the next arc, which lasts for I think also 3 episodes, and then it's a 2-episode arc at the end for the finale. So the intention is very much to watch 1, 2, and 3 all at once, which is why it was released all at once. So to take what is essentially a third of a whole story and then declare the rest as a boring disappointment, as this video we're about to cover does,
Videos.
is certainly a choice.
It is certainly, yeah, absolutely. Choice is the right word to use here, but was it the right choice? That is a very
I'm going to
interesting
be
thing
honest,
look
I
at.
can't see how that could ever be the right choice. That just seems
No.
amazingly reductive.
No. I mean,
You'd have to be so morally lucky to like get everything else about the show right that you didn't watch.
I don't know. You know, there were a few shows that came out last year of varying quality. And I dipped out after watching one episode of a few of them. One of them being She-Hulk,
You take that
Halo,
back.
um,
She-Hulk's great. You're
Wheel
just
of
wrong.
Time. I gave up after 2 episodes of Wheel of Time.
Oh, yeah,
I
Ga-
wish
that
I
show.
had.
I gave up after 1 episode of Rings of Power, but granted that was the finale, so I didn't have much more to go off of. So there were a few shows that came out last year. I gave up after 1 episode. Boring is not the reason I would cite. I would cite awful as the reason for why I quit. This is not a word that's getting used to describe Andor. Boring is more so the word it is associated with the show, and people have some very interesting reasons for why. But that should be enough of a hook. So let me just turn on the thing here real quick. Transition.
While you're doing that, I'll just I think ultimately my attitude will be we'll just no matter what you say, no matter what your experience is, the only way to really test its validity is to hold it up against the rest of the show. So if you decide to only take one episode into account, obviously I'm going to take the rest of the show into account. And if it contradicts what you're saying, well then that'll be the real test that you don't know what you're talking about.
Also, this should go without saying, but massive spoilers for Andor going forward. If you haven't seen the show and you have even an inclination of interest in watching it, please go watch it without listening to any spoilers. I don't say this very often, but I think Andor benefits from a first viewing that's unfiltered by just previous information. It's a really, really good show.
Nonsense on the internet, like us.
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, the stream should hopefully be seeing the actress that plays Mon Mothma. So
Genevieve Riley, she did an excellent job in the show. Definitely one of my favorite aspects of it.
yeah, she EFAB said that she was the best actor of the show, and I can definitely see why. She's definitely a top contender for me. So without further ado, let us begin. Also, there will be audio playing on one side of your ear. That's his problem, his fault, not mine.
Very cool.
Do not check
Literally-
your TV set.
Literally one box, and you put the clip to mono. Like, come the fuck on. It's not hard.
I want to
Say
give the
that.
benefit of the doubt and think that the interview clip he is using is the one that is in mono. But wait, Shandy, is it for the whole video?
No.
No, just like the first 10 seconds.
Okay, well, it's probably just a clip then.
3, 2, 1.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, of course, yeah. Okay, that was easy.
Well, the well is
Yep.
already poisoned. Great.
Yep. Yeah, that was incredibly
It took
easy.
10 seconds. Well, not even. It took 5. It took 5 seconds
Yeah,
for
as
this
soon
to
as
be
she said
said.
strong female characters, I knew that he was going to be like, "Whoa, MC Star Wars."
But Mon Mothma is a strong female character in
Yeah.
the sense of what it's supposed to mean, where it's someone who is not necessarily like a badass action fighter, but is able to achieve what they want and to give great sacrifice as a result, and
She's
essentially be
independent.
put through the absolute ringer, you know, like just a good character, like a strong character, not literally strong as in will beat up stormtroopers.
I'm
There's
being
nothing
told
wrong
that
with
there's
that.
no sound coming through from this video, so that might be a problem, and I don't know how to fix that.
That's a good thing, don't worry.
No, it's not, because they need to actually hear what we're talking about. So why exactly is this the case? Uvu, do you have any sort of advice to give here?
What's your output set as on OBS, and what's your default audio device on Windows?
Desktop audio.
Man, we must have looked mad schizo responding to no sound.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try. No, the audio should be coming from the correct monitor, so. See, this is why having a chat is a good idea.
Yeah.
Oh, she said
Yeah,
strong
unlike this
female
guy, we
character.
actually fix our problems with the quality of our video.
Allegedly, but.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't done it yet, but you know, I have more
Okay.
hope.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play some music in the background until the chat can actually hear it. So let me just scroll up here real quick. Okay. Oh wait, would it be playing through the watch together, or would it? No, it would just be playing through my my web browser. So we'll just put this on here. Okay, chat. Do you hear anything? Probably not. Okay. This is a very great way to start the stream. Just no audio, just working at all, and I don't know why.
You're using OBS, right?
Yeah. Okay, so it should be picking up something now. Chat. You guys hear banjo music? I'm tempted, but I don't feel like this is a... Oh, no, it's not high enough. It's you either have it all the way or you don't have it, and I'm not gonna have it, so let us just go back. Okay, so apparently my desktop audio was set to my headphones and not to my actual desktop, so that was fun. Okay, no, we're back, and we just had some banjo music to get us into the feel for it. So let's continue. We started the video again from scratch. So 3, 2, 1.
For me, seeing those strong female characters
Oh my
play.
fuck. Yes. Can I not speak? No. Oh my god. Okay, chat. Can you guys hear Darth whenever he speaks?
No, I sound like I'm like.
Oh god. Why is this happening? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go into my. Oh my god. Seriously. Escape. Where's the Discord color stuff? There we go. Okay, that should work there. Well, if you enjoyed that much,
like Muffin Man's face.
Okay, so apparently Discord is picking up your audio and then translating it to my headphones, but desktop isn't picking up my headphones, it's picking up the desktop. What the fuck? So, I'm already having a bad time. Properties.
Can't you get away with just sharing all of your desktop audio?
Okay, can you guys speak now?
Hello, test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay,
W.
chat, can you guys hear what Darth is saying?
Yeah, you can hear me now.
Okay, cool. So I just set the desktop audio to my headset again, but the one that's actually fucking working. So, cool. Right, hopefully no more fucking dilemmas. I can put this back on. Sweet. Back to the watch together, and we will start it from scratch. Okay, transition. Oh, for fuck. Hopefully next stream won't be this bad. This is just me getting back into the swing of things after like 3 weeks or 4 weeks hiatus, so forgive me. But yeah, we shall start this again. 3, 2, 1.
For me, seeing those strong female characters play in a physical way is important. It was important for me, and it continues to be important. And what is great about Andor is the amount of female characters, the amount of female voices, and the diversity within the cast, so that hopefully many young girls and young boys can see themselves on screen.
So
She said young girls and boys. What's wrong with that, you absolute freak?
it's just the standard thing of, oh, strong female character, oh, diversity, oh, independent voices. But I don't
God,
think
I'm
anything
so
she said
sick
there
of
was
people
incorrect.
pretending like diversity is inherently bad. It's how you do it, you fucking prawns.
No, you don't understand. It's inherently awful, so stop doing it. Which is why the
Ontologically
show is
evil.
bad.
Ontologically evil.
Oh, we got a rogue advocate in the chat. Yes, sir. Woman, am I right? Yes, Tycon, you are indeed correct. And this man is going to
Is a
explain.
woman.
This man is going to
Can
explain
confirm
why.
is woman.
You serious?
Andor, the spin-off that nobody, and I mean nobody, asked for. And still the
asked
Star
for it.
Wars Andor show is supposed
Oh,
to be
he's wrong.
Disney's newest bait to get people to subscribe to Disney+.
So
I mean, it is a
Wow,
subscription
putting out a
streaming
streaming
service.
show to get people to subscribe to your streaming service. How heinous.
he is
I know.
correct in saying no one asked for this, or at least the large majority of people didn't ask for this. I
Because
think
people
asked for a
didn't
good
know
show.
what this was gonna be
Yeah.
until it was actually out.
Yeah, no,
I asked for a
I'm not
good show
saying
and I got one.
I'm not saying that people didn't have a reason for why they did that, but just because no one asked for this doesn't mean that it's going to be bad as a result. I mean, people don't ask for a lot of things and end up being remarkably surprised at how good it turns out. I don't think anyone
Especially-
asked for, what's his name, Edward Cullen from Twilight to be Batman, yet he ends up being
Yeah,
like
that's true.
the most popular interpretation of the Batman to date.
Also, people
Well,
ask
maybe
for a lot
second, I
of
don't know, Christopher Nolan's still more
terrible shit, and we get it.
Yes. Yeah, if this is predicated on the idea that, oh, no one asked for this show because it doesn't feature characters that people care about, well, then that's ridiculous. Because that means no new show with new characters should ever be made.
Which is why we have such a problem with Star Wars now, is because they keep recycling everything.
Yes.
They're so
funny you
afraid they'll
mentioned
get
that.
burnt if they don't recycle the well-known IP that they just fucking dump it every time.
Funny you
So I'm glad
mention
they do it.
It's funny you mention recycling being a bad thing, because that's actually also something he brings up. Funnily enough, how he thinks recycling is a bad thing and that they need to stop doing it. But then the first thing he says about Andor is it's a show no one asked for. So
To be
Doesn't-
fair, I am assuming what he means by that, but generally that is what people assume. I might be wrong. Let's see.
well, you've already gotten a taste of how he behaves in the first 10 seconds, so I don't think you're
Yeah,
wrong to
that
make
does
assumption.
not put me in a in a very charitable mindset, I'm going to be honest.
Considering Rogue One is a prequel to Star Wars A New Hope, and Andor is a prequel to Rogue One, that makes it a prequel to a prequel. And surprisingly,
yes, that's what a timeline
okay,
is.
it's
and-
not good.
That's what a timeline
Surprisingly,
is.
it's
Thank
not
you.
good. So, if I'm following the line of logic there, it's not good because it's a prequel of a prequel.
I guess you
So-
just can't make things.
I think
that
he
come
just
before.
stated a fact and did it in a way that made it seem like a negative without really explaining why, and then just gave his conclusion
You're gonna get
that
a lot
it's
of
not
that.
good.
I've seen this video already, and you're gonna get a lot of that.
Why is
Oh,
Pinocchio
goody.
on screen?
Oh,
Yeah.
he's bringing this up for a very good reason. So I'll show you why.
Even though that's actually not surprising, considering Disney has recently produced a lot of stuff that you wouldn't necessarily consider good or successful.
Why'd you say it was
Of
surprising?
course, they managed to please the
What?
Marvel fans with the masterpiece that was She-Hulk.
I'm so confused.
Okay, I'm not gonna
I'm
get
very
copyright
confused.
for this, so
This
just
is very.
I'm not
confused,
having. It's not happening again. Okay.
I'm
Fuck
sorry,
you, YouTube.
your eyes had to witness that
I'm just
again.
confused
You have
by
to
all
watch
of
it
his
again
logic.
for another second or two.
But
Audio
Star Wars
Jungle.
fans were eagerly waiting for something too. Now they've released Andor. They even dropped the first 3 episodes on the same day.
Oh,
What
I
do you
wonder
think
why.
he's going to say? What do you think he's going to say?
I already know, so I'm not going to answer.
Oh yeah, right. I think I told you already. So yeah, chat. You're in for a lovely time about what he's going to say, from why they dropped 3 episodes at once.
At first I wondered why they would do that. Why drop 3 episodes at once? But after seeing the episodes, now I know
Like I
why.
already
It's because the
explained.
first 2 episodes are a snooze fest. They are extremely boring. If they would have dropped only the first episode, Disney would have a big problem to get people to return for episode 2.
They released all 3 episodes
you
at
mean?
once because the first 2 are snooze fests.
But they're not.
So Disney. Okay, so from your perspective, Disney thinks that they have a stinker on their hands, something that is boring to a mass audience, and so what they do
Their
is they
solution
release
is to release more of it.
Wouldn't you
3
just stop
episodes at
watching
once.
if you were bored?
Yeah, I don't understand
It's-
why 3 episodes is going to make a difference. If you're bored
It's
in
almost
episode
like
1, then you're
the-
probably not going to keep watching.
He's so close to the truth, but he's phrasing it in the most negative way possible.
So
He's
what is the
really
truth?
close to the idea that you can't really just watch episode 1 and have the full kind of satisfying first arc because you're missing the other 2 episodes that it is very much dependent on.
Well, I don't even see if I agree with that because I was hooked on the show after the first 10 minutes, and I told you
You can
this
get
during my
hooked,
live
but
reaction.
it's very much written in mind with being the first part of a 3-parter.
Well, yeah, I mean, sure, that's fine, but you can still get that experience week after week. You don't have to watch them all in one go like I did. I'm fortunate enough that I decided to binge watch the entire thing in like a day or two.
Something I've
Because
heard people complain about are the way that the episodes end on particularly non-noteworthy points, which I imagine probably wouldn't work as well if you were watching them with a space of a week apart, at least for those first 3 episodes.
I'm just trying to remember how the first episode ends. Doesn't the
It's
first
hard
episode...
to because it's pretty low key. A lot of the endings for Andor episodes are pretty low key though, and I feel like that might be intentional.
Doesn't the first
There's
episode
a couple
end
cliffhanger
with
bangers. The first episode ends with him leaving to the ship from his sister in the flashback.
All right,
Yeah.
yeah, okay. So yeah, maybe not too much of a hook in the first episode, so I can definitely see why that would be the case.
Yeah, there's
But
enough,
I
like,
don't,
stuff going
I don't
on.
necessarily agree that they're boring. I mean, it's a very subjective thing to say.
2 and 3 actually end really well.
would
Because
be-
2 kind of hypes you up as like, oh shit, Andor's he's getting stuff into gear, and you've got the high percussion, high energy percussion music playing. And then 3 has that really nice ending where it has the juxtaposition between his journey with going with Luthen for the first time and when Marva and
Picks him up.
Clem picked him up.
Yeah, no. First 3
Andor's
episodes.
so boring. He just kills 2 people in the first 5 minutes.
But that's also like a hint to the structure because the fact that it's the 3rd episode that has the most definitive ending should tell you, oh, that's because this is the ending of that arc. It wouldn't really make sense to have a definitive ending in the first episode if it's just part 1 of part 3.
No,
And
no.
cliffhangers need to be used very carefully. And I appreciate that Andor doesn't rely on a lot of cliffhangers because it can be a very cheap storytelling device, particularly across multiple part.
The fact that this episode
things.
has, oh sorry, not this episode, the series has like multi-episode arcs compared to something like Mandalorian, which had arcs in one
Which had
episode.
nothing.
Well, they attempted to have arcs in like one episode. You know, a character starts off with a
Oh, it's
mindset
so
at the start of the
cursed.
episode,
Mando
and then
doesn't
they
have a
have their
single
mindset
arc in 2
change.
seasons.
It's this horrible middle ground between being serialized and between being episodic.
Actually, no. Mando does have one arc. He doesn't hate droids anymore. They did it off screen though.
There was the one episode where he's getting his ship serviced by the lady on Tatooine, and the robot's the one doing
yes,
it.
who could
And it's
forget
like,
that?
I fucking hate this droid, but then by the end of the episode, it's like, you know what, this droid's pretty cool.
Oh, so we like droids now. One of my least favorite lines in anything ever. It's very indicative of a lot of problems.
There was
with that
also, I
show.
think it was episode 4, where he's like contemplating like going into hiding with Baby Yoda on this fuck off planet, and he like takes his helmet off in front of a bunch of people.
I
then he-
can't believe he's back with Baby Yoda again.
Wait, he
From
is? I
season
haven't even
3
seen
is
it.
going to be so
Oh,
Took him
painful.
back. Luke was like, I can't do this. Bye.
No, it's worse than that. Luke was like, you have to choose between being a Mandalorian and a Jedi because attachments are bad. And it's like, oh, okay, thanks, Luke. Yeah, you would
Luke.
think that,
Thanks
I
for getting
guess.
prequel in my fucking.
Also, thanks for making a
OT.
literal child decide their fate. That's very cool.
What do you mean? He's 50 years old.
his name's Grogu, not Baby. Duh.
thought it was yogurt.
Go good.
But
Go
yeah, no.
get
If
Yoplait.
you're a regular viewer of Star Wars content and you thought Mando
I'm
season 1 was
sorry.
good,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
firstly, I'm
too.
sorry, but secondly, you probably don't have a lot to go off on what good arcs are. But you know, fine, fair enough.
Can you imagine waiting a full week from episode 1 to 2 and having those 2 30-minute or so episodes of time waste as the only thing to hold your attention to episode 3? 1, 2, and 3 feel like
That
they
was
should have
episode
been one
7.
episode. And if it would have been that way, it could have actually been worth sticking around to see where it goes. But
Just watch it
drawn
in a
out
row
like
if it bothers you that much. You
Wait,
had
no.
the ability to do that.
Don't you appreciate how he complained that they released 3 episodes at once, but then said episode 1 and 2 should have been one episode to avoid the time waste of a week?
I like how he
That's fucking
complains
stupid.
that they were released all at once and then goes, they don't work unless they're released all at once. And then he
Yeah, I
expects us to
know.
be like, oh, there's a point here.
It's almost like that's what Darth said, like at the start of the stream, where it's like, yeah, I'm glad that they did 3 episodes in one go because it would have been hard to get through otherwise. This guy said the same thing, but then disagreed with his own point like 5 minutes prior, or 5 seconds prior actually.
He
So
came
that
to the
that's
wrong
great.
conclusion with the information available. Unfortunate.
Quite right.
This is teacher marking your answer wrong, even though you got it correct. You just had the wrong working, so that's why it's wrong.
that.
I'm gonna give you an F minus
No.
because there's always room to improve.
In episode 1 of this prequel
There's
to Star
always
Wars
room
Rogue
to
One,
do worse.
the story follows Cassian Andor, who is in another star system looking for his sister in what is described as a high-class brothel. It does not take long for Andor to find trouble with some bullying sentry guards, it leads to murder, and Andor flees the planet. However,
Wait,
the
what? It
official
leads to
security
murder?
officer Cyril Karn is
Wait,
intent
what did
on
he just
finding
say?
their
Sorry, go back. I couldn't pass that.
He gets into trouble with some sentry guards.
No.
and
I want
leads-
to hear what he actually says.
Okay.
It does not take long for Andor to find trouble with some bullying sentry guards, it leads to murder, and Andor flees the planet.
Oh, it leads to murder.
However, the
leads to
official
murder.
security officer Cyril Karn is intent on finding their murderer, despite the fact that his superior
Use
has ordered
clips
to
from
make
the
a
first
report of it being an
episode.
accident. The first episode is also interspersed with Andor's childhood in the planet
Not
Kinari.
just the first episode.
In episode 2, Cassian is still trying to find his sister, but he's in a bit of trouble now, because the Empire police from the first episode, yeah, they're onto him.
Also, that's not true. He's
doesn't-
not actively trying to find his sister in episode 2. He's trying to hide because of
Mm.
what happened while
Yeah.
trying to find his sister.
He is trying to like not die. Yes.
In fact, that's something I like about the show as a whole, is that when I initially heard that premise of Cassian is looking for his sister, I kind of groaned because I was like, oh no. But then it's kind of a red herring because it's more a vain hope that that Andor kind of deep down knows is is not actually something that will lead to results. It's just some kind of direction for his life. And
Doesn't
the
his
actual story has extremely very little to do with that, which I like a lot.
doesn't his mother also tell him in the first episode that he needs to stop looking for his sister because it's not going to happen?
Not in the first episode, but yeah, there's definitely a chat with her where she is very blunt with Andor. It's
Or
like,
was it the
she's
second
probably dead.
episode?
You know she's dead. It's when he comes back to her and comes back to her on Ferrex and tries to get her to come with him after he pulls off the heist.
It's that late?
Yep.
Ah, damn. All right.
Because it's a pretty harsh thing to say, and it's in those moments a lot of uncomfortable truths are being shared.
Yeah, but it's done in a situation where Andor is basically high off of his success on the from the heist, and then he's like, you know what, I've got enough money to look after me and my mom now, so we're gonna go. And then she just hits him with everything all at once because
Chatter says the series is very good at writing characters, dialogue, and world building. Unfortunately, it's fairly bad at plot advancement. Some major contrivances are used to advance the plot many times. Name 3.
yeah, I can name you 3. The conversation with Luthen and Andor, episode 3, leads to a fight with the troops because Andor didn't realize that him talking to a robot might be a problem. It's a very inconvenient time, and instead of trying to test the waters out of his conversation first, which is something that he's been shown to do, he just goes around and blads out
Even
his
if he
plan.
had tested the waters, though, they still would have been able to trace his signal.
Yeah, but
It
it
was
would
the
have
fact he
been,
made
it would
contact at
have,
all that was the problem. But I don't think he was expecting, or I don't think it was reasonable to expect B2 to be captured in that moment.
I think it would have been reasonable just to keep guard up, just to make sure that you're covering all your bases. He's a very cautious person throughout the entire series, so it would have just been something that you can think of on the spot. Like, maybe I shouldn't blurt out what I'm doing right away. Let me just try and safeguard myself first. But yeah,
I guess him being so open with the information is a problem, but it's not a very big one because it doesn't really matter what he says in that moment. Like, it wouldn't have affected the plot that much.
no, he gives out his location to the droid, and that's what leads Cyril and his men to their
No.
location.
They
do you
figure out his location because they track his communication.
Oh, right, is that what they said? Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, fair enough. I still think it's a little bit of a problem, but not too much then in that case.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
trying
it
to
can
think
definitely be
of-
handled battle.
trying to
Battle?
think of
The fuck?
two
Better.
more. Two more.
Chatter says the whole tourists don't run thing.
I'm not familiar with that one because I've seen a lot of
wouldn't
people running.
say
Gets
it's
arrested.
a
I think there's enough-
contrivance.
I think there's enough in the show that everyone's pissed off about because the Senate is just not the Senate, sorry, the Empire is literally just dropping a shit ton of random ass like laws everywhere. They're just like, oh, this is suddenly a thing that we arrest people for.
Yeah,
this,
they've
this
gone.
suddenly we're giving people double sentences. Like we're cracking down on it because of the rebellion.
That
so I can
episode
understand
starts
it.
with them announcing this radical new, extremely reactionary law to essentially as revenge for what happened on Aldani. As this ultimate squeezing of the fist to show that we have the power to do whatever we want with you.
He
And
just happens to get caught up in it.
that's essentially what happens to Cassian. And it's also a moment of it doesn't matter where you go in the galaxy at this point, the Empire has reach everywhere.
I've been trying to think of a few, but either I'm forgetting a few scenes or I can think of reasons for why shit happens anyways. So I'm only really stuck on that one. Chad, if you've got any more examples, feel free to let us know. We can talk about that.
Yep.
But were we talking about anything this person says in particular, or
No.
can we just keep going?
Keep going.
No, we got more substance from what was in the chat, but
Yeah.
I guess we can go back to the video.
Didn't really come into play in this episode though, so if you're expecting a big shootout, you might have to wait until 3. After the first 5
If you're
to 10
expecting
minutes
a
of
big shootout
right,
in this
no,
series,
actually,
you're
I've
already
just-
going in with the wrong expectations.
I have just thought of one, but it's not really a plot contrivance. It's just a bit silly.
Mhm.
The room Luthen and Andor fight the Cecil's guards in is a very strange room.
Cecil?
Cyril, sorry, not Cecil.
Oh, okay.
Cyril's
Cecil.
men.
Seesaw.
There's like a whole bunch of like these swinging what am I supposed to like
All the chains.
Engines.
chains and engines and stuff, and then they turn it into, I think Rags called it an Indiana Jones level or scene. Just a whole bunch of people like jumping around these like falling and swinging objects. Um, I'm not sure if I have a problem with that, but watching it again, I'm like, it's a very odd room. I don't think it takes away from the scene, but that's about it. It's just an odd
I'd say
place to be
the
in.
only problem is that Cassian doesn't make an effort to grab the thing that he was trying to sell to Luthen when the shootout happens.
No, I can see why he wouldn't grab it immediately. He's probably trying to get out there.
Well, I
Uh,
think they have time before they arrive. That's why I remember taking issue with it, but I can't remember the specifics too
No, no,
well.
no. Well, they do have time, but Andor's trying to get his money and leave as quickly as he can, but Luthen's like keeping him up and being like, "Don't you want to fight these bastards for real?" He's like trying to get him on his side. So that's probably why.
Hmm.
Yeah. But
I guess
yeah.
the only problem with that is that he goes to great lengths to try and retrieve the device in the active gunfight. And perhaps the issue
True.
is more his attachment to it in that moment.
I guess his
And it seems like that
priorities just
might have been
changed as
done
the
to
scene
add a
went
bit of
on.
extra tension to the scene, but I'm not
Oh,
entirely sure.
I think his priorities just changed as the scene went on. He went from self-preservation to being like, okay, no, I can fight these guys.
Yep.
I'm in a safe position now, so I can actually go and worry about this other thing.
oh,
Yeah, potentially.
Yep. All right.
Episode 1, nothing important happened in the rest of the episode.
Nothing
Oh god, I
important
fucking
happened?
hate it when quote unquote reviewers do that.
So nothing important happened in the rest of the episode. I'm pretty sure he completely like bypassed Cyril's speech to his men and
okay,
just
give us a
the little bit of character that's being built
I'm
in
not
there.
even
Just
addressing this because he hasn't even defined what important means. It's just a nothing statement. It's like
sure.
stuff you didn't care about happened. Okay,
There's a lot of like character stuff
cool.
that you can point out, and even some plot stuff with Luthen that happened in the scene. But if none of this is like actively progressing the plot, then
Yep.
sure, apparently it's nothing.
Yep, no problem.
The plot moved so slowly. And the same goes for episode 2. It took until episode 3 for things to finally pick up a bit.
Yeah.
And even when it did, it still wasn't interesting. To say the pacing is slow is an understatement. The main character goes to a place, has a conversation, then goes to another place and does the same.
Oh my god, could you be any more reductive?
I was about to say, like, there's actual content in those conversations. These conversations are very important to the characters that play here. They need to happen in order for the plot to progress. You can't just have people showing up and doing X thing without a reason. Why would Luthen be here if it's not to talk to Andor? What is he going to like hold a gun up to his face and like guide him back to his ship just in the middle of everyone? Is he going
You
to
could-
abduct him?
You could boil down so many dramas to just characters talk into a room, then they go to another room and talk some more. It's
Or
what
you could look at
actually happens in the rooms that is important and is meaningful.
You could look at movies like 12 Angry Men. It's literally just 12 angry dudes in a room talking. That's the entire
Yeah,
movie.
you can
Yeah, or
describe it
how-
like that and
No,
completely
no
Fire
plot
Lord.
happening at all.
miss the point of why that movie is engaging.
Or you can look at movies like The Dark Knight Rises. Most of that movie consists of characters sitting in a room just talking. Barely any action. If you had
It's
to
weird to
order
think
it from like
about it like
percentage.
that because I always, in my mind, I always picture the Dark Knight movies as these high octane thrillers.
The second one has a lot of action, but the majority of the movie is just characters talking.
Yeah, which just goes to show it's about the content, not the actual act of sitting in a
Yeah, but
room that makes something engaging.
yeah, but what I'm trying to accomplish here is I'm trying to be as reductive to a movie like that as this person is being to Andor.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I'm responding to that reductive idea, not saying that you believe that.
Very little else happens of any significance until the last
Oh
10
God,
minutes
there
of
it is
episode
again.
3. And there's a lot of stuff that didn't really make sense to me. Like a droid that needs to use more energy so he's able to lie, and a
Why
guy
does that
working
not make sense?
What do you mean? It's to go against established programming. Plus, he says that he
Yes.
needs to lie twice. Plus, the droid is very old and pretty much has Alzheimer's.
Plus, it's
Yep.
funny.
Pretty much.
I like it. Keep doing it. I
It's
like
I
also
love the droid.
established in Star Wars that droids can't just lie.
on the spot. No.
It's very difficult for them, and usually something like C-3PO lying to the stormtroopers is an abnormality because you wouldn't want to give the ability for not protocol droids, for just service droids to deceive.
I'm a universal translator.
Minutes of episode 3. And there's a lot of stuff that didn't really make sense to me. Like a droid that needs to use more energy so he's able to lie, and a guy
Don't people use more energy to lie as well? Like
Yes.
it actively takes us more time and energy to think of a lie rather than to just repeat the truth.
Yes,
We
because
know
you have
already
to
happened.
sustain the lies.
Yeah. You have to form it in such a way that it's firstly believable, and you need to remember the own details of your own lie before you can actually keep saying it. So in actuality, it takes more energy for anyone to lie, unless you're just a psychopath. You're just prone to lying naturally. But
Well,
yeah,
even then, if you're a psychopath, you've still got to keep your lies in mind so that you don't contradict them.
if you believe.
Whereas you
the
don't have to
lie-
worry about that when you're just saying the truth. There's no filter that anything has to go through.
No. So yeah, the droid is just very literal. He's just giving you a very literal explanation for why he's behaving a certain way. So don't know why
Also,
you have a
even if it
problem with
was
that.
a problem, I can't believe that's the thing you're leading with as stuff that doesn't make sense.
working for an evil empire suddenly feeling morally compelled to catch the killer of 2 random guards?
Oh god, it's almost like the Empire isn't evil and anyone is in it is just automatically evil. It's like it's a nuanced system of government that creates certain attitudes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, even the Death Star was used to smash out
Yeah.
rebellion across the universe, or sorry, the galaxy. And you could argue from a practical standpoint that it was a necessity to prevent people from acting against the Empire's best interests, which are for the galaxy's best interest. It just depends on your point of view. I mean, we know it to be evil because we have a very biased look at it, but for people like Cyril, who is very pro-Empire, this is a
Yeah.
very bad thing for
And
him.
from his
he wants
age,
to...
the Empire is probably all he's known.
Yeah, because Empire's been around for like, I think maybe...
Although he has clone trooper figurines, which implies that at least when he was a kid, he was around to see the transition from Republic to Empire.
that time period of the Clone Wars would also be very chaotic for him. So I can imagine
yeah.
someone like this being very appreciative of the order that the Empire brought, and he would
Yep.
be very pro-Empire at that point.
God, what a
While the first
fucking
2
shit
episodes of the
criticism.
show were incredibly slow and boring, with almost no storytelling and random flashbacks interspersed
no
throughout,
storytelling. Random flashbacks. Oh my god, they're not random at all. They're very
fact,
deliberately interspersed to
the
give you extra
first-
context to what's happening.
The first flashback that happens is literally when Andor's lying in his bunker. The droid rolls up and he says, Cassian, Cassian, Cassa, Cassa, and then it flashes back to his sister calling him Cassa. It's like,
Yes.
bro, it's like, come on,
Barely any story.
pretty obviously done.
And if you'd watched the other 2 episodes, you'd know that the flashbacks get so deliberate to the point that they actually mirror what's happening in the 3rd episode.
word of mouth indicated that this 3rd episode is much better. I disagree. You can't just have a whole bunch of nothing that manifests into something. The characters are the same in this episode as they were in the first 2 episodes.
The reason why people like episode 3 so much is because 1 and 2 do all the setup necessary to get you to care about what happens in episode
the
3 when
logical
shit really hits the fan.
The
Number
logical
3 is the-
conclusion to Cyril and Andor's arc in that fucking 3-episode thing.
Yeah,
like,
it's the
come on.
arc coming into completion by the end of episode 3. That's the point where people are like the most invested. It's
Nah,
like
we should
people
do a
who...
Mandalorian and just introduce more characters. Just more characters. Throw more characters, because I'm bored.
It's like people who watch a 2-hour-long movie and then they sit through like the last 20 minutes, and then the 20 minutes like wraps up everything the last hour and... How many minutes?
Hour and 40.
Hour and 40, yeah, sorry. The other hour and
Cool.
40 minutes we're trying to build up, and then the movie ends with everything wrapped up in a nice little bow. And then this dude's busy watching that 2-hour movie, and it's like, oh, the characters are the exact same from start to end. Nothing's really changed. It's just not set up. It's just ending on a whole bunch of nothing. You can't have something with nothing. I'm trying to think of a movie that does that. I can't really, but
Lucy.
Lucy's nothing from start to finish. Don't even get me started on Lucy.
But again, it's another hint that you're supposed to take this as a part of a whole and not just it by itself.
Wouldn't
Yes, if
fucking...
episode 3 didn't exist, 1 and 2 would be quite lackluster, but it's because of what it's building to that retroactively makes 1 and 2 important.
I actually think A New Hope would probably be a good example to use here, because without the last 20 minutes, it's literally just Luke going back home to cry after Ben died. You don't have...
That's something I always notice about watching A New Hope, is that there's not really a whole lot of driving force behind what's happening with
Luke's
the plot
action.
until they reach the rebellion, which I feel like is kind of intentional, because it's like then Luke kind of figures out a purpose.
No. By that point, Luke is invested.
Because remember,
in
they're
fighting
trying to go to
Empire.
Alderaan, and then they get sidetracked because they get tractor beamed by the Death Star.
Yeah,
And
but
so all of that essentially is like a side story for what they were trying to accomplish, and they only really get back to the main plot when they hook back up with the rebellion base on Yavin.
Well, no, because they were trying to get Princess Leia, and Princess Leia was on the Death Star.
Yeah, but they didn't know that at the time.
Didn't they?
Nope.
No, they went to they were like they get there and they're like, oh, there's just a fucking meteor shower here, or like a literal
There's a
asteroid
giant
field.
Oh,
moon.
fuck. Maybe I
That's
need to just
no
rewatch
moon.
this
They're like,
movie.
oh, it's an asteroid field. Where's Alderaan? And then they're like, oh fuck, what the hell is that? And then they get fucking
That's
sucked
no
in.
moon. Okay, yeah, no, I
Not a
take your word for it.
moon.
Yeah, I just haven't seen the movie in a long time, so yeah, I'll take the word.
It's
for that.
something I always notice compared to something like Empire Strikes Back, where it feels more like they have like individual adventures rather than like this whole kind of cohesive story
Yeah,
from
they're
beginning to end.
I
very
just
split
find it
up until the
funny
end.
that this whole nothing leading into something argument can be used for the first Star Wars movie, considering this person is going to be leaning a little heavily into the George Lucas love a little later on. So that's funny to think about.
Good.
Like, oh my god, this rebellion place just comes out of nowhere. I want Luke to go to Alderaan. What the fuck?
The fuck.
Boring. In the first couple of episodes, it's Andor and his mechanic girlfriend, or former girlfriend, walking
you showing
around,
footage
always
of
looking over their shoulders, acting
Cassian and
incredibly
Jin and not
suspicious.
the actual thing
You
you're
know the
talking
way to
about.
avert suspicion? Don't act suspicious.
Oh my god.
What the fuck? I don't even know what he's talking about because he's using the wrong footage.
Before he was
I'll
talking about like
play it
Mon
back.
Mothma, and he just showed Tarkin from fucking
Oh my
Rogue
god,
One
yeah.
for some reason. And I was like, what?
This is why
Manifests
it's
into
important to have
something.
deliberate visuals.
The characters are
Yeah.
the same in this episode as they were in the first 2 episodes. Boring. In the
Not
first couple of
true.
episodes, it's Andor and his mechanic girlfriend, or former girlfriend, walking around, always looking over their shoulders, acting
Wait, how would you know
incredibly
that? You've only seen
suspicious.
episode 1.
You know the way
No, he's viewing episode 1, 2, and 3.
That information isn't revealed until episode 7, I think.
What? That they're girlfriend and boyfriend?
That they used to be a thing.
I don't think he's really caring too much about that. I think he's just like referring to them being in the same spot and doing X and Y thing.
Well, he better fucking care about it, because if he's only going to use episode 1 as proof and then he's going to bring in information from other episodes, you can't fucking do that.
Well, he's not really doing anything and using proof. He's just talking about
not
episode 1,
That
2,
is
and
also
3.
true.
He's not really doing anything. Yeah, I agree.
This video is a boring disappointment.
This video
Anyway,
is nothing
continue.
from nothing. It's worse than Andor.
This is the worst alchemical fucking what's the word?
Okay, we got a response from the chatter. Major plot contrivance is prisoner sent from level 4 to level 2. Mistake. How is a mistake a contrivance? Another prisoner's hearing about it. You wouldn't transfer any prisoner without them telling other prisoners. Wait, I don't understand what you're saying is the contrivance there.
Yeah, neither. You could literally just take him out and then put him somewhere else, and they'd be like, Oh, he
the
is.
entire
He's
You
point.
recognize it's a mistake,
Yeah,
and yet you think that they intentionally transfer prisoners into a part of the system where other people would know about it. That what?
Yeah, no, those few episodes are very deliberate in how Andor is making an advantage of a mistake in the Empire system, and it's actually on a more meta level, it's talking about how the Empire itself is crumbling, making
Mhm.
more and more mistakes, which is leading to people being able to take advantage of these mistakes.
And you can already tell they're in dire straits because the whole way the prison is set up is to account for the lack of hands on deck that they have. Like they've
Yeah.
got a very minimalist system where the prison's essentially self governing because they don't have the resources available to dedicate to anything more involved than that.
It also goes to talk about how the Empire controls the universe. They have a very limited amount of people present, but the people present basically use an iron fist
Yes.
galaxy wide, and it keeps the people in check and prevents them from rebelling. And people who rebel are often stopped by their own people, like this episode shows, where Andor is stopped by Andy Serkis's
Andy.
character. Yeah,
Yep.
he,
He's like just
he's not pro Empire. He's very very anti Empire, but it's against his best interest to be anti Empire
he
because
just likes tasty food and doesn't see a
he just wants to
a
get
way
out,
to get
man.
out.
It's
just
like
wants to get
casting.
out.
It's like casting a light on a rat to make its shadow look like an elephant. That's kind of what the Empire's doing.
Yeah,
The first thing that happens upon them getting to the prison is them going, "How do you think we're gonna stop you without blasters?" There are three people there, and it's like this, and then they immediately show them the floor, and that's setting the fear right in there.
And also
So
the
that's
fact that
yeah.
the Pax Milana security corps exists in the first place is just goes to show that the Empire doesn't have complete military jurisdiction or the
Outsourcing.
reach for all parts of the galaxy, and so they
And we
have
know
to
it's
contract.
incompetent as well.
Which
so-
finally, oh my god, any Star Wars media addressing that has been so long overdue because
Yeah.
you're constantly wondering how the fuck are you managed to run a government and enforce things over an entire galaxy? Like that is massive.
Yeah, you can't just dump stormtroopers because you don't have infinite stormtroopers.
those episodes actually do a good job at answering that question, and it's by using the people themselves to self-govern the galaxy
Yep.
through
That's
fear.
what we're talking about.
Yeah,
That's
no, I'm
why
just
they,
re-emphasizing that.
That's why they switched to using conscripted soldiers instead of clones. I mean, in addition to them getting old and also
Yeah.
having the fact they fucking destroyed Camino,
And being
Um,
expensive.
it's it's much easier to indoctrinate all kinds of people across the galaxy to essentially enforce their own oppression
Like
as
Yeah,
Cyril.
opposed to having this
system good.
special separate force for doing that.
System good because you get money and you don't get killed.
That way
what's
you
the
have
name of-
you have a pretty much renewable resource at that point.
What's
too.
the name of the female officer who works for the? I forgot what the
Daedra?
name of
Dedra Miro?
Dedra Mira. Yeah, so she's an example of the exact opposite, where she's advancing her career in the Empire. So that would mean that she'd need to be more pro-Empire in order for her to do that. She's literally just trying to like get better at her job. That's her motivation. She wants to like be top dog.
Not quite. The ISB is an interesting place because in many ways the stuff that she expresses is kind of anti-empire sentiment where she's like the rebels don't plan their attacks around our artificially constructed boundaries. There's a lot of challenge to authority in some of the stuff she says.
The reason why she's challenging that authority is because she wants to highlight the mistakes in the system in order to improve them. And
Yeah,
she
but my point is that the empire isn't about highlighting the mistakes in the system. Like that's quite anti-imperial sentiment if you think
Yeah.
about it. That's
No,
why the ISB is an interesting facet of,
No,
of society.
You're absolutely right, but the thing for why it works there is that she is pro-empire and she's highlighting these issues in order to fix them by bringing them towards
Yeah.
her eye up.
Yeah,
and
and
that
she's not just
initiative gets
pro-empire, she's like proactive empire. She wants the
Yes.
empire to change and adapt to account for rising threats.
Yes.
Whereas Andor very much is right in pointing out that the empire's default state is not adapting. It's stopping change, and as a result, it can't change to meet incoming change.
It's actually
which is
funny
ultimately
you
what,
mentioned that because
What
I
lets the
find
rebellion succeed, I
Luthen's
think.
I find Luthen's implementation after you said that's actually very interesting because he's aware of Andor's mindset, being that he knows that he thinks the Empire is very lazy and they do things half-assedly, but they can't get away with
Yep.
it because they're the Empire. But he also takes advantage of the fact that the Empire will retaliate and they will change the way they
Yes.
structure their
Yeah, good point actually. Yeah.
the way they structured their what's the word I'm looking for here? Their enforcement of the galaxy. He's aware of how both scales operate, and he takes them both into account before he makes a plan. And he actively looks for the Empire, trying to challenge the way that they do things, because he knows that's going to incite more rebellion. It's going to have
Yep.
the opposite effect because they're going to be more restrictive. They're going to enforce more laws down people's throats that they don't want.
Yeah,
And
I
that's
imagine he sees the Empire as very brittle, that when they try to change and bend, cracks will inevitably form, which is what happens with the PORD.
I actually really like Luthen a lot more now that I think about that.
Yeah, no, he's a very,
He's-
very fascinating character.
Multi-layered.
Yep.
He looks at things from both sides, which is cool. But yeah, back to this guy's useless video.
To avert suspicion, don't act suspicious. In particular, the mechanic
People who are very nervous and anti-Empire and are
Just
constantly
don't
having
be nervous,
people...
LeMayo.
Just don't be nervous. Andor killed 2 people in the first 10 minutes, man. There's a reason why he's nervous. Like, come on.
Again, because he's using the wrong footage, I don't know what he's referring to. Ugh.
lady is incredibly careless, always either walking fast or running in the wide open looking guilty.
That seems
That's from the-
funny because people are already chasing her, so she's running away from people chasing her.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, that's not from episode 1. Nice one.
It's like episode 3.
No, that's from episode, I want to say 10?
11? Oh, yeah, it's from the. Nah, it's from like 10 or 11, yeah. It's from the funeral.
When
episode.
she's being chased.
Oh, no, it's before when she gets captured to be tortured.
Yes.
Ah,
So, again, you're using a still frame of an episode that you're not even talking about. Good job.
okay, so that's interesting. So that is a very scummy thing to do then if you're talking about the first 3 episodes only, but good job.
Guilty and drawing unnecessary attention to herself. Episode 3 isn't remotely any better than the first 2. Nothing happens in
Oh,
this
come on, man. I love this conversation, or this one-sided conversation.
I don't
This
even know if
shows
he's saying
people
this is
being
bad or
normal.
if he's just got it as B-roll.
He's just saying
At
everything's
least there's
boring
nothing
and
happens,
pointless.
so he can't really have any footage, can he?
He's just saying everything is boring and pointless, and he's using this as
Just hide a
evidence.
10-year-old under your robes, like smart Star Wars. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, the funny thing is, he thinks that Obi-Wan's awful. He thinks that show's bad.
Well, that's
What does
something,
he
I
think
guess.
is good? Because I'd love to see
Mandalorian
that.
Yeah, I'm
season
curious what
1.
his idea of...
Okay, never
Oh,
mind.
he's a Mandalorian.
He doesn't think season 2 is good, and he will explain which shows he thinks are good and bad at the end of this video, so I'll keep that a surprise then, I guess.
Okay.
one either. These characters are so uninteresting. Diego Luna's acting is just
Stop
as bad
saying
and
that.
forgettable as it was in Rogue One. And in fact, I would say this one has the most plot holes so far. Everything was so convenient in this episode. Why would the mechanic's boyfriend purposefully reveal to her that he's the one who snitched on Andor?
What? Oh god, he's using the wrong footage again.
Why would the boyfriend with a guilty conscience
Yeah,
exercise
he's
his guilty conscience?
extremely guilty.
Why would the person who invited like an entire armada of pro-imperialistic troops to basically...
Also, it doesn't really
beat up
matter
his
what he would have
friends?
said in that instance. I'm pretty sure Bix knew that it was definitely
I think
him,
she- yeah,
just
yeah, no,
through
she-
process of elimination.
She figured it out and basically like looked him in the eyes, and then like he just couldn't lie to her face. Then she's like, "Oh fuck, I knew it. You
Yeah.
are the one." Yeah.
All he had to do was stay silent. How did she immediately remember that she told her boyfriend where Andor was really from, and why would she even do that? Also,
What?
did I forget
How did she immediately remember? What? How did she recall a memory? You mean
I think he's asking
a
how
memory
did he
that's
remember...
incredibly relevant to what's happening right now?
I think he's asking why did the boyfriend remember that? Not
No,
why
he's
No.
it's
Not
it's
what
a
he said.
two-part criticism. The first part
let's just hear it again.
how did Bix understand? How did Bix remember that he told that she told him that information? And to which my answer would be because she probably told very little people. And I imagine Bix told him because he felt like she could trust him, and that trust was clearly misplaced.
All he had to do was stay silent. How did she immediately remember that she told her boyfriend where Andor was really from, and
Oh, okay. How did she really remember when she?
Did she remember a thing that she did? I don't know.
Yeah, no. So it's exactly what you said. She has a very limited list of people who she's told this very specific information to,
Yeah.
and he just happens to be one of them. So through
Also,
process of
I want you
elimination-
to fucking use your brain for a second. Before all this stuff with Andor happened where he was a fugitive, the information that he's actually from Canary is not that significant.
No, it's not. It really isn't. It's like maybe yeah, it's a small identifier that you would maybe say to someone that you trust, yeah. But it's just like, okay, cool. Oh, you're from this weird mining planet? Cool.
that actually gets pointed out by a handful of people later on. They were like, "Where the fuck is Canary? Why is this place important? Why do we care?"
Yeah,
You
exactly.
you get a few
Because the
comments for
Empire's
that.
covered it up because there was some horrible disaster that they've clearly tried to sweep under the rug.
Yeah.
why would she even do that? Also, did I forget something from Rogue One? Didn't Andor say he was a spy since he was a little kid or something? Also,
He said, I've been in this fight since I was 6 years old.
Yeah.
Which,
I mean, kind of. He gets
The show,
abducted.
the show doesn't contradict anything.
yeah.
Also, why
I
would
don't
you?
necessarily think he's 6 in those flashbacks, but it just goes to show that he's been fighting for survival against an oppressive force since he was a kid, which is true.
Why wouldn't you just go through the effort of verifying this information before you put it in your video?
Why would he say this though?
You can even YouTube it. You don't even have to watch the movie. Just YouTube.
Also, like, this is a
Andor,
scripted
6-year-old
video, and he's
fight.
like, "Oh, wasn't this thing in Rogue One?" It's like, I don't know. It's your video.
I don't
Yeah,
think this is a
true.
scripted video. I'm pretty sure he's just
Oh,
rambling.
it'd be embarrassing if it was scripted.
If
Yeah.
this is if this is unscripted, it's pretty bad. It's probably
If
why
it
he
was
keeps
scripted, it
repeating
would
himself
probably
at
be
the beginning.
worse.
He's kind
Well,
of
yeah,
fucked either way. If it's scripted, then it's bad. If it's not scripted, then it's bad that it wasn't scripted in the first place.
Yeah, it should be scripted if you're trying to fucking criticize something.
Especially if it's just an 11-minute bite-sized video. It's not like you're talking about it for like an hour in like a podcast format.
No.
I like how the writer's thinking some fake brown dye will magically make Andor's foster mother look 30 years younger in the flashback.
What?
That's Mon
Okay.
Mothma, by the way.
I guess
he-
he's talking about Marva. I don't know. I feel
Foster?
like the makeup was fairly convincing, and I think it's more in how the actress carries herself.
Yeah, she's a lot more sprightly than
Not
in the
just
show.
that, if you had to
Yeah.
take footage of what the actress looked like now and compare it to what the actress looked like when fucking Harry Potter 1 comes out, she
I
doesn't
mean, do you
look
want them to use some horrific fucking CGI de-aging? Because I certainly don't. I can suspend my disbelief easier just having it be the same actress.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Also, this guy has a video on why Way of Water's good.
Oh, nice.
I haven't even seen that movie yet, so I have no comment.
Unfortunate. I mean,
Why not
fortunate.
just cast a younger actress? I suspect the reason so many fans are praising this
This is a
episode
different
is due to
person.
all of the action scenes. But it was just a bunch of boring pew-pew laser blastings amongst a sea of characters cosplaying in a generic sci-fi fantasy show that looks nothing like Star Wars.
You say as you show images of Star Wars iconography? Yeah, okay.
If this guy doesn't look like Star Wars, I don't know what guy does. It's like, look at him.
Yeah, true.
He's got the fucking eyes that someone like Ochi would have, and he's got the thing that the guy from Cloud City would have. Like
A
it's-
needle?
no, the headphones.
The thing that impresses me about Andor is that it's very sparing with existing iconography, and the new elements that it creates is very much within that original design language.
Yeah, I like the whatever the first guys are called. I can't remember the guys that do the security on Ferrix. They've got their own uniform that's completely new. There's
Oh,
like
Corsac.
yeah, like they've tried to make something new,
Well,
which
that's
is
because the show explains that they had interplanetary security. So each planet had like their own form of security, but then after the heist, the Empire basically cracks down and forces the Empire's authority and Empire security onto every planet that had their own form of security. So it basically becomes less and less unique, and becomes more and more oppressive because the Empire is like forcing their own troops into these situations and these places.
Yeah, we saw what happened when Cyril Khan's fuck up led to the Empire completely moving in and taking over Pax Milana.
I think Andor looks more like A New Hope than most other Star Wars media, if that makes
Yep.
any sense. Yeah, no,
I
absolutely.
would
Especially if
agree.
this is a prequel to A New Hope, I would hope that it looks the
Yeah,
most like
it's
A New
definitely
Hope.
got that grungy look that the sequels tried to emulate but failed.
And it's cool
most
too
cases.
seeing prequel elements through a more brutalist lens of the original trilogy, like Coruscant, seeing the more kind of stark concrete aspect to it instead of just this big flashy shiny city.
Yeah, and
Kind
I
of
like
like how the prequels should have been.
some of the iconography in the first part. There's a rusty walkway in the first like minute that he walks down with very interesting looking lighting, and then he immediately goes to a bunch of Zorbs with people in it, and it's just like, yeah, it's cool.
Oh yeah. Actually, that scene's kind of fucked up because if you listen closely in the background, you can hear the sound of one of the pregnancy droids from the prequels going "Ooh, bah," and I don't want to imagine what the implications of that is.
Ooh, bah.
She's losing the will to live.
Aren't we getting a little tired of these
I'm
slow
losing the will
burn
to live.
titles, which is just a
No.
code name for boring? Not
No.
only is the show
Why
the
would you be tired of slow burn in Star
We haven't
Wars,
had
which
slow
so
burn
far
in-
has not had that at all?
I was gonna say we haven't had that yet.
No, but you see, he equates boring to slow burn. That's what he does.
Oh, if that's the case, then Star Wars sure had a lot of slow burn shows.
Yep. I'd like
Slowly
to burn
burning
them.
my brain cells.
uninteresting and slow, but it is
Oh my
telling a
God.
story that I really don't care about, with the same plotting
Okay.
formulaic drivel that they always use.
Why is
The
Boba
same
Fett on
plotting
screen?
and drivel that they always
Formulaic
use.
drivel. Can you outline what the formula is,
No.
please?
What is the
No.
connective tissue between a show like fucking Boba Fett and Andor?
This isn't even a video essay. This is so fucking shit. He hasn't given a single piece of evidence.
Yeah, this is just a thought dump.
I really don't want to watch so many boring flashbacks to some little kid. Childhood trauma origin story, check.
Actually, he's a big kid.
Jealous simp boyfriend turning the guy in, check.
What,
Strong
where
woman
does
ba-
that
Oh, wait,
appear in
no.
any of the other shit?
Shit, hold on. Wasn't he like... That scene just made me aware of something. The Empire were looking for a male from Canary, and
Yes.
this guy knows that Andor's in trouble. So does that necessarily mean he knew Andor was from Canary, or that he just threw out Andor under the bus because he
Well,
thinks
that's
that
a
it
good
isn't?
point.
I'm pretty sure that there's an explicit sentence that says that he knew specifically that he was.
I think that's kind of what the confrontation between him and Bix hints at. But it could be either
I
way.
probably need to rewatch the scene
I'm
or
pretty sure I
just the
remember
show
it
in
being
general.
that. 'cause
I meant to watch
questioned
it
as
throughout
well.
this last week, but Gunfire Reborn's been too much fun, so I just haven't
Yeah.
done that.
Game's great.
Better than any man around, check. But the
Oh, right. I don't think you guys
Wait,
caught
what
that
did you
last
just
one.
say?
Apparently, Bex is better than any male character around.
childhood trauma origin story, check.
Oh yeah, that's why she
Jealous
gets
simp
fucking
boyfriend turning the guy
slammed
in,
into a
check.
wall and handcuffed to
Strong
it.
woman
yeah.
better than any man around, check.
You're literally showing footage of her with a bleeding head handcuffed to a wall. You
Yeah, but her
fucking
boyfriend
prune.
is dead.
Can Bix like dodge bullets? Am I missing something
Bix
here?
literally didn't succeed in any
Because
combat
Tim,
encounter.
Because Tim literally got shot in that scene and is dead. Is that what you're implying?
Is
that
his
she can
idea of a
dodge bullets?
strong woman just a woman character that does anything? Like what the fuck?
female?
Me when female Tycon.
Me when woman isn't solely cooking for their man. Wow, what a strong woke female character.
Me when the woman isn't
the
constantly
fuck?
barefoot and pregnant.
Is it because she's a mechanic? Is that what's earning his ire?
It's just
Good
because she's
God.
alive. I'm pretty sure it's literally just because she's alive, honestly. I don't know what else he's implying with that fucking scene. Because her boyfriend's on the floor dead and she's alive. I'm pretty sure that's the only reason.
Episode 1 to 3 is about Bix taking constant L's. The L of trusting Tim and wanting to be with him, and the L of just being slammed against a wall and then being handcuffed to it. while
How
your
her
boyfriend
boyfriend
gets
gets
shot in
shot
front of
running-
you.
How a boyfriend gets shot running down the stairs was contrived for emotional response.
I mean, I do find it a little hard to buy that Tim would do that.
Yeah, it's a
But
little
I
fiddly.
also think perhaps. Okay, so this is why I'm kind of okay with it, because the way that the corporate security responds to it makes me think that it's not standard practice to fucking shoot an unarmed civilian coming towards you, which is why it gets reprimanded and sent to deal with the ship and not be in the active war zone. So I think Tim thought that at worst what could happen is that he'd be tased, not fucking shot. But then again, the guy did have a gun on him, so you know.
I mean, we already know that stun guns are a thing thanks to A New Hope.
Yeah,
So-
true. Could have used the stun setting.
It's just
Either
kinda-
way, it's not like appropriate responsive force because Tim is unarmed. There's only so much that he would be able to do, especially at that range.
Alternatively, you could also have him running away, and then maybe the police officers like tell him to stop, and then other guy shoots him, and then accidentally hits him in the chest instead of like the leg or something.
Yeah,
don't know.
that might have worked better.
Either way, doesn't really have much of a impact on the rest of the story. Well,
No.
He's
not
bubbling.
that I would be able to tell you what impact this boyfriend character would have because he dies in episode 3. So who knows what he could
Yeah.
have done.
But the entire show hinges on a premise based on stupidity. Not to mention, why were the
Which
guards
is-
outside harassing him when they just came into the bar to get laid? He left right away, so he should have
Because
been
they're
an hour
assholes
ahead
that
of
throw
those.
around their power. It's
Yeah,
not
he
that
literally-
hard
okay,
to
okay,
understand. They even say
Okay.
it directly
Yes,
in the scene
yeah.
between the inspector and
So what? Yeah, no. What
Cyril.
happens in that scene? Because he clearly didn't fucking watch it. They want to get fucked. They're drinking alcohol. They have been sitting there for a while. Andor walks in, and then the clerk comes over, or the hoe or whatever comes over, and she's talking to him. And they're like, "Yo, are we gonna get waited on? Or like, are we gonna get anything? Are we gonna get any action?" And then he stares at them, and then that starts the confrontation.
Yeah.
And then they follow him after that because they're nerds and pissed off and drunk and wanted sex but didn't get it. It's like, did you watch the fucking episode? It's
And
the
also, they
first 10
believe
minutes.
that they're better than everyone else because they're in corporate security.
Yeah.
They have a modicum of power, and they lord it over anyone they can. They're that
and the
kind
guy-
of people.
The guy who's the head of the security thing says he's one of the most unpleasant people that he's ever met.
Yeah.
And they're doing everything that they shouldn't be, so that he's trying to pawn off the murder.
Yep.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah, it's actually quite impressive to miss that.
Yeah.
Those guys at least. Okay, 3 minutes at least. And don't tell me they gave up getting laid in order to harass some loser. Also, the use of more practical sets and locations seems to be drawing fans in as well. But this still doesn't feel like Star Wars. It started quite
Why?
promising, but then took a downward turn like all Star Wars series before. Uninteresting stories, uninteresting backstories,
What does that got to do with the
Uninteresting
visual
characters.
design?
too
Yeah,
long
he's just like,
conversations,
Oh,
too
the
little
practical-
action,
the practical,
too
Too
little Star
long
Wars.
conversations? Oh my Christ, how fucking awful is your attention
Just
span?
to remind you both, you can pause this video whenever you
I
want.
did.
There's no reason to.
I
There's
pressed
nothing
pause
to
and
respond to.
I think you pressed pause at the same time. I was gonna
Oh,
say, yeah, he's like, oh, the practical elements, drawing people in, but it doesn't look like Star Wars. Anyway, boring conversation. What the
Yeah.
fuck are you talking about?
Boring conversation anyway. Oh my god.
It looks a lot like it should.
That's why I
Have-
haven't been pausing, because he hasn't given me anything to respond to. So
No,
I'll
but I
just
just find it-
respond to his drive-by comments with drive-by comments.
I just
Sure.
find it weird how much this shit can be applied to most other Star Wars media. Like even the prequels, which this guy seems to think is actually still pretty good. How much of the Phantom Menace is just people walking around talking?
What? Until the messy conclusion, there's a lot of it.
Yeah, there's a crap ton of people just walking around talking point A to point B. I think like
You could
80% of
definitely try and make the argument it doesn't look like Star Wars as well, because it goes for a very different visual design.
Oh no,
yeah,
absolutely,
sure.
because it's. But you see, the thing is, he brings up how George Lucas is the one who made it, so therefore he is.
Oh, sick. The anomaly clause.
It's the Rick Wally fucking shit.
Yeah, pretty much.
Wars. And this is the biggest problem. It doesn't feel like Star Wars at all.
There you go.
Why?
The music
Why?
is bad and doesn't have a Star Wars vibe to
No,
it.
it's not. And it does. I like the music.
Oh yeah,
I
we
like the
can
music
honestly
too.
just do
It
what he's
doesn't
doing, but in
s-
reverse. The music is
Well,
good. It feels like Star Wars. I
I
like
won't
it.
say it feels like Star. Well, it doesn't sound like Star Wars, but I think it conveys the vibe that the show's going
yes,
for, which is
like
inherently very Star Wars in theme.
I think the difference and why the music works for me is because in the other ones, in the other movies and things, it's a big grandiose orchestral score that's really underpinning this massive thing, and you get the huge battles that are happening. But in
Mhm.
Andor, it's a lot more day to day, a lot more like secretive.
Yeah.
It's more down to earth. So you've got a soundtrack
Like, I still think
that
John
meshes with it.
Williams could score this quite effectively because he's done more small scale scores and spy thriller scores too, because he did Minority Report, and a sound like that would work very well for this. But I think what they've got also works well, so I'm not too cut up about it.
Yeah.
And the music becomes extremely effective in the finale. The way they incorporate that into the story and the kind of vibe it creates is perfect. And I honestly, in that moment, I wanted no other score than what was currently playing.
But it's bad.
Most
And the
Star Wars thing
worlds
in
look
almost
like they're
40
on
years. This
Earth.
guy likely loves The Mandalorian. It's funny because you're correct.
He does. Well, he'll instead of us telling you, we'll let him tell you. We've only got like, I don't know, 5 minutes left.
Star Wars. And this is the biggest problem. It doesn't feel like Star Wars at all. The music is bad and doesn't have a Star Wars vibe to it, and the worlds look like they are on Earth and not somewhere in space. The general
words.
population is
The
The
worlds,
worlds.
all the planets that they visit.
Thanks
look
for
like
showing
single-
footage of Book of Boba Fett, which has nothing to do with this show.
Also, thanks for not showing the scene at the start with the people in the fucking globes. That sure feels like
Thanks
it's
for not
on Earth.
showing anything with Coruscant.
About a third of the show takes place on Coruscant. Does that look like
Also,
Earth
you
to
could so easily apply this to the original trilogy. You've got Snow Planet, Desert
Sand
Planet, Red
Desert
Tree
Planet
Forest
twice.
Planet.
I guess the only difference is
The only one is
Cloud
Cloud City.
Yeah.
So
That
it's
asteroid.
very much par for the course.
Well, Darth, you see, all those movies were filmed on Earth, so they all technically look like they're from Earth.
You're right. Andor should have gone into
Forest in the third
space.
movie. That's literally just a redwood forest.
And those should
Yeah.
literally have just been filmed in a galaxy far, far away.
Yeah, why didn't they do that? They have the technology.
Just attach a whole bunch of cameras to an asteroid and just have it fucking slingshot across the galaxy. Send us back film like
I think
7,000 years later.
Ferrix looks very much not Earth-like. That in particular is a planet that's more akin to something like a Cloud City.
Ferrix? That's the which one's that again? That's
That's,
the home yeah, that's the home where
Homeworld.
Andor's on.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, it's got more of a
And Aldani manages to make itself feel very sci-fi with the event of the Eye.
what's the name of the planet where Andor goes to prison?
Narkina 5.
Arcana 5, yeah.
Yeah, that looks nothing like anything I've seen on Earth. Like at
Nope.
all.
Or Star Wars for that matter, which is what makes it kind of fun.
The only thing I can think of is just the Camino cloning facilities from games like Force Unleashed
Yeah,
2.
there's a similar kind of design vibe there, but as for the planet itself, it's not quite like Camino because there's quite a lot of
It's like the
terrain.
closest connection I can make.
Yeah, I guess the watery whirlpools, as opposed to piss whirlpools. Anyway, the whirlpools that you see around the prison are sort of evoke a Camino vibe, as well as the
Yep.
detached nature. But once you get onto land and you see the fishermen and things like that running around, it's just like
It
there's
evokes a
stuff going
piss
on here.
vibe.
99% human and not alien or artificial.
I actually agree with this criticism. I'm not a big fan with the fact that like the majority of cast are human. I actually would have preferred to see
I
a few
will
more
I will
aliens.
counter with I don't like it when aliens are treated like humans, and you need to go to great lengths to actually separate them and have them be believable. And the moments which does feature aliens, there is that attention to detail. I just don't think it's sustainable to have it running alongside with all of the human story. Because there's nothing worse than an alien that shows up in Star Wars that just acts like a human, because it feels like Star Trek and it feels very off.
I disagree. I feel like you could get a very similar thing going with Wookiees, for example. I'm pretty sure they did that in movies like Solo, where they used them as slave labor.
Yeah, but you would have to get rid of a lot of your current story to focus on that.
No, absolutely. What I'm saying is that you could still feature other alien species and have them doing
I'm not
similar
saying you
things to
can't feature them.
humans.
I'm saying that if you want to do it right, it takes quite a bit of resources.
But you see, the funny thing is, we're talking about Andor, which is probably like the perfect show to do that because they have done everything else so
Well,
wonderfully
yeah,
right.
Tony Gilroy's talked about this, and he said that I do want to do stuff with aliens, but only in a situation which feels like I could do it justice.
I want more
Fair,
Vitch.
fair enough. That is far
Show needs
beyond
more
fair.
Vitch. That's my one criticism.
What the fuck is a
Yeah,
Vetch?
yeah, true.
Vitch is that giant alien guy that the guy brings
Whoa.
along to threaten Andor, and he's just like,
Oh yeah.
Understood.
I mean, yeah, he was pretty cool. I liked him. Vetch, yeah. I just forgot his name.
Whenever there is alien stuff in Andor, it feels more meaningful than just a cantina scene where there's a bunch of fucking aliens.
Don't you like jizz?
Your kids like jizz?
Don't you? No. Okay. Susan,
God damn.
Susan, please ignore that part. That's not what he asked.
to it, and the worlds look like they are on Earth and not somewhere in space. The general population is 99% human and not alien or artificial. There are only a few things I can praise about it, like that it's not awful so far. The cinematography
You could have fucking fooled me.
There's a few things that are praiseworthy. For example, it's not.
It's
awful.
not awful. What damning praise. And also, I don't even know if I even believe you based on how you've described it so far.
looks quite nice, and it's overall better than Kenobi.
What a high bar. I haven't even
I
seen
wish
the
you
show.
hadn't
The
said
only thing I've
anything.
seen, the only thing I've seen of Kenobi is the EFAB coverage and Madviket's video on it. That's the only thing I've seen Kenobi, and that's all I need to see.
The Empire should have aliens. Diversity of aliens is a defining trait of Star Wars. No, not in the Empire. The Empire is very xenophobic. It would make very little sense to have an abundance of aliens.
I was about to say, the Empire prefers to use aliens as slave labor.
That is why Thrawn is particularly exceptional, because he has a lot of prejudice against him.
Yet he still succeeds despite being an avatar.
And yeah, there is that
But that-
element of it being difficult to identify with aliens, particularly if you make them speak a different language, which more often than not they kind of should be doing. It's tricky.
But the thing is, they aren't.
Star Trek kind of has more of the attitude of humans and aliens have kind of integrated together, but I feel like Star Wars is a bit more
yeah, Star Wars is it plays a lot on the scale.
isolationist.
And, yeah.
Even though there are places in the galaxy that are a bit of a melting pot, I feel like a lot of aliens still very much retain their culture and ways of doing things.
Also,
as
yeah,
opposed to it being more universal.
can he provide like evidence of any
No.
other piece of media that's doing the Empire like this? Like,
No,
no.
you're asking this person to provide effort.
It would be hard to find that in both the current canon and the previous canon, because I'm pretty sure it's canon in both that the Empire is xenophobic.
Well, yeah, I mean, I
I think the old expanded universe has the explanation that the Empire, the Emperor, isn't necessarily xenophobic, which kind of wouldn't make sense if he was, because he was trained by an alien. His thing is more that this is a very effective tool of control, and so I'm going to encourage this as much as possible.
Plus, they'd have to make different sized uniforms.
Yeah, true. Yeah, there's quite a few logistical reasons, and also it doesn't really fit with the image of the Empire as this unified, homogenous faction.
Anyway,
That show was awful, so that's not saying much. It had awful dumb writing,
Hey.
so much dumb stuff that didn't make sense, so many plot holes,
What are you
it
talking
looked
about,
very
Kenobi?
cheap, it introduced awful new characters like
yeah, I was about to say,
shaky
I'm
cam.
so
No,
hap-
I'd forgotten. Ah!
I'm so happy we're talking about Kenobi in a review for Andor.
I'm so happy that even when he tries to criticize Kenobi, one of the most easily criticizable shows, he still can't give any evidence.
Reva, and turned Obi-Wan and the Empire into total
Nice
idiots.
cut.
Andor is also probably better than Boba Fett. but I can't speak
Probably.
Hold on. Calm your horses.
What a great shot.
on that because I haven't watched it.
Spy Kids
But a
doing
lot of
it like
people that
Star Wars. Oh,
Fuck you.
never mind.
Fuck you.
play that
Holy
again.
shit, you are
turned Obi-Wan and the
deliberately
Empire into
ignorant.
total idiots. Andor is also probably better than Boba Fett, but I can't speak on that because I haven't watched it. But a lot of people that I trust
Probably
hated
better
it,
than getting
and
shot in the
I'm
face,
really not
but I haven't had
interested
that
in
happen to
watching
me
it.
yet, so.
Disney hasn't produced a single good
This
Yes
is the
and
first
no.
time
Still,
Darth has paused, by the way.
yeah, and it's not even to respond to the video, it's to respond to the chat. Yes and no. Still, there are many Xenos in the Empire, so it's a right point that there should be more aliens. In this time, however, you can parry this that there are not that much aliens in this. Where are you getting this idea from that there's a lot of aliens in the Empire? Because it's not in the movies or the expanded material, as far as I'm aware.
I'm not sure how to say your name, so I'm just going to call you Takob, because that's the only thing I can seem to read there. So
Please tell us how you'd like to be addressed.
how do you like to be referred to, please?
Preferred. I would like to be preferred, yes. Ideally.
Human trait.
If you can provide some examples of Star Wars content that heavily features alien usage in the Empire, Darth would be able to talk to you about that because he's the only one between the three of us who's actually consumed Star Wars media outside of like the movies and TV shows.
Look what it's done to him.
Look what it's done to him. He's gotten a hat and some shades.
It certainly black pills you on a lot of the current content, even more than I thought possible.
Yeah. I'll take your word for it.
Star Wars movie or show. The final 4 episodes in the Clone Wars show were really good, but that's the only exception.
What?
How
Final 4
embarrassing.
episodes of the Clone Wars were really good.
They're not awful, but oh my god, there's a lot of problems in those episodes.
I'm never watching Clone Wars again, so.
You guys are going to love this next part.
4 episodes.
She-Hulk?
That's because Dave Filoni is the only person there left that knows how to make good content and handle Star Wars respectfully.
Oh, you do know that he had a pretty substantial part in Book of Boba Fett, right?
He also just brought Ahsoka back.
And
for no
Mandalorian
reason.
season 2.
It's funny you mentioned Mandalorian season 2.
Other than that, the sequel trilogy sucks. It's amazing how you
Okay,
can mess up
and?
movies so badly.
God.
And they've destroyed the whole lore of the Star Wars universe
This is a review for Andor season 1, by the way.
alongside
Dave.
it. The Rebels
Wait.
show was okay.
Wait, you just said Dave
Mandalorian
destroyed
season
the
1?
whole lore. What? Did I hear that right?
Yes.
Person there left that knows how to make good content and handle Star Wars respectfully. Other than that, the sequel trilogy sucks. It's amazing how you can mess up movies so badly. And they've destroyed the whole lore of the Star Wars universe
Dave, not
alongside it.
Dave.
The Rebels show was okay. Mandalorian season 1 was okay. Season 2 was bad. And the
Yes.
Han Solo movie was pretty bad as well.
Han Solo. And the Han Solo.
The Han
Solo
movie.
Apparently, Anomi's translated our friend's name, and it's Daniel Martakov. So,
Okay, cool. Thanks,
if
Anami.
you can confirm this is how you'd be this is how you would prefer to be referred to as, then
Mr. Daniel.
we'll refer to you as Daniel.
And I
Neil.
didn't like Rogue One. Many consider it
bad.
to be the only good thing to come out of Disney's Star Wars, but I don't. That movie was
Andor.
very predictable. It had characters
The prequel movie was very
Why are
predictable.
we talking about Rogue One?
Oh god, I hate the criticism. It was predictable, therefore bad. Give me fucking more to go on, please.
Is he just trying to get the movie to 10 minutes so that he gets paid?
It
Like,
definitely feels like padding, yeah. Which is incredible because there was no, substance to pad in the first place.
you didn't generally care about. It was jumping around all over the place. It didn't seem to understand what it was trying to do, and it was just
I don't
overall
understand what you were
Funny
trying to do.
because I don't think this movie.
You are jumping around all over the place, and I don't think you understand what you're trying to do. So once again, we have another example of someone's criticism applying to them. Incredible.
He's Rogue One.
I don't think this movie is that great. There's a lot of problems with it, and I don't like it very much. However, none of the issues that you just listed were reasons that I would give for why this movie is not very good. So,
I would.
Either.
I would, but he'd need more evidence.
Yeah.
What would
Because
you
this movie
list?
does
Some
jump
kind
around
of
a lot.
thesis.
In the first 10 minutes, they introduce 5 planets and then they just go between them. It's fucking dumb. The characters don't exist. They're very, very bad.
The only
especially the main
time
one.
The only time I would say that they jump around that I could actually be like, yeah, no, this is kind of unnecessary, they could leave, is when they go and look for what's that guy with the wank eyes name again?
What?
The guy
What?
the guy who's got the fucking tentacle monster thing.
Oh,
Saw.
Saw Gullet. I mean, Saw Gerrera.
Saw Gullet.
Bogalet.
That's like
Bogalet
the
would
first half of the movie, Shandy.
what?
That's like the first half of the movie is him
It's
trying
like
to get to
10
Saw Gerrera.
minutes.
What?
It's like 10 minutes on that planet.
The first act of the movie.
No, I mean
is-
them trying to get to it is a
they're
bunch
trying
of
to
them jumping
establish
around.
a lot of different characters
Yeah.
because they have a lot of characters, and unfortunately, it means jumping back and forth between settings without really getting a good idea
And none
of
of them
the
have-
setting.
Yeah, and none of them are developed by the end, so
The first third of the movie is them trying to get access to the spy who knows what's going on with what's her name again?
Jyn Erso.
Jyn Erso's dad, and that
Yep.
just ends up leading them to Poe Gullet. So the first third is more so looking at the spy, not so much
yeah,
Poe Gullet.
who's on Saw's planet.
Yeah, I know, but you can put him anywhere else.
Yeah, you could, but they didn't because it's incredibly convenient.
I'm not disagreeing with the fact that the Poe Gullet stuff is useless. I'm disagreeing with the fact that it's the first third of the movie. That's all I'm disagreeing with.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
we've
don't know.
got some follow up on the Alien Empire stuff. The Empire had a lot of alien slave labor. It's a little weird Andor shows none of that. It would make the universe feel larger with a few more species. Show the reach of the Empire's empire.
The show's focusing on Andor, and Andor's nowhere near this stuff, and it's
Also, I
Maybe in
feel
the
like the
prison.
implication of Narkina 5 is that prisoners get segmented based on their species because different people were getting directed to different planets.
it would also help for
And I
communication
feel like that had
because
they were asking where they were from, so I feel like there's some kind of correlation there.
it would also help for communication because if you get a Wookiee prisoner, for example, and the person who like leads that cell room doesn't understand
Yeah, that's
Wookiee,
actually a really good point. Yeah.
yeah, it would waste time trying
Wookiees
to.
literally don't have the ability to speak Galactic Basic, too.
Yeah, so the person would have to understand Wookiee, and if they don't, then that's a problem. Not to mention the Wookiee would need to communicate with his other cellmates who also need to tell him what to do, and he needs to tell them what to do. So yeah, that's like at least 5 or 6 people that need to communicate with him, and if they don't speak Wookiee or he doesn't speak or understand Basic, it's a problem for everyone.
Daniel says, because there are a lot of planets that has alien races in them that are not humans, amount of Xenos planets is the same as it was during the Republic. Wookiees of Zeb race, but not all of them. And I think as an example of aliens and Empire, you can use Rebels or Original Trilogy Episode 4 and 5, Tatooine and Cloud City as an example.
Those on
there are no aliens on Cloud City.
There are them working in like for
There's the
Lando.
Ugnaughts.
I can't speak on
But
Rebels.
they're
'cause I
very
haven't
much tucked away.
There
can't-
are a couple people that are working in the scrapyards for Lando, but he's not Empire at that point, so
I can't speak on Rebels because I haven't seen the show, but I believe
Like, I'm not
Darth
denying the
was-
existence of aliens in the galaxy. I was just
Yeah.
against the idea that aliens were somehow this big part of the Empire.
yeah, it's like we don't see them in the Star Destroyer cockpit, that's for sure.
Danny Low Martikov. I'm
That's
from
why we
Ukraine.
have factions like the Trade Federation that have.
What do you mean? Those guys with those weird helmets weren't aliens?
Nah, they're just dicks.
Dicks can be aliens. Just very flaccid.
Is that first-hand experience, Shandy? What?
Yes.
Yeah, no worries, Daniel. It being 5 a.m. though is crazy. Brain lag is forgiven.
Good to see you.
All good.
Non-human species like Wookiees, Mon Calamari, the Protrusians. I've never heard the Protrusians. I don't know what the Bodaki are
We're known
either.
to be
We're known
exploited.
to be
as slave
exploited.
labor.
Yeah, no, I agree. The Empire
Yeah,
enslaved
that's something
aliens.
we've listed a few times that the Empire uses them for slave labor. But I believe the question Darth was asking was to provide examples of aliens that were integrated into the
Because you would have to
Empire.
fundamentally alter the story.
I
Like,
think he's just looking for
people
more-
generally complain that there's not enough alien representation, what the content currently is. But I'm thinking about like
How that is
what we're
implemented.
shown and whether having more aliens would benefit any of those scenes, and I don't think they would.
It's also ignoring the fact that this show is focused on Andor and people surrounding Andor and their experiences and their stories. I don't see how the implementation of aliens really affects their stories in any meaningful degree.
Because
don't
they have
see-
a unique relationship to the Empire because of the specific oppression and prejudice against them. You can't really lump them in with the rest of the other humans.
No. It's not like Han Solo's relationship with Chewie, where it's basically a straight man versus a somewhat comedic character. Comedic in the sense that we don't understand what Chewie's saying, but just the noises that he's making are funny to listen to. And you've got the straight man shit from Han to just bounce off of that. Everyone here is like
Laugh it up, fuzzball.
everyone here is very, very serious. So trying to have a similar sort of dynamic there wouldn't really work for this show.
I mean, you
And
have Vetch, just kind of a similar vibe.
That's before the
Vetch,
shit really hits the fan,
yeah,
to be
Vetch is
honest.
in the
But yeah,
movie. I mean, in the show for like a minute.
No, I know. I'm just saying that could have potentially been a character that you could have done more with if you wanted to.
Yeah, but it wouldn't really work unless it's like an active part in Andor's story.
Don't have to be characters, even as the odd background extra. I don't know. I'm getting really sick of just a fuck ton of mostly ugly looking aliens in the background of Star Wars shows. It's doing nothing for me these days.
It's basically filler at that point, and I mean, if you want more filler, go for it. But I'm actually agreeing with Darth where I'd like aliens to serve a more unique purpose than rather just being there for
Andor
the sake.
also does that as well. There's a number of Coruscant scenes where you can see aliens in the background.
Sure.
And of course, the opening of the show when Andor's on Pax Milano 1.
But
Alan!
I'd like to get through this. We still have 2 more tumors
And
to
also
get
the
through.
beach planet, Niamos. There's quite a few aliens there too, just vibing on the beach.
Big chilling.
Very boring. And Star Wars
Anarchy
Andor
5.
is basically the same. It's as if you took Rogue One and turned it into a TV show. If you've liked Rogue One, then maybe you'll enjoy Andor.
no,
But a general
It's
person that's
nothing like
not huge
Rogue
into
One,
Star Wars or
other than
Rogue
having a
One,
character.
this
that
will
was in Rogue One.
probably
What the
And that-
fuck? You need no prior Star Wars knowledge to enjoy this show. For the first time, Star Wars has managed to actually be appealing to non-Star Wars fans. That's just completely fucking false.
I actually think I have
Rogue One
most
is
of
very
my-
dependent on you already liking Star Wars, though. That is true.
I have had most of my memory of like most of Star Wars material like wiped from my brain. Like I can barely even remember the OT by this point. I enjoyed
That's unfortunate.
Andor tremendously. Like I don't give a crap about
Yeah,
Star
it gives you all
Wars.
the context you need. And
have-
if you are a fan of Star Wars, there's really interesting deep cuts that really enriches the story, but it's not necessary to be aware of those. It's just nice icing.
Like at
It's
the
not the
moment, the
substance
majority
itself.
of my brain is made up of Andor. Then there's like a little bit of it that's left for the prequels, and then a little bit of it left for Visions. That's it. I don't care about anything
Yep.
else. I don't care about the prequels either, but that's just because I've spent a lot of time
Oh
talking
yeah, I
about it
forgot about
recently.
Visions. I think we're going to be getting another season of that this
I
year.
hope so. I really like Visions.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what other animation studios can come up with their take on Star Wars, because clearly Star Wars is a ripe fucking IP as Andor shows. Just put some interesting creatives in charge of it, and you'll get good results.
Unfortunately, the show's boring, so
That's what a show like this usually needs to achieve if it wants a huge audience and wants to become very successful. It needs to not only please diehard fans that would watch anything Star Wars related, but also just casual Star Wars fans and the general public.
It does.
And
that's the thing. The general public, for the most part, doesn't like watching Mandalorian or doesn't like watching Book of Boba Fett. Book of Boba Fett got trashed on tremendously when that show came out.
I think Mandalorian is unfortunately quite popular with the wider audience.
It was in season 1. I don't know how successful season 2 was.
Yeah, because season 2 is definitely being like, oh, look at this thing from Clone Wars, which is going to lose quite a few people.
Like, I can
'cause
definitely
they
see
don't
the
even give you
appeal.
reason to care in the context of the show.
I can definitely see the appeal for Mandalorian season 1 because it appealed to me because there was a lot of stuff in there that was new and I didn't have to have prior Star Wars knowledge to actually watch it and enjoy it. Season 2,
Yeah.
not so much, Boba Fett, Ahsoka, Luke
Cad
Skywalker,
Bane,
Cad Bane, Baby
the
Yoda.
Mandalorian chick. Fuck
who?
is her name? Oh my god, I'm blanking on her name. The ginger
Mary Jane
Mandalorian
Watson.
chick.
Let's go with that.
I do not know.
I don't know who the hell you're talking about. Well, I mean, I know who you're talking about. I just don't know what her name
Bo-Katan.
is.
Bo-Katan.
What? Is that her name?
It's a complete lack of recognition.
Is that her name?
Yeah, she was introduced in the season 2 episode where they're on the water planet.
Just so you
and
know, I've only seen one episode of
Mandalorian.
Mandalorian season 2.
Oh, okay. No wonder you have no idea what I mean then.
Yeah.
But she's
Andor
from the
is-
Clone Wars.
Well, no, I remember who she was from the last episode, being that she was the only redhead in the episode, but that's about it.
is failing hard at doing that. Much like Rogue One, this show seems to think that being endlessly drab, dull, serious, and boring is a substitute for legitimate entertainment. Low standards have infested Star Wars to the point that mediocrity is unceremoniously being praised as greatness. And even calling this show mediocre is giving it way too much credit. Star Wars died the day that George Lucas sold the IP.
Yes, because everything George produced was just so astoundingly amazing.
Yeah, okay.
George never once made a fuck up in his life, ever. He never.
So I don't
No,
agree,
I
there's
actually
been some
wonder
good
why George Lucas sold
expanded
Star
material.
Wars in the first place if everything he made was just such a glowing fucking success. Right? He just sold it for no reason at all. Dumbass.
The Star Wars story was told by George Lucas. The rest is just nonsensical propaganda, milking the cow for money as much as they can
He
now.
clearly has just no
But the way
experience with the expanded universe. That's very much the vibe I'm getting. Because only people who are familiar with the movies and the TV shows alone would make a statement like
There's
Star Wars doesn't work without George Lucas.
There's a sentiment that I'm seeing a lot from a specific crowd of people on the internet, and those are comic book fans. When looking at things like Marvel and DC, and there's a lot of comic book fans who are getting increasingly more and more irritated at movie fans and TV fans for being like, oh, this is peak Marvel, this is peak DC, and the sentiment is something that I can agree with because if you're someone who like read these comic books growing up, or you got into them after a certain point in your life, and you just been reading them and you come into this mainstream thing of movies and TV shows, and you see a whole bunch of people talking about the stuff that you are familiar with from a source material standpoint, and they just like crapping on it constantly, or they're giving it false praise, and this thing that you're really, really liking. I can see why you would be annoyed, and I can see for a similar thing with Star Wars fans being people who read the expanded material, who played the games like KOTOR 1 and 2, or consume things that weren't made by George Lucas, being very, very irritated at the fact that the expanded material was decanonized, and being very, very irritated at the fact that a lot of people are saying, oh, they are taking concepts from the expanded material and making them better, like the Death Troopers from Mando Season 2, or whatever the fuck is going on there.
I haven't seen many people saying that, fortunately. The thing that just shits me is when people have this really myopic view of Star Wars because they've only consumed the movies and they're not aware of the stuff that has very little oversight from George Lucas that actually manages to fit perfectly within the franchise. And in some cases is better than Lucas's own work, so yeah. That's why it's frustrating.
Yeah, Andor's better than Return of the Jedi. I'll just put it out right there. I think this is better than Return of the Jedi.
Oh, I have trouble comparing the two. They're trying to do very different things.
I find it a lot more. I find it a lot easier to take Andor seriously. My state. What am I looking for here?
I'd probably say Andor is more profound than Return of the Jedi, yeah.
My suspension of disbelief is less likely to be destroyed watching Andor than it would be watching something like Return of the Jedi.
That's fair.
Return of the Jedi has some very goofy scenes, especially like with the opening thing on Tatooine, and then just I almost called them Jawas, the Ewoks, beating up stormtroopers with sticks and stones. That shit always gets me. I like
you could
it.
have made it work, but the way it's executed in some scenes
The thing
definitely
is,
stretches disbelief.
I like it, but I like it for a different reason. I like it because it's fun, and I like having fun in movies. But it's a very drastic tone issue for me to go from Luke's scene in Palpatine's throne room to the shit that's going on at
Yeah.
what's the name of that moon again?
Endor.
Endor, and I almost called it Andor, but yeah.
That's no moon.
But
man.
obviously the primary examples to use, yeah, would be the prequels. Like Andor is better than the prequels, just hands down. Like there's no competition. Yeah, the prequels
Yes,
suck.
Andor is trying to do kind of similar things to what the prequels attempted to much greater success.
And it's not made by
In
George
some ways,
Lucas.
it's doing some things what the original trilogy tried to do to greater success. I think their conception, realization of the Empire and the Rebellion is far more compelling in Andor than it is in the original trilogy.
George's 2.5 out of 6 for Star Wars. Technically 7 Christmas special is canon. Return is the 0.5 for George. It's half good. Shh.
George would hit you with a hammer if you tried to say the Christmas special is canon.
I believe that you are misguided in your efforts to canonize the
That's
Christmas
not real.
special.
Never happened.
They're doing it, they won't be able to do this for long. What I learned over
YouTube didn't give me a notification that you were streaming. Fuck you, YouTube, you cowards. Share
Well,
the stream.
we're shown as unlisted, so that might be why.
I got a notification.
I did not.
I made it public, so it should have sent out notifications. So I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe next time I'll just make it public from the get-go instead of unlisted.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we can have all the fun difficulties.
Hell yeah, brother.
over the past
Publicly
years
advertise
is
their
that Disney
incompetence.
wouldn't be able to make another good original story even if their life depends on it.
Well, they did it.
The last
so.
10 years are nothing but reboots, sequels, spin-offs, and live-action adaptations of their old
Oh yes, the last 10 years includes movies like Eternals, includes shows like Andor. Definitely a reboot.
That's a very unfortunately short list.
I was trying to think of more, but I mean, you've got things like Doctor Strange, you've got Ant-Man, you've got the Guardians of the Galaxy movies. Star
Yeah,
Wars,
10
nothing.
years is an insanely long time.
I can't think of anything for Star Wars besides Andor. Maybe no,
Neither.
not that one.
Visions.
Visions, yeah, Visions.
Couple episodes
Visions.
of Visions are good.
Visions.
In terms of like the standard Disney stuff,
Bloodlines.
Clone Wars. Bad Batch.
But see, Disney has very little to do with the publication side of things, so I don't really want to start listing expanded material.
It's just like Disney bad.
Disney bad.
Anyway,
Classics.
the well was already poisoned. Now it's just being replaced with
Now the weather
mercury.
is poisoned.
No, he's poisoning the weather.
feels like a disservice to all fans
It's the Chong effect from Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness. He's just poisoning the weather, turning it red.
of Star Wars out there when they think they can produce great
Fans of
stories
Star
and
Wars?
products with so little attention and promptness. Movies and series take dedication,
attention,
creativity, and artistic
Underwear?
inspiration.
Oh no!
But for
What did you
It
do?
always comes back to Raimi. It always comes
I
back to
can't
fucking
fucking
Spider-Man.
believe it. Oh my god.
It's always funny that they use Spider-Man 2 for that example, because the moment you talk about that movie in any capacity compared to how they talked about things like the sequel trilogy or Andor, they get very annoyed when you start bringing up similar problems that are existing in
Thanks,
that film
Daniel. Have a
still.
good one.
Thank
Oh
you,
yeah, thanks Daniel. We now know your name for future reference, so thanks for stopping by.
Have a good sleep.
Spider-Man 2 has a few problems, and these people would not be happy if you brought them up, because reasons, obviously. Movie's perfect. What do you mean?
Disney, it's all about getting the next thing out there as soon as possible. Put some diverse
Which is why they
characters all
spent
over
so
the
long on
place,
Andor.
buy
Oh wait.
Where are the diverse characters in Andor?
Which is why they spent so long on Andor, and why they're going to spend even longer on the next season dropping. Yeah, that definitely scans with your narrative.
positive reviews, and call it a day. I have to say I'm pretty disappointed in Disney fans, whether it be Star Wars or Marvel or whatever. They will accept
I'm not a
anything
Disney
Disney
fan.
throws at them
Shows footage of Thor Ragnarok for people accepting garbage. Thor Ragnarok was canned on release. People hated this fucking movie. It was probably the only Marvel movie that released last year.
You mean Love and Thunder?
Yeah, what did I say?
Ragnarok.
Ragnarok.
Oh, I'm
I was
sorry.
like, what the fuck?
Thor Love and Thunder. Yeah, this movie was canned on release. People hated it. Like, even like the general like mainstream
Yeah.
normie audience
Yeah,
despised
my normie
watching
friends
this
were not
movie.
very positive on it.
Why would you show this as an example? This movie did awful. I think
It's
it
in his
made back
Marvel
its money,
folder.
but it was not. It was not
It's
like
a
fun
Marvel
time.
product. Of course, it's gonna make back its money, but yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, like you look at things like Doctor Strange: Multiverse of Madness, which made
Oh,
like
yeah.
900 million. I think this one only made like 4.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yep.
And it came out after Multiverse of Madness.
Disney really is just pushing the Multiverse of Madness. I've seen like 8 ads for it and nothing else.
I think that's just because it came out on streaming services.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like constantly.
It was the
Man,
only movie
they've-
they'd released last year that made close to $1 billion. So obviously they
They've
wanted to-
detonated and fragmented their universe so hard that I don't even want to look at any future Marvel stuff because I
Neither.
just don't know
It's
how
Guardians
I
of the
can
Galaxy 3 and I'm
possibly
done.
piece stuff together.
It's Guardians of the Galaxy 3. And
I don't
I'm
even
done.
know if I want to see Guardians 3.
do.
Maybe
I
if
do.
I hear if it's good.
I'll tell you if it's good. I'll go watch it.
Okay, I'll trust your opinion.
The only time I'll actually end up watching a Marvel movie is if Sky asks me to cover it on Ecom. Besides that, I'm not gonna bother. There's so much crap coming out that I actually am
Went from
interested in.
fish out of water to special needs. Yeah, he's a bit of a El Retardo in Love and Thunder.
Yeah, he kind of like destroys an entire civilization's like most sacred church, and then he's like, "Hey, I'm such a wacky guy." It's like, what the
I am
fuck
your
is happening?
god.
I forgot
Yeah.
that happened.
Yeah, everyone in that movie is just lobotomized.
and learn
Very
to love
silly.
it.
And then he's trying to fuck
Disney
his
has
hammer.
somehow lost their magic mojo. They have become a greedy, lazy and very woke company and lost that magic that made them so great in the first place. And Andor isn't a return to quality. It's some of the most boring Star Wars I have ever watched. I've just
And it
sat
wasn't
there and
Star
watched 3
Wars.
episodes and I
Checkmate, liberal.
Oh, he's only watched 3.
Yeah.
Maybe if he
Well.
stuck around, he would have had a different fucking opinion. Did he maybe think of that?
Especially
Fucking dumbass.
considering the next arc is quite different.
Also, maybe you just needed to realize something. Maybe Star Wars needed to focus more on like slow-paced stories, focusing more on characters, focusing more on plot,
You
focusing
mean do
more on
something that it has
yeah, do
not done
something.
ever?
No. Just do something. Do something other than fucking blowing your own brains out.
Come on, do something.
Just poke it
Come
with a stick.
on, do something.
Like, I don't know. Black Pearl is probably the right word to use here, right phrase to use here, because it made me go, "Oh shit, Star Wars actually is capable of being good." I had
And now,
no fucking
whenever,
clue.
now whenever you watch the Star Wars product that comes out after Andor that tries to do nostalgia shit, it's poison. It's so much worse now.
I found that out
I
after
actively
watching No Way Home.
recoil.
Like after watching No Way Home, anything that I see that's nostalgia bait, I'm like, ugh,
Yeah,
gross, go
yeah.
away.
Tales of the Jedi was an extremely painful experience right
Oh,
after
I
Andor.
hated watching that. Oh,
Bad
the
Batch,
first episode pissed me
First
off.
2 episodes were not good, but the third one actually started doing interesting things, and I was like, okay, all right, not a complete write-off yet.
Yet.
Oh, Tales of the Jedi.
Ugh.
I forgot
honestly
that
can't see me
exists.
bothering with any more. I think I have enough of the show. Just like I have enough of Disney's Star Wars in general. But what do you think? Do you agree or disagree?
What do you
I think I've
think?
agreed with a single thing you've said.
All right, I have to head off. Enjoy the rest of the
Oh
nonsense. that's
no, you're
happening.
gonna leave us both here to suffer
Yep,
alone.
I am. I have things to do, unfortunately.
That's
but yes,
fine.
thank you.
Thanks for
Thank you.
stopping
I will,
by.
No problem. I'll be back on next week, I'm guessing.
No,
if
week
you said-
after.
Oh, okay. No problem. All right, have fun.
Take care, man.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Do I need to change anything in my stream
Ironic.
settings? No, I don't. Okay, it looks fine. Cool. So it's a Shandy and Darth special today. Let's go.
Tell me in the comments and like the video and subscribe to the channel for more videos on Star Wars and other stuff.
So
So
that was awful. That was
Yeah.
so fucking bad.
for any of you who are interested in doing that, please remember, don't be vicious. Don't go there with any malicious intent. Just go give them your very honest thoughts, if you care enough to do so. Otherwise, I think we might just leave the last 3 seconds because there's nothing else that he really talks about that's of too much interest.
We may as well have left the last 11 minutes if that was the case.
True, but I feel like that video was a very good way of just getting us into the right frame of mind for what
I
we're going to
just,
be
oh
discussing.
god, please, for the love of God, give me any kind of evidence to interact with in the next video, because there's nothing worse than people just making claims with no support.
This
It's the worst. It's the absolute worst, because I usually disagree with the conclusions, but I can't do anything because there's nothing to respond to.
This show is
Hold on. Okay, there we go. Yeah, no.
Andor is bad.
That was. But I think Uvu had a term for it. I think it was just opinion vomit or something like that. Like he's just throwing out stuff without any anecdotal
Thought
evidence.
dump, I think is what he said.
Thought dump. Wervos is in chat. Hi, Wervos. Would you like to join us? And by join us, I mean, would you like to get into the call just so we have a third voice here that's actually gonna help out without?
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck it. I might as
You're
well
a
just
fan
add
of
into the call.
Andor. Get in here.
This is gonna show up on stream, so yeah. What the fuck is your name?
We're talking about the Star Wars masterpiece from 1978. Yeah, we briefly brought up that video. I would have rather watched that video than the one we just watched because at least it was funny.
Which one? Star Wars masterpiece from 1978.
Yeah, that was the that was the name. That was the name of the praise video that was absolute wank I was telling you about. It's called Andor is a Star Wars masterpiece from 1978.
Wilvis, am I just not friends with you on Discord or something?
Oh wait, I can probably bring him in here.
I tried typing his name in and it just didn't do anything. Add friend to DM. Where are you with us?
I got him.
What the fuck?
Doo-doo.
Leaked information.
Leaked. Hey, Werv, how's it going?
Alright.
There we go. We got guest number 3 from chat, no less. Wervis,
Yeah,
if you
you're just a
scroll up,
peasant.
you can find the watch together link.
What?
Scroll up and you can find the watch together link. It's not hard.
I don't know how to. I never used Watch Together before.
What do you-
It's just,
okay.
yeah.
So
It's pretty
go
simple.
up, find the watch together link, and once you do that, press pause and whatever pops up. Okay.
You don't have to press pause, I don't think.
Yeah, maybe not. Okay. So, Wervos, if you've not used Watch Together before, then let me just explain this. This is a shared video we all have access to. So if you want to press pause, you can. If Darth wants to press pause, he can, and then it pauses it for everyone, so you can let
Yep.
up whatever thoughts you want. Most of the time, I think I'll probably be the one to pause it, just because I have conversations that are happening. But you can do that if you feel like it. But in case you haven't been made aware of what we're doing, we're responding to some Andor takes, and you've seen Andor, right?
Yes.
What did you think of it?
I loved the show. I thought it was very poignant with its message, and like it. I'm so used to Star Wars delivering like messages such as like 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 hope good, rebellion good, and such like vapid ways that it becomes like it's become like a generic trope, like another like
Yeah.
hope trope, like, and then you can't do that theme in an interesting way. As like I actually like honestly believed this at some point, but after the show, I was like, oh wait, yeah, you can do like stuff like show hope in a way that's like interesting and nuanced and show how complex
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah, no,
And-
the black pill, as Darth likes to put it. It was a very interesting experience being able to go, oh, Star Wars can actually be good. Like, it doesn't have to do like the standard Star Wars shit. It can just do
Yeah,
other
she
stuff and
has
still be
some-
really good.
Poignant themes that can resonate in a modern setting.
Also, I don't think anyone else mentioned this, but the fact that Andy Serkis came back as a character and wasn't wasted immediately in the form of Snoke, that
Yeah,
was
I'm
very
happy for him.
cathartic.
I'm happy that he got to show off his acting chops.
And he
Oh,
he did
I love that
so
character.
good. He was like arguably like the second or third best character in the show just from his acting alone.
Yep.
I would put Luther and I would put Mon Mothma above him, but fuck, he's still like really, really good.
Yeah, considering the relatively smaller amount of screen time he had, he definitely made an impression. And he had such a nice little like self-contained arc that he went through that was very believable.
Yeah. I was so hoping his character would get out, but then at the end he's just like, I can't swim. It's just like, oh no.
I was both heartbroken
bad.
that happened, and I was like, oh, come on, that's so fucking lame. Why? You go through all this trouble and you just can't swim? That sucks, man.
Life do be like that.
Yeah, I
I
wonder if like that's what I kind of meant. Like there's like a double meaning with him saying he considered himself a dead man anyway. Because like
Yes.
the initial understanding is like, oh, it's because like I like might as well like dying out and just spend our whole
Because
life
I'm gonna
like in a
just
meaningless
rot in
work
here because they're
environment.
never gonna let us out otherwise, yeah.
But then now when he says now it feels like there was a double meaning to that where he understands that he can't even like
Which
knows
makes what
that
he does
can't-
even
yeah,
more
anyway.
significant because he's leading a rebellion. He's doing the same thing as Luthen. He's leading a rebellion for a sun. What the fuck am I
A
trying
sunrise
to
he will never see.
say? Yes, thank
Yeah.
you. I got very tongue-tied.
Yeah, I hope
Andor
he comes
being
back
genuinely
and
good
that he.
surprised me so much. Oh my god, same. I
Yeah.
kind of had a feeling it was going to be different because I was paying attention to a lot of the pre-release interviews and the way that Gilroy was talking about the show and just his general perspective on storytelling. I was like, wait, this is actually the right attitude that I want to see, and it actually manifested in the show, so that was really cool.
Yeah, I think Darth was probably like the only person I know who was even somewhat positive about the show before it came out.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm glad that
It's
panned out
nice.
really well.
It's
I thought-
nice
I
for
thought he
that
was
to not be
coping.
copium for a change.
Yeah, I thought you were like, Kenobi, like,
yeah,
guys,
you were all
next show will
telling
be
me it was
good.
copium.
It's like, didn't you say this about Kenobi? Like, I don't know.
Oh god, if I did, I don't blame
You
you for not
did.
believing
You
me.
did.
I think you did, but then you kind of started to get a bit more sus when it was leaked out. Like they started changing the story a bit to be less dark. And like, oh, this sounds kind of
Oh
bad.
yeah, that was very big red flags.
But yeah,
But before
enough,
then, you were like, oh yeah, it's gonna be great.
enough
To
preamble.
be fair, I
think
don't
we
think
should
anyone
get
was
in.
truly expecting Kenobi to be that bad.
Yes and no. Like I knew the show was going to be dog turd, but I didn't know how big of a turd it was going to be. If that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
If
Yeah,
you're
like-
asked someone to write like a rebad script for Kenobi, I don't think people would come up with like, oh, two like mercenaries failed, trip and fall over the place trying to chase a child Leia through the forest, or like, oh yeah, to get out of the Imperial secure like Inquisitor facility, Obi-Wan puts Leia in like a big trench coat, and then they like walk out. I don't think people would have come up
That
with that.
feeling
That's
when
like,
my
it's
man
like-
has
Oh,
two
I like-
extra legs.
Oh, I like that quote from chat. A society grows great when old men plant trees whose shade they know they will never sit in.
Yeah,
That's
no.
pretty much Luthen's character in a nutshell.
And apparently so is Andy Serkis's character, if we are to believe that he knew he couldn't get out there anyways. Which,
Also,
yeah.
you can it's interesting you use trees as the metaphor then, because there's also that episode which is the axe forgets but the tree remembers, which I think kind of ties into what you're talking about a bit too.
True. No, that's pretty cool. But
It's all
yeah,
connected like branches of a tree.
we have 2 more videos to get through, so we should
Oh,
probably
God.
start.
What did you watch originally?
A very bad Andor review.
Is it the one that's on screen right now, or was it?
No, this is the next one.
Okay.
So, for those in chat who have not seen it yet, let me just pull it up. This is a video from a lad named fuck, what's his name? Let me check
Gold
description.
skull Batman.
Clipped Coins. His name is
Oh,
Clipped
close enough.
Coins. Madvicket seems to be familiar with him, and he immediately went, "Oh, for fuck's sake, no!" These are all videos that were recommended to me by a subscriber. Shellshock. I think he was in chat a little while ago.
Appropriate name.
Yeah, no, appropriate name considering the effect that this shit has had on us.
Thank you for my PTSD. Appreciate it.
There's
Give
any
me the
very
crap
weird thing to
Andor
watch.
reviews. We're gonna give it to you. We're gonna get into it. We've got this
Does
one,
any-
and then we've got one more, and then I think we're gonna do one more episode on Andor 2 weeks from now.
Cool.
It's gonna be really weird for me to watch because I am actually also familiar with this content creator, but I'm familiar with their content on a different channel before this channel was created.
Oh, interesting.
Ooh.
A very long time ago.
Sounds like
That's
you're
cool.
going to be
You'll be able to give us
biased.
a neat perspective then.
Because
Sounds
I
like
used
you're
to
going
watch
to be
their
biased and
very
nitpicky.
old content.
Is he any good?
Hey, Shellshock.
It was Minecraft content.
Was he any good?
Minecraft content to video essayist pipeline.
He made like a decent map, I think. I don't know how I think about it now.
Oh, no. Okay, that's enough. Let's
fucking
go.
go.
Okay.
This show is easily the most unnecessary series ever created for Star Wars.
5 seconds in, and I already want to punch him.
I mean, Book of Boba Fett exists.
Book of Boba. Tales of the
Bad
Jedi
Batch
exists.
exists.
Rebels exists.
Tales of the
think-
Jedi, I feel like you can make a better argument for giving necessary
Technically,
context that the
Visions.
prequels are completely absent.
Technically, Visions exists. Yeah, because No one asked for that. It doesn't apply to anything. It's literally like just a bunch of
Yeah,
studios
we're
doing
already
their own
getting a
fucking
lot
thing.
of deja vu. So
I don't necessarily care about how quote unquote necessary a story
Yeah.
feels, because I feel like you could just apply that argument to like any form of side story you tell in the Star Wars
Any
universe.
media,
And
honestly.
Yes.
Any
does that mean
media.
you could just never tell like side stories? Like you can't
The
just
point is to take an element that isn't interesting and make it interesting.
yeah.
Like politics, which Andor did really, really well.
Or Andor himself.
True. They made a
Yeah, I don't
droid
need
who took more energy to tell lies more interesting than C-3PO in the fucking sequel trilogy. Or the prequel
Yeah.
trilogy, for that matter. So.
Yeah. Pretty
It's
much.
I don't need-
telling the backstory of a backstory that originated from less than 3
Is this
lines
just the
of
same
dialogue
video
in the
again?
original.
Maybe, but
That's
just longer.
every backstory.
We're already point for points within like 10 seconds. That's amazing.
What? Well, I'm only experiencing these arguments now, so for me, I'm just like,
Well, maybe we
okay.
should just keep quiet and let Wobus react
I
for
mean-
the first 10
I mean,
minutes.
it's like I feel super. I keep trying to use this word. I always forget how to pronounce. But
Superfluous.
superfluous. So yeah, where it's just like
Spinach.
yeah, like you can put all these words on it, but I don't think any of this is necessarily bad. It's like oh, it's a side story that wasn't necessarily to be told. It's just like I mean, sure, but a lot of side stories are like that. It's just interesting. That's all that really matters. Like it's a backstory of a backstory. It's like well, if that backstory is interesting to explore, there's like major stuff here that
It's just
has been
such a
touched upon before. could
backwards
be
way of
interesting.
thinking because no story is necessary as an idea. It's about what the actual end result is. It's about the outcome that makes something necessary or not. You can retroactively make something feel very necessary and integral to fitting in within the wider universe.
I would actually argue Andor is necessary to make Cassian Andor more of a likable character in Rogue One.
Yes, as a result of the outcome, I think Andor is very necessary. I think it adds a lot of really important context to both Rogue One
adds
and the original
substance.
trilogy.
It adds substance. It adds
It makes
impact.
Luke's victory feel so much more impactful because we know how genuinely awful it is to live under the Empire, which the original
Yes.
trilogy didn't give us a good sense of.
No, it basically started off. I mean, the opening title crawl for Star Wars: A New Hope just starts off by saying the Empire is bad. Fight
Yeah,
them.
pretty much. They literally call them the evil Empire or the evil
This
Darth Vader.
shows you the Empire being bad. It gives you reason to be like, oh, they're fucking awful. But then on the inverse, it's also like, but there are still people working inside this organization. These people have their own goals and their own ambitions and their own reasons for working with the Empire, and this is why.
And it takes doing actions that some might consider to be evil to oppose the Empire in the first place because of how extreme you have to be in order to make any meaningful change.
So I like how Andor just inadvertently countered your first point by actually proving how necessary it was. It's actually very necessary.
I wonder if this unnecessary point comes from like the steel man position. I'm wondering if it comes from like have overall like opinion that like like these sequels to Star Wars were unnecessary and that like they
Yeah, it
still
usually
ended
does.
and that like what happened with Marvel where it just feels like now it's just creating unnecessary sequels over and over again where it just feels like it's diluting the universe a bit. But and so I guess I think that's like a theme that comes from that idea where it's just like, oh, all these sequels are necessary and these shouldn't have been made in the first place, and
The
just like
problem is Star Wars has
capitalist like
always
corporate stuff.
grappled with this problem. As early as when the prequels came out, this conversation was being had. So it feels unfair to dump all of this on Andor.
There for me it's like interesting because I feel like that position also comes from a place where it's like the only reason we're really talking about this because those sequels feel like worse than the original. Because if like everything was as good and like poignant and unique on its own, it's like oh, it's just really good. It's just expanding on this thing I wasn't expanding on before. Then this conversation wouldn't be happening. People wouldn't care about sequels being unnecessary or not. But the issue is that because the sequels were bad, that's why we're having a conversation about oh well, why did we make these in the first place? They were so unnecessary.
Yep. For shizzle.
My shizzle. Anyways.
Original Star Wars movie. This series is slow, it's boring, it's obviously just another lazy cash grab by Disney on
How is it lazy? How is spending so much time and resources and putting so much care and deliberation and Tony Gilroy going to all that effort, as someone who isn't a Star Wars fan, to preserve his vision, lazy? How do you look at anything in the show and think it's lazy?
I'm just trying to think of how arrogant you'd have to be to look at the show and be like, I could have done better.
To be
I
fair,
feel
he
like
isn't
I would have
saying that,
to-
but
No,
I
I
can't
know.
honest.
I
interact
know
with
he's
the
not
idea of
saying
it being
that,
lazy
but
because I
I
have no
feel
idea
like
what
this
you're
is
trying to
kind of
do.
like a substitute for a similar argument where if you consider something to be lazy, then there is an element of you that is suggesting that you know what can be done to make it better or less lazy.
Yeah, maybe.
So,
On top of that, it's crammed full of woke garbage that has
Oh.
no subtlety
it's the same
whatsoever.
video.
And of course,
at least he made a good Minecraft map.
Garbage.
That's
Me
more,
too.
That's more going for him than the
Me
previous
too,
content
Maps.
creator.
He made 2 maps. Even
There was
better.
supposed to be a third one, but then it never released. It was supposed to be like my Half-Life 3
Can you
when I was a
please just
kid. Like,
give
no,
us the
where's
Minecraft lore?
where's
I
where's
thought
the
you said
trilogy?
he made Me Too maps.
No, not Me Too Maps. No, Me Too.
How would that work, Darth? Exactly? How would that function?
I'll leave it to your own
This was
imagination.
pre-Me Too, okay? It was like in the olden days.
I'm just yeah.
Shellshock says, my favorite scene in the show is Luthen's discussion with Saw over betraying Krieger. Luthen plans into future, and for him, it's a needed sacrifice, while Saw thinks it's wrong stabbing him in the back. Yeah, it was really interesting to see Saw push back against Luthen for being too extreme, considering the kind of character he normally is. I think that
Yeah.
added great dimension and nuance to
think,
both
like,
of their characters.
I think the reason is because from Saw's perspective, it's just like, wait, you could literally just do this to me.
Yes.
Like, you're doing this to his other rebel
100%.
cell. I might have a similar rebel cell. You could just do this to me where you just one day decide, like, oh, yeah, we have information that could save you, but we
On
just let
top
you
of
die
knowing
instead.
that Luthen has spies in the ISB as well, he's like, well, fuck, are the spies in my organization too? Like, no wonder he's kind of paranoid by the time of Rogue One, because Rogue One does nothing to establish why he's so just schizo. So it's
Rogue One
nice
does
that
nothing to
Andor
establish anything. That's
is
my
there.
career from what I remember.
Yeah.
Bogalet.
Andor fixes some issues with Melshi, Luthen, and Saw characters and motivations. I don't think there are any issues with Melshi in Rogue One. It's just there wasn't really much to him.
Was Luthen in Rogue One?
No.
Odds to fix what ain't broke, but alright.
of course, this series is trying to tell the history of a character that no one cares about. And to make
yet,
it worse,
wait,
we've
hold on,
all...
fuck. And yet so many people do care about him now because of the show.
And
Again.
even think about all those Marvel movies that are based on like F tier characters that end up being like interesting because you put effort and care and you have something to say with them, and then retroactively people really like those characters and they become more popular.
Look at a show like Peacemaker, which was like bottom of the barrel character casting. Or just
Yeah.
character making. And yet people adore Peacemaker. They love the fucking show. I saw Peacemaker at the start of last year and I adored that fucking show. It's
It was a fun show.
amazing. Like,
I
come
love when
on.
the Justice League show up and
It's-
they just
Go
shit
fuck
on them.
another
It's
fish.
It's interesting because I wonder if like him being a character that no one cared about initially like helped the show in a way. Because I feel like, oh, I have to do work to really make this character like interesting and have you connect with him more, as opposed to something like Book of Boba Fett, where they're starting from the position of like, oh, there's a fan favorite character. Like, let's just do some fun stuff of a fan favorite character. Maybe that like makes him a bit more.
Yeah, I can
lazy.
see that logic being
Yep.
applied where like you need to actually put effort into characters that people don't
Yep,
care
that's
about.
actually part of why I was excited for Andor, because I was like, oh, thank fucking god they can't rely on a character that's everyone already really loves. They have to actually put effort into making them care about the character from the substance instead of pre-existing material.
I wonder if that might actually be the logic that gets used here for like just the majority of shit that comes out of Disney.
Maybe.
Well,
I think it can create a wrong
it's hard
attitude.
to say. It's hard to say. My pet theory. I have no evidence for this, so take this with like extreme grain of salt. My theory is that like a lot of the popular characters, a lot of like the high up executives who are like kind of like the worst writers but have more sway in the company want the projects with the more like popular characters, and so they
Yep.
try to like get those ones because it's like, oh, I want to make the Boba Fett show, or I want to make the show of like this character or that character because they're like really popular. Like, I want my name to be with that
It's
character.
like a guaranteed return of investment. And with someone like Tony Gilroy, who isn't really a Star Wars fan and isn't interested in writing those pre-established characters, I think you tend to get more interesting auteur talent when you aren't dealing with those big elements, pre-established elements. Because I feel like the best writers don't want to touch that shit with a 10-foot pole. Is very much the impression I get from how they talk about these things.
Introverted Robot brings up a good point. It's like Saul Goodman. He was such a one-note character. Then breaking Better Call Saul comes along and
Breaking Call Saul.
made him the best character in the Brrba universe.
Purba universe.
Good
I've
point.
never seen that abbreviation before.
I have, but I did this on purpose. This is me we're talking about. Come on, of course I would. But yeah, let's keep going.
Already seen where this character's story
Oh yeah, I wanted to mention something. Genosa's arc, that's all.
will end, so who really cares? This makes it difficult to feel any sense of tension or concern no matter what happens. If he gets captured, we know he will escape. If he's in some
There's
sort
so
of
many
fight,
characters who have fates that aren't accounted for. Try
Well-
again. Shit fucking argument.
Well, there's like a lot of characters. Casting's not the only characters, so a lot of characters and a lot of perspectives are given the show. We don't know who lives and who dies. Like
Me
for
when
example,
I watch the
again,
movie again and I know exactly what's going to happen, so I don't care.
again, like the
Yeah,
that
that
prison
also.
guy. Why have I forgotten his name?
Kino
I knew
Loy.
it, like
How could
Yeah,
you forget Kino?
yeah, Kino.
This
Like-
is cinema.
Yep.
Kino, right? Yeah, like,
Unironically though.
I didn't know his character would never die. Like, I really wanted him to live, but then like at the end, he's like, "Oh, he can't swim." It's like, "Ah, damn it!" Like, really? Like, I just like I wanted that one kid from like the heist arc to have like the young person that had his manifesto and it's just like he like talking about all this stuff in his dreams and all that, and then like he just kind of gets crushed by a thing. It's like, oh, he's paralyzed. It's like, oh, that sucks. But it's like, oh, maybe he'll live still though. But then in the end, it's like, oh, he dies anyway. It's like, oh no, like I want him to live. Like it seemed like he was gonna make it by the end, but like because he got off the planet, it seemed like he couldn't make out. If not,
I'm
paralyzed
actually
for
going
his
to bring
life,
up a
and he
really
dies,
odd example.
like in surgery.
Or how
Andor-
shocking it is. Oh, sorry, you go, Shandy.
Andor himself. The show made me care about Andor a lot, and the fact that I
Yeah.
know he's going to die in the next installment, I guess, really sucks.
It makes his journey retroactively more kind of important and kind of tragic in a way because you know where it's leading, and so a lot of the actions and things that get said about the nature of rebellion feel that much more impactful because you know where it's all leading up to.
Well, yeah, that's also a point. Where it's just like if he was like his Cassian's arc is written around the idea that we know he's gonna die. Because it seems like the big themes is like his arc in the show. It's like what brings a person that like accept like join a rebellion when joining a rebellion couldn't be like the destruction of your life, like the things you care about, and and the end of your life, and then just what does it mean to fight for things, to sacrifice your life, is for a cause that you'll never see the outcome for, and what kind of person would do such a thing? Because it seems like crazy, like that
Yeah.
someone would do that.
No, but like, why exactly does this person think that just because something is canonically set before another thing, that it inherently makes it less interesting? You don't know all of the events that led up to fucking plot point A, so why are you just ignoring it? Like, imagine
Yeah,
if
it's
you're sitting in
really
a history
simplistic
class
view.
and you're talking about, I don't know, the American Revolution, and you're like, I don't need to learn about this stuff. I already know where my fucking Ford Focus is parked. I don't
History
need
is
to
a
fucking listen to this
great
shit.
example, actually. No one complains about spoilers for history when it comes to like telling a compelling tale.
Who the hell is this George Washington character? My current president is
Well,
Biden. Why do I care?
It's interesting as well because I feel like I never understood this perspective
It's a dumb
because
perspective to have.
like 90% of stories, I feel like you can just predict that like the main character won't die until like maybe the end.
Unless you're Ryan Johnson, of course.
And it's like some like really like wacky story like Game of Thrones just really tries to subvert that. Like most stories like don't do this. Like you don't even have to know the ending. They're like, oh yeah, he's probably not gonna die here. That'd be like, really
No, but
weird.
that's why I made fun of it from the start by saying me watching a movie again, knowing exactly what's going to happen, therefore I care less. It's like, well duh. Like,
And even like something like Game of Thrones, you can kind of tell where arcs lead. And it's like, oh, it makes sense for a character to die here because of the way their arc was handled. And it's like, oh shit, damn, I actually die here. Versus like, oh yeah, this character's not gonna just die to just a random goon. Like that wouldn't make any sense. It'd be like extremely unsatisfying and like would just be dumb. What kind of did happen later in Game of Thrones, there was that one like night character that people were interested, like, oh, I wonder where we're gonna take his character, and he didn't take him anywhere, and then he just dies like two guys in a hallway randomly. It was just like, wait, what?
oh, Barris
Well, that was
told me,
really
yeah.
dumb.
So-
Like,
But the actor for that character was also really pissed when that happened too, because he was like, well, hold on, no, I still have a lot more stuff that's going on in the books. Why are you guys killing me off? And they're just like, oh, we
It's
want to
just
go
like-
work on Star Wars. We want to go make Andor.
oh, my point is that you can usually kind of predict when characters will might be over dying when like, oh, there's some random fight. It would make literally no sense for them to die here because there'd be like no meaning behind it. And so I just don't buy his idea. It's like, oh, I know they're not gonna die, which means there's absolutely no stakes now. Again, it's like all safe. It's like, I don't know.
It's
There were
just
no
stupid
stakes.
because good filmmaking activates that suspension of disbelief
Yeah.
where it sorry, I fucking tried to multitask. That was
I
a
literally
terrible
just
idea.
got fucking Luther's monologue recommended to me on YouTube. It's just because we're streaming.
It's listening.
It is, yeah.
Fuck, what was I even saying? Someone jog my memory.
About good filmmaking getting you immersed into like.
Oh
the
yeah,
world.
yeah. You buy that if the tension is done well enough, you buy that the characters will die, even though you know that it's extremely unlikely. It's because you're so immersed in what you're seeing that for that moment you buy it, and then that's what actually creates the sense of like tangible stakes. Which is why enemies being continuously incompetent is a great way to destroy that suspension of disbelief, and then you just don't buy for a single second that the characters could ever die because you've established the enemy is just so fundamentally incompetent and the main characters is so fundamentally invincible.
It's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, and I do believe though something like the heist has like a lot of tension because not because like, oh no, Cassian might die, but because it's like he's surrounded by like, a bunch of people who they have actually characterized that like might actually die, and you're just like, oh shit, this could
was-
easily go wrong.
That
Like,
was
how would
one
he
of the
deal with this?
tensest pieces of media I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I feel like I was holding my breath the whole time.
Like, how would
Particularly that moment where Vel hesitates on calling forth the mission, and it goes on for such an uncomfortably long amount of time where she's being indecisive, and you're like, oh my fucking god, go! It's perfect.
Yeah. Because all that needs to happen is that Andor needs like to survive. Like anything else is like everything else is like anything's up in the air. Like
Yeah, the fact that this is a prequel doesn't mean that the other characters like dying isn't important because we don't see them in Rogue One. So their fates aren't determined. I mean, they could escape and go and live a fruitful life on a planet that's far away from the Empire, or they can die. So even if you have like no investment in Andor because you know what happens to him, that doesn't mean you know what happens to everyone else. So this argument is a very, very stupid one. But yeah, let's keep going.
Know he's going to win. Why would I bother trying to be invested in this character at all? On the plus side, I've already seen the first couple episodes, and there hasn't been a single second of Tatooine. Thank goodness for small miracles, I suppose, but it still doesn't change the fact Andor
this
is
big
bad.
shit?
Episode 1.
What
It's not my fault
is
that
this format?
Tatooine. That was great.
This is the fucking the book and the way that it just turns into
Yeah,
like
that
the
is-
screen looks so weird.
Because it's not mapped onto the book properly, so it doesn't really like look correct.
Yeah.
the show is garbage, but I do try to be fair.
Wait,
But it
hold on.
still doesn't change the fact Andor is bad. Episode 1. Now, it's not my fault that the show is garbage, but I do
It's not my fault that the show is garbage.
I don't know why you said that. It's not my fault. Good to know, I suppose.
The whole show is garbage because you saw the first two episodes. Really? Fucking troglodyte.
do try to be fair, and in that case, let's start with some of the good stuff about the show. Even though there's a tremendous amount of CGI in this series, there also seems to be quite a bit of real set pieces, and credit where it's due, the building and locations look quite good. All of these
The singular building.
See, I'm at the point now where I'm just annoyed when someone says anything without presenting any evidence. So even when he's praising the show, I'm getting pissed off. It's like, fucking give me some substance, for the love of God!
I ruined it after that fucking Andor's a Star Wars masterpiece in 1978 video.
I'm sick of people just asserting things like it's self-evident. Fucking
dude.
good God.
Has Shandy seen that video? I didn't catch my.
No,
No.
I've mentioned it to him and I
I
gave
think-
him a
I
little
th-
taste.
I think he's planted this video forward as potential covering material.
Okay, it's so good.
Yeah, I'll look at it at some point.
locations feel authentic and immersive to the Star Wars universe. So, congrats!
I like it a lot.
And as I already mentioned,
shit,
it's nice to
Demolition
see
Man.
some places other than Tatooine, because for whatever reason, Disney seems to think that there's only 10 planets in the entire galaxy, and Tatooine
True.
happens to be 9 of them. I also think the flashback scenes were handled quite well. They tend to be very brief and show just enough to get the point across. Unfortunately,
Fair.
there's not a whole lot else that I can say that's good about this series.
So just the flashbacks and the fact that there's no Tatooine.
And
So
what the
I'm a little
flashbacks
confused.
did.
Has he seen? He said he's only seen the first 3 episodes,
He
right?
said he's seen the first couple of episodes.
Which
Okay,
is
so he's
probably the
seen
first 3.
1, 2, 3. Ugh.
Well,
Okay, we're gonna have the
the
same
way I
problem
understand
again
it is
then.
that couple translates to 2, because that's the way I use it in my workplace. But if it's the first 3, then fine.
I think he said 1, 2, 3 explicitly, but that would make sense because when did
They all
this
came
video
out at the
come
same
out?
time.
Yeah.
Give me a minute. I'll have a look.
Yeah, 1, 2, and 3 released at the same time, so it makes sense that you probably would have seen all 3
Andor is
episodes.
Bad, episode 1 came out 3 months ago, on the 30th of September 2022.
Okay.
And just so everyone is aware, this is the
So that would
only
have been
Andor.
after the series finished then.
This is the only Andor episode that he makes. He hasn't made an episode 2. So potentially he could have had his mind changed, and he just doesn't upload it again. But I find it weird that he makes 1 episode on the series, but he makes like 20 on She-Hulk or 20 on Rings of Power. It's like, okay, if the show is really that bad, then why aren't you talking about it more? So who knows?
In contrast, there are quite a few things that are bad, and we're gonna get to all of it.
That's very disappointing.
There's the pacing, which moves along slower than a snail. Then you have half the actors who sound like they're mumbling all of their lines.
Name 3 of them.
Do you just have trouble understanding British accents? It's okay to
Or
admit
those
that,
noises.
but don't hold it against the show.
I don't remember people mumbling that much.
No. The only time I can think of someone mumbling is when they're saying something like really quietly next to each other, like when Cassian and what's Andy Serkis's character's name? You guys know?
Kino Loy.
Kino Loy. When Cassian and Kino Loy are talking to each other, they speaking to other tongue twister. They're speaking to each other in a very toned down, subtle manner. Like they aren't outwardly communicating to each other. It's very like interpersonal between them to avoid guards listening. That's the only time I can think of mumbling, like at all.
You know, on this point, something that caught me off guard about Andor to begin with is that I'd gotten so used to shows spelling things out so clearly for the audience that I realized I wasn't paying as much attention to the dialogue, and as a result, I was missing a lot because Andor does not hold your hand in any respect.
No.
So I think for the first half of the show, I had to watch with subtitles on because the dialogue was very dense and it was very contextual, and I wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing anything. And I was just like, fuck, I forgot what this was like because I'm so used to shows having just the most blatant exposition and redundant information, whereas this is very, very sparse, yet very dense, if that makes any
Yeah, it
sense.
adds a lot of nuance to the dialogue because there's subtlety and as you said, not everything is like that abrasive and that in your face.
Yep.
You have to actually like pay attention to what's being said. It's quite good. It's very the show is really worth a rewatch. Like it really benefits from multiple rewatches because there's
Oh
going
yeah,
to be stuff that
definitely.
you pick up on a second or third rewatch that you maybe didn't get on the first. So I really
Yep.
appreciate it.
By the
about
way,
this.
I think I have a completely different definition from most people on what something feeling slow or sluggish means. Because I
Yeah,
swear,
same.
like I did not feel at all that the first 3 episodes of Andor were slow in
Neither.
any regard.
I didn't either.
There's a lot of fun moments. There's a lot of interesting moments. Like there's a lot of like, oh, I was leading up to something like that. I don't know. I never felt that because I guess for me, I'm so used to like slow, meaning like, oh yeah, like 10 episodes in a row is where like nothing basically happens, or like this whole like 3 episodes cover something that 1 episode should have covered, like something like dumb, like like those things in like some anime that you may see where it's like, wow, this arc just keeps going and nothing's happened. Yeah, this is incredible.
It's funny you mention anime because watching the Legend of the Galactic Heroes remake with Squeaky and then immediately going after to show him one of the episodes, equivalent episodes in the original series was very interesting because the remake is quote unquote faster paced because it's delivering information faster, but fuck me. When you're watching it, it feels like it's twice the length of the original because you're just so much more interested in what's happening. So I think that's usually what people mean when they say slow paces. They just mean they weren't engaged, and so it felt like time stretched out ad infinitum. But I'm more interested in why you
Possibly,
weren't
yeah.
engaged more so than the conclusion, because that could be a number of reasons why you weren't engaged, and some of
RL
them could be incredibly unfair to the thing you're criticizing.
RLM proves it's easy to rip apart bad movies, but even RLM has a hard time evaluating and recognizing issues with okayish entertainment. When something's actually good, it requires NPC observations.
What do you mean by
NPC
NPC observations?
He means generic and vague arguments with no concrete evidence or examples.
When you say requires, that's the part I'm confused by with what you've said.
Yeah, Moss, I'm not sure what you
I
mean by
think you
this.
mean maybe you mean when something's actually good, it results in NPC
Yeah, I
observations.
think results is like when they meant.
I kind of get what you're saying, where when you've got low hanging fruit that's easy to pick apart, but then when there's something actually kind of challenging, people's responses to it end up being rather unnuanced and very
Yeah,
reactionary.
where it's like, oh, it goes at a slow pace. It's like, well, what does that mean? Like,
My favorite part is looking at something people generally think is good and then going, no, this is actually kind of shit, and here's why. It's a lot harder to do that one though.
oh, it's
So
funny because when you say that, and wait, when I was talking about things being slow paced, I was thinking of Brotherhood in my head. Like Brotherhood in particular.
I don't know if Brotherhood is something that I would consider to be slow paced, but it is definitely something that
Late,
takes its time being obnoxious.
late Brotherhood is compared to that.
That's
so
actually
sad.
another interesting example because Brotherhood, oh god, yeah, fucking Legend of Galactic Heroes remake and Brotherhood actually have quite a few similarities because they also rush past a lot of the stuff to begin with, and yet it doesn't feel quick. It feels like things are dragging on because without that extra context, you're not as interested or kind of able to pass what's happening as easily. Which is why it's important to be deliberate and take the time to set up all the necessary information so that when stuff is happening, you care because you understand what it means for the world and the characters.
I think that's actually made me think. It's trying to make you think about this in a different way. Now that I kind of think of it that way, because sometimes it feels like, because if I think about it, like with FMA 2003, I think the beginning of it feels like it felt slow because like obviously like when Vision Brotherhood was races through it, it felt slow, but I never felt like, oh, it's like so slow, it's like slug, it's unbearable to watch. It's like I was super interested in what's happening, but I noticed it was kind of, but I think about it now, it's like, oh yeah, it was kind of slow game thing. I was kind of interested to like, okay, where's this going? I want to see more, but
Mhm.
it being slow was never a bad thing. But I recognize the fact that it was probably slow.
No, it took. I think there's a difference in feeling like the experience is slow and taking the time to set the necessary things up.
Yeah.
Which is what I feel Andor fits into the
Yeah.
category of, because you would not care nearly as
I
much
would
about episode 6 if you hadn't had so much deliberate planning and tension between the group and getting a sense of who all the different characters in the heist were and why they're involved with this, and hinting of potential betrayals in the future or how things could go wrong, how things could go right. And then so when you actually see it play out, because of that build up, it feels so important.
I would consider a movie like Dune 2021 or 2020. When did that movie come out?
I don't
2020?
know.
2020, I think.
That would be like, washed by me. I do
3
not
years,
remember.
almost. No, 2 years ago. Fuck, that's a while. I would consider a movie like that to be slow because it's not really spending its time productively adding anything to the overall story. A lot of the time, the scenery is focused on like just the environment and how grand of a scale the places that they are visiting are, or there's like a whole bunch of looming shots of people in rooms like just contemplating something. It's a very methodical movie, but I don't know if that's really to his benefit because upon a second and third viewing, that movie gets really, really fucking boring. Because that's
It was
actually
boring on the first viewing for me.
it wasn't
Like,
boring for me because I was watching it with friends in DB server, and I was actually kind of intrigued because it's my first exposure to the Dune franchise. So
Oh,
I
if
was
it's your first exposure, that makes sense.
yeah. But then watching the first movie with David Lynch's directing, I was like, oh, this is a lot more fucking wacky than the first one, but it's also entertaining in a lot of different aspects. Except for that floating guy, I hate him. Fuck him.
I think
love
Dune
I love the
2021
bear.
one
He's
was
too
like
disgusting
so.
for me. I hate
I know
seeing
he's
him.
absolutely foul, but it's great. I love how
No.
no holds barred they go on
It
him.
puts me off so much. I actively want him off my screen anytime I
You
see
will
him.
milk this
Gordon, he
frail
succeeded,
little
I guess,
cat's
in being
body.
a villain. But
Yeah. But yeah, Dune is an
Like-
example of a movie I'd use that's just boring as sin to get
yeah,
through.
but I guess that's just an example because the reason it feels like is boring. Like, it's not because it was slow, but because it was slow. But also, like in the time it had, I feel like it wasn't actually like doing much in terms of like setting up things or characterization.
Which is why I brought
So
up the
once-
David Lynch
Meandering.
thing, because it
Yeah,
did
it felt
exactly what
meandering.
this movie was doing, but in like half the time.
I
And
think
it
that's a better word than meandering. Like it feels meandering, where it feels like it's kind of like not focused and starting to like, go into random tangents that don't really add much to what's actually happening, like or what feels actually important.
Meantime,
Yeah,
when we
which is
watch
why
something... Sorry.
that's why I say I fundamentally reject the idea that Andor is meandering because I can point to so many examples in episodes 1 and 2 that are setting up very important things both for episode 3 and the future. It's all very intricate, interconnected. I struggle to think of a scene that is wasted and doesn't give you something important about the characters of the world.
Showing walking in Lord of the Rings, movies is required to show the scope of the journey. Showing a character walking around in the forest in some bad B horror movie often serves no purpose but frugally pad time. Yeah, sure.
Frugally.
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 I don't know what that word means.
To be frugal means to be kind of like conservative with your money generally, but you can apply it to other things, which I guess in this case is pacing.
Right. Okay. I was actually going to bring up
Efficient, I guess, would be a good synonym.
I was actually going to bring up a movie like Lord of the Rings as an example because each movie there is nearly 4 hours long, but I don't think any of
Yeah.
us were like complaining at how long it was because it was actually really well
Yeah,
paced.
no, those feel very brisk for their length.
Yeah, breezy. They went by so fucking quick. Every time without fail. I am never bored watching those movies. They are fucking fantastic. But what isn't
we still need to watch
fantastic and
The
something we
Hobbit.
still need to get through is The Hobbit. Yeah, as you said, but also this video
Oh, yeah.
because
I
we're
wonder
only
if
2
Hobbit will
minutes through.
feel meandering in comparison. I haven't watched this movie in a very long time.
Same. It's been a really long time since I've seen The Hobbit.
Same.
I'm curious how
I
I'll
have to
take them
turn
after
on the
Rings of Power.
subtitles just to understand what they're talking
Hey,
about.
it's the you, dog.
the words that are coming out of my mouth.
And then the story itself is quite boring, and the episodes are absolutely crammed full of extra padded filler. Without exaggeration,
Like-
the first 3 episodes of this
Really?
series could easily have been reduced down to a single 30-minute episode.
That would feel like a breakneck pace. I don't even know how that would
Not even the
work.
best editor in the world could do that coherently.
I was thinking-
Are you
I think he was
fucking
gonna say-
kidding me?
2 episodes was like, okay, maybe there's like some arguments to have here, but 1? Oh my goodness, I'll be like, it's going lightning fast.
The other guy said too. This guy's fucking upping the ante. God damn.
It's still be 0 episodes.
Do you
Let's
guys
just
remember
unwrite the show.
You guys remember the Bly Manor stream we did like more than a year and a half ago, where she did the
Was it?
exact same fucking thing?
Oh yeah.
Oh god, yeah.
Yeah.
That was my first exposure to that, and it made me realize just how fucking stupid that idea was.
Yeah.
That's
No,
right.
it's a pretty silly thing to say. I mean, you could make that argument for some pieces of media. The first thing that comes to mind would be Spider-Man 3, where the editor's cut is actually shorter than the theatrical cut because they get rid of the fucking stupid Norman is the Green Goblin subplot that happens near the end of the movie. And it, firstly, significantly improves the movie going forward, but it also makes it like 7 minutes shorter somehow. And I was like, fuck, alright, no, cool. You could probably definitely cut out some stuff and have it be better than the theatrical version. But isn't that why deleted scenes exist? Because they want to get rid of padding? What exactly could you remove from Andor that would be considered padding?
Yeah, it'd be nice if you gave an example.
Yeah. Because like, it is actually the Blind Manor thing. Because remember when that Blind Manor example happened? It was just like by reducing this to 1 episode, you have to extremely like restructure the whole story. You would have to like change everything. Like, isn't that simple? I was like, oh yeah, just combine the episodes and you're good. It's like, well, no, because you actually would have to cut pretty important elements. That would mean that you'd have to restructure the whole like show.
So
Isn't
just to
as
put
simple as
this
just cut the episode.
just to put this into some mathematical perspective, what he's suggesting would require cutting 73% of the content.
Fuck me. That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's the content. You're stripping the content. That's the story. You're you're getting rid of the show. You're not even getting rid of a scene. You're getting rid of a show at that point. What the fuck do you mean? 73%.
I wonder if because I'm trying to think what padding could be referring to. I wonder if he's referring to some of the like stuff in like uh Andor's like town that he lives in. Like they like, oh, like do we have to be see a hammer dude, like hammering stuff, or like them hanging the
But
gloves.
that adds
But yeah,
character to the place.
that adds like important aspects of like that area where it's like this
It's
is like a
world
community.
building. If
Not
you're gonna
just
start
that.
if you're gonna imply that anything that doesn't advance the plot is filler, then Jesus, I guess we better
Yeah.
get rid of all world building then. Good
But
Christ.
I feel like it got a really big sense of community. I feel like made that place feel a lot more homely, and not
Not
always
just
like
that.
important in the moment where it's like important to know like this is Andrew's home. This is like not like there's not like a necessarily shitty place to live in, but also it comes into play later, like in the finale where like them in the
Yeah.
community, like it's like
Yeah,
an important
that's exactly
aspect.
what I was going to say. He is important in the finale because he basically acts as the war drum for the residents of that town. So, yeah, this is one of those things where we can just ignore you, move on, because you haven't given examples of anything to remove.
But Boren says like when you ask people who make these arguments, what scenes Easy Boys in the travel scenes, the BT scene going across the town, and the scenes of Bix and Tim walking around the town. Well, the interesting part of that is that they said that the travel scenes were good, so it's not even the travel scenes. They says are filler.
Yeah, true. And so what you've described would account for maybe, if
A
I'm
few
being
seconds.
generous, 10 minutes. Which is a lot less than proposing to cut 77% of the content. Sorry, no,
then,
73%.
Even then, I feel like the episodes in question would be drastically altered just by removing that 10 minutes because those scenes in question, they don't feel unnecessary to me. They add at least something to the show. And the show would be worse for it if you remove them.
I just like Hammer Guy. That guy's great.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
I need a Star Wars Hammer Guy show. I just have this ring.
Fuck lightsabers. Give them more hammers.
Well, he's great because he's finding like meaning in his very like rote kind of existence. Like he really enjoys his job, but all he's essentially doing is keeping time. And I think it's very emblematic of the spirit that the town of Ferrix has. They're this mining working town, but they still find like passion in it. Passion in such like a regimented universe.
The scene where he knocks the guy off the tower, he tries to turn the sky. He's like, "Just welcome to." It's like the Black Knight on top of that one tower, and they.
Yeah, true. You aggroed the Hammer Guy. You shouldn't have done that.
You should not. This guy's like high. This is a high level enemy. You should not have attacked
that
him.
That clone trooper's just like, why do I hear boss music now? When he's just walking up the spiral staircase.
But unironically, Hammer Guy is an important character because he controls the flow of work, and also it has that intimidation element too.
Yeah.
The people rely on Hammer Guy more than they know.
I just love like the guy's acting was just so great where he just seems so like entranced in this like daily ritual he has about like hitting like this big metal like rectangle.
Hey, if you got to master a specific rhythm, then you probably better concentrate to make sure you don't fuck it up. Man's got a job to do. He's got to be on time. But yeah, we only got 10 seconds in before we had to pause for like another 10 minutes. So this is going to be a long video.
That's how bad it is.
I've
mentioned this numerous times in other videos, but this is a reoccurring habit with Disney, whether it's Marvel or Star Wars. They deliberately stretch out their episodes as much as they possibly can.
That's not very true because
all of them are under an hour. How is that deliberately stretching out their episodes?
Not just that, but I mean, like, if you had to look at Marvel shows that were released on Netflix, like Daredevil or Punisher, they were 13-episode shows.
Book of Boba Fett was only 5!
Yeah, so stretching out my ass... don't do that.
Sorry, Book of Boba Fett was 7. Also, phrasing.
Phrasing? Pause. Boba Fett.
Yeah, that's why I thought there were 5 episodes.
Yeah, I wouldn't say stretching out is the right word to use here, especially since some episodes can be as long as like 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Very few of them are like an hour. I think it's mostly just they don't really have much else to do, so they have like 1 or 2 episodes of quote unquote padding or filler, and then the other like 3 or 4 episodes focus entirely on the plot because they didn't like write enough to last an entire season.
You know what's hilarious? That because I just thought of Book of Boba Fett, which might have been a mistake. But I just realized that Book of Boba Fett tried to do the same thing about like, oh, they have like visions of the past where like, oh, here's like the backstory that happened. It like how Andor has flashbacks in the first 3 episodes. The guy's structured the same, but Book of Boba Fett's flashbacks are like so much worse than what they actually like, mean for the character. It's just like just an interesting comparison that's in my head. It's like, oh, they were trying to do the same thing. Just one like completely failed and did a weird backstory about how some man went on a drug trip and found a tree in the middle of a desert and brought back a stick that he made into like a cooler stick.
Yeah.
Is
Incredible.
Box in our chat? Because I feel like he meant the exact same thing.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, about
Yeah.
Blade Runner.
Yeah, weird how that happened. The tire has a new context now. Is that a squirrel or a hamster? It's a squirrel in a tire. You can see my tail like hanging down the other side. But no, the tire is not being used for that. Ew, gross. Moving on.
In order to get extra
Oh,
episodes
God.
and lengthen the overall season to make it seem like it is much bigger than it really is.
It is, and you got a big one too.
For example,
Oh, example.
Hmm?
Okay.
while the
You have my
establishing
attention.
shots in the series can be quite good, the problem is that it happens constantly. How many
almost
times
like you need to
do they need
establish
to make
things
the camera
constantly.
move very slowly and pan across the environment or
Oh
across
God, that's
the
obnoxious. Please stop
room?
speaking like
It
that.
drags everything down, so the episode
Thanks for
feels
showing
like
me
it's
one
stuck in the
example.
Yeah, you didn't really show them examples. You
An
just showed the
example
same-
that lasted, if I'm being generous,
5
8
seconds.
seconds.
You showed like one example that showed the same shots you've already shown. It was just shots of characters.
Not just that, but has this person never heard of a term called building suspense?
Has this person ever heard of an establishing shot? Because the shot they showed is not an establishing shot.
Her face is just my reaction to this entire video.
Yeah.
It's very appropriate.
mud. I don't think it's all that necessary to repeatedly show a character very slowly walking through an environment for almost 2 minutes.
What a story.
And then, of course, we have the extremely large animal in the room, which for
You
once
really
is not a
showed me.
feminist.
Bro,
Instead,
sorry, I
happens
just
to
I
be
just
the
paused what he fucking said. Oh my god. Do you have any idea how to establish atmosphere? Because it doesn't happen quickly. You need to sit with the setting for a bit. You need to breathe in the world.
I can't believe I got baited with
You would hate Blade Runner if this is how you feel.
I
Oh
can't
my
believe I got-
god.
I can't believe I got baited by here's an example and then he showed an example. God damn it. How does this happen?
I just realized I had to fix up the stream because it was
Showing
a
an
little-
example doesn't mean be slightly more specific. It means to like use a text example and then show it to us and then like this is the example of what I'm talking about. Not like as an example of it being so, they do a lot of establishing shots when it feels unnecessary. It's like, well, that's not an example. It's just you being specific. But
Cringe detected. Get the hammer.
elephant in the room, which is that the writers have decided to cram a bunch of woke nonsense into this series, and
I'm
it is about
so
as subtle as a
curious.
jackhammer.
I haven't seen Loki yet.
The scene he's referencing is not woke because there's context for why that is happening.
I don't
What do you
want
mean?
to
It's a
discuss
woman
that.
punching him in the dick.
I think that's literally the extent of the brain thinking behind that, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I'll
not
end
even
up covering
really
that more as we get to those parts in the series,
that
but for
lady,
now,
whose
there's a
name
few things that...
escapes me.
Oh no.
Sif.
Oh, for fuck you, Coin. You went ahead and fucking wasted my time saying that the show peters on woke nonsense, but then you won't even give me an example. You'd be like, I'll talk about that later. Don't worry about it. Why the fuck are you wasting my time with it now instead of just being like,
Yeah,
okay, yeah,
you
no,
should
I'll just
cut
talk about the
down
entire topic later.
73% of your video so it's only like 3 minutes.
True. 6.
Was that
I don't
box
care. Actually,
screen
fuck it.
now?
Make it as
You
30
say
seconds.
that so confidently.
Am I about to get the white poncho if I open that?
The white poncho. Oh no! Oh no!
Oh my god, nice.
The white
It
fucking
took me a while to
poncho.
realize what you meant.
That you
The
should keep in
advanced meme
mind.
right there.
Firstly, the writers have said that the entire story is supposed to be about how Donald Trump is a bad person.
Quote, please.
Citation needed.
As if we hadn't had enough of the nauseating Orange Man bad garbage.
Also, he could have, well, the director of the show could have said that as a joke to piss people off like you specifically.
I'm pretty sure what he's referring to is something an actress said, not the actual writer.
The actress could have said that to piss people off like you specifically. Not that it's actually true. But, oh well.
Oh, not this again.
There also seems to be a character
You're the one who brought it up, dude! Fucking calm your tits!
that's a stand-in for him, but what's more ridiculous
Which
is that the
character?
writers
Which
have said that
character
they
are you trying to tell me is a
specifically want
stand-in
to
for
address-
fucking Trump?
Wait, what? The character's a stand-in for Trump
Apparently.
in the first 3 episodes?
Literally, the only comparison you could make where
Cyril's-
this would make sense would be the Emperor himself, based
was-
on the way people talk about him.
No,
but
he's not a character.
I was gonna
But
go
he's
with
not introduced by the
Cyril's-
show, so
There's no way he's referring to the fucking. Is his name Cyril?
Yeah, I was talking about Cyril's like commanding officer. He's like the only one who like even matches that description.
Oh, not even him. I was like, he is referring to Cyril. I
Cyril
said
is
the
Trump.
closest I could think of. Maybe he's the commanding officer. That's also like a really big stretch, though.
yeah, exactly. Introverted robot. Woke nonsense equals Bix being a well-developed character with flaws. What the fuck is their idea of a well-written female protagonist if this isn't it?
The writers did
Also-
not say that. It was an actress who said an offhand comment on her interpretation of the
Yeah,
show, and the
that's my
outlet ran
understanding.
with it and blew it up.
Even if I buy the premise
Also, he
that
bought into
writers-
clickbait because he didn't read the articles. Yeah, nice.
Sounds like
Very
me.
cool.
if even if I like bought into the idea that like the writer said this doesn't necessarily mean that's reflected in the like material itself. You still need in-text examples. You can say it's woke because they said this about the show in a meta. It makes sense. It's
Yeah,
just
that's
like,
also
oh,
very
okay.
telling that you can't use anything
What?
from the show.
I don't
It
care about
doesn't
what's said
matter if
like
the
in
actresses
the meta.
don't know
like,
the
it wasn't
material they're working
text.
with, as long as they do a good enough job. Fuck.
If anything, I'm going to use the show itself to say it doesn't matter what the actress's personal like interpretation of it is. It's still aligned with what the character's supposed to be doing. Like how it doesn't matter about what your form of rebellion is. It's the act of rebellion itself that's important.
True. Bad take. Bad opinion.
Address the situation with Orange Man bad and the fact that he took away people's rights.
You really believe that? How pathetic.
But of course, if you actually were to
God,
ask one of
cringe.
these idiotic writers which of their rights specifically had been
Hey, it's
removed,
padding.
Who fucking cares?
He's literally padding in the video.
He's gonna get political. Oh well, at least there's more to laugh at in this video than the other
It's like
one.
that. He just started going on a side tangent about people who complain that Donald Trump took away their rights. I'm like, oh, why is this robot the Andor? It's like,
Darth, remember when you said earlier on that this guy could remove 73% of his video? I didn't know how fucking accurate that would be until like a few minutes later. Goddamn.
they wouldn't be able to give you an answer because it never happened. Already in the first couple
Oh my
episodes, we
God.
see the characters
Whoa,
dealing
did
with
you
things-
know that this guy was so fucking far right?
I think it was a more recent thing. I don't remember that.
Got
at all.
radicalized, Sag.
Someone deleted his Minecraft fucking maps, so he just went radical as a result.
You know, this guy for
Things
the
like
never
immigration and borders.
deleted.
In other words,
What? What? How? Let me hear that again.
because it never happened. Already in the first couple episodes, we see the characters dealing with things like immigration and borders. In
Maybe when borders exist between
I'd rather
planets,
watch
it's
an
like,
anomaly
shit.
video than this man talk about politics. Oh, yeah. it's
I
kinda-
can't believe
kinda
they had
feeling that.
borders. Where you keep just like, where they accurate, like keep track of who, like flight paths in and out of planets. Like, how dare they? Damn. What?
I don't even know what to say to this.
Immigration? Are you like thinking
Who's
that like
immigrating?
are you thinking that the two police
Andor's
officers went after Andor because he was like not white? Is that like the idea?
Andor's been a resident of this planet for ages. He grew up here with his foster family. He's not an immigrant. He's a local. How is immigration a policy that's being implemented as, or like a talking point for the first episode of the show? Borders?
No, I,
Not really either. I mean,
I thought they had. I think it's referring to like the opening scene where he gets like accused by those two like
he's looking
police
for his
officers.
sister, and he says that his sister's from another country. Well, sorry, another country, another planet. Um, and he's using that as like a point of reference because she might have been like, "Hi, I'm X and X from planet Kazar, whatever the planet's name is." He's just giving them basic information and being like, "Does any of this match?"
Canary.
Canary, yeah. Does any of this match any description that you're familiar with? And then she's like, "Yeah, maybe you should go and try this thing over here." And then that subplot doesn't go anywhere because he immediately ends up killing two guards because they were giving him trouble.
It's the idea like the two guards may even like racist, and that's why he went after an Andor. Is that like, kind
I
of
wouldn't, I
interpretation?
wouldn't, I wouldn't say racism as an interpretation is accurate. Yeah, they were just pissed off at him for
The
giving
only
them
thing
shit.
I've noticed that
Yeah,
Andor does that
that's
Star
what
Wars hasn't really done
happened.
before is that we have an example of people, the Canary, who are actually a specific race that has an equivalent to our world. So Star Wars is actually like racializing a species, which they don't usually do. And you know, there's some stuff you can read into that as a result, but it's definitely not hitting you over the head with it at all. It's not the main point
What
of
would the
Andor's
real
character
world
by any
equivalent?
means.
What would the real world equivalent here be?
Spanish, because they describe him as someone with dark features. It's the first time they actually bring attention to the race of someone, and in this case, they are
So like
not.
just Hispanic.
I think they're still human, but
I think
they're from a different planet, and so it's kind of more of like a galactic equivalent to race, as opposed to humans just having like a.
I
mean,
think
I'm not
the
opposed
whole
to this
thing with
because if you,
the
I'm not really
Canary.
opposed to it either because I think it makes sense in this context.
Well, I think the
yeah,
Canary thing,
obviously.
the whole goal of that was to make it so he hasn't, because like there's not many Canaries like around because they're only kind of a small like maybe a
Actually,
small
wait, I
tribes on
wanna,
the
I
planet.
wanna point out
And
a
so like it's
stupid.
just information specific to Andor makes it much easier to track that. And I think was the goal of that like information and not any commentary on race or anything.
That's also fair.
I just don't even.
I'm not necessarily bought into that idea. I'm just trying to like devil's advocate as much as I can.
Nah, this guy's cringe. Bury him. But I had a really stupid joke involving canaries in a mining town, but it's kind of like gone by me now.
No, that's clever. I can see where you could go with that.
In other words, it's a bunch of garbage that people would not actually want to see in a Star Wars show.
Funny, because I want to see more of it.
Also, one of the main actresses on the series had been giving interviews and talked about how much the show was going to center around gender politics, isn't
It did, and
Well,
it did it
it's-
really well.
It's not really very present in the show itself, so I don't really care what the actress says.
In terms of gender politics, I assume that she's talking about Mon Mothma and how the dynamic between her and her husband isn't very good, but she uses that to her advantage to basically play the role of
that's-
like a.
That's not really got anything to do with them being man and woman. The only thing you could really read into is Dedra's Partagaz talking about the prejudice against Dedra being related to her being a woman, but I also interpret that line as her being in law enforcement beforehand, so it's not very explicit.
Sure. I thought that there was a bit of a power dynamic that was being played in with Mon Mothma specifically because her husband was like supposed to be the guy in charge, and people just refer to it as that because he's the man in the house. I'm pretty sure that that's what they were going for, like the standard.
I don't
gender
really get the sense that he
stereotypes.
was in charge. If anything, he seemed to constantly be playing like second fiddle to Mon and kind of resenting her because of that.
Well, we know that, but was that the outward impression that was being portrayed by the family? I don't think
I don't
it
know
was.
if
The
we have
impression
enough
I got is that
information.
they're at odds with each other because they're living like two like essentially perhaps incompatible lives where the husband's very carefree and kind of just living like living the life like living in like kind of like certain like carefree ways, while Mama is very particular of like, oh, I need to work towards this rebellion, and it feels like to get at odds with each other. Where it's just like, oh yeah, just invite these people over because they're like friends of mine. It's like, well,
Not just
wait,
that,
these
she was
friends like are
also
political enemies of mine. It's like, oh well, sorry, but I bring them over anyway. It's too late now. I didn't tell you because I didn't think to.
she was also a
It's like,
lot more
oh,
outwardly political than he was, because you also see her
yeah.
attending Senate meetings.
Well, I mean, yeah, she's a senator, whereas the
I think
guy
Mom
just seems
Mothma's
like a bit of a mooch.
Oh yeah,
Mom
fuck,
like
I forgot
very
about
like
that.
morally driven. I mean, that actually comes across as like he doesn't really care. He just wants to live in a life of luxury.
There
That's all
is
it is.
his character is quite interesting because there's that dinner scene where Mon's friend talks about how he used to be the firebrand of the academy, and so you kind of get this picture painted of someone who was once very passionate about these things, but then once the empire rolled in, realized that there's nothing that I can do. It just became very cynical as a result, which is interesting.
There's possibly some stuff there, but yeah, also like it's really interesting with how it affects her daughter as well, because like mom also is like it's more like strict, like, oh, I want my daughter to be in this specific way. But it's like it seems like daughter's more attracted to like the father's like attitude of like carefree, do whatever you want. It's like, oh, I want to do whatever I want. Like, fuck you, mom, Muff, for trying to like restrict me in these
Fuck
arbitrary
you,
ways.
Mom Muffma.
Because it's a very interesting conflict in that regard. I don't think can they just boil down to man versus woman.
Well, shitty point.
That wonderful. And lastly, the writers on the series have stated that they will deliberately change existing lore and canon because they just felt like it.
Oh my
Citation
god,
needed.
fucking quote any of this shit. I know what he's horribly fucking paraphrasing as well, and it's
what?
infuriating.
What could this possibly be referring to?
I think he's talking about the quote from Tony Gilroy saying that you will see aspects of Mon Mothma that you would have not seen in the canon before.
Well, yeah, it's because she's not a very like proactive
There's
character.
no way.
that
There's
I-
no way that's not extrapolated from
What the
there.
fuck?
I unfortunately think that's the case. Or maybe there was something Tony Gilroy said about not being a slave to the canon, but I don't think he said anything like that. And the show itself is remarkably consistent not only to the Disney canon, but also the expanded universe. Like, it's probably one of the more interconnected pieces of media that is coherent in Star Wars that I've seen in fucking a decade. More than a decade, probably.
I think Andor has his advantage is that it finds areas that Disney Star Wars has not bothered to even touch at all, and like decides like we're gonna establish things here. It's kind of like free, like it's just like free real estate. It's like, oh yeah, we can just explore, like know what Coruscant looked like under the Empire, or like what the prison system looked like, or like what the ISB looks like, because no one else has done shit with this. So let's just go and
Needling Andor of all fucking shows for not paying attention to the canon is just fuck off. Genuinely fuck off, because you're actively hurting your own cause there. Your inability to recognize when it's done really well is going to lead to a backlash where they either do what they're currently doing with the other shows, which just destroy canon and contradict shit willy-nilly just because they can't be bothered lining up and want to tell their own story, or worse. So please stop.
You get the sequel trilogy where you have people like Ryan Johnson directing movies and being like, I honestly don't fucking care. I'm just making whatever I want as a passionate Star Wars fan. This is my love letter to the series. And then he murders everyone.
And kills it with love.
I'm killing you with kindness, my love.
Let the past die.
It just sounds like Smeagol in the fucking cave talking to the ring. I'm killing you with kindness, my love.
This is terrible.
So, when you take all of that and
Wait,
combine it with a
do you have
show that
examples
is
of anything that
incredibly boring.
contradicted canon, or do you just say like the writer said this and then moved on?
He said X without providing Y as evidence.
This video is so fucking bad faith and pandering. Holy shit.
We have 15
Wait, I
minutes.
thought that's what Andor was supposed to be.
True.
Boring, you're left with something that is not exactly what you would call enjoyable. The episode
Wrong.
opens following the character Andor as he's walking down a long bridge. Although it's almost entirely CGI, it's still visually quite impressive. It's gloomy, it's rainy, and it does a good job of setting the atmosphere. Unfortunately,
why did you feel the need to point out that it's CGI if you're just going to be like, it looks great anyways? Padding, maybe?
It's good CGI.
The rest of the episode is going to ruin that. We learn that this planet is called Morlana 1, and that this is happening 5 years before the Battle of Yavin, which is when the first Death Star was destroyed. Andor continues walking into the city, and to my surprise, it actually looks like a place that would exist within Star Wars. So far, everything seems to be going well. But don't worry, it gets worse. Andor arrives at a business that at first I thought might have been a bar, but
What was
it
that?
actually turns out to be a brothel.
Your mother was a dumb whore with a fat ass. Did you know that?
He starts asking questions about a former employee.
This is making me cringe a lot. Why?
You're just gonna need a robot head argument.
Why is he just
Yeah, I am
intercutting just
cringing a lot.
random fucking clips? Like, I hate
It's
this.
been a while since I've cringed this much as at reaction clips. Oh
Like,
boy.
this is actually irritating me a lot because I put a lot of effort into my reaction clips, and Advocates even copied a few of them now to great success. Please, why are you doing this? Just stop
I
it.
don't recall the holdo maneuver in Andor. It's insane comparing Andor to anything in the sequel trilogy. It's such a night and day comparison.
Yeah, it's such a nightmare. Is what I thought you were trying to say.
Yeah.
From a
Keep
group
the
of people known
fever
as the Canary. There happens to be 2 men sitting at a bar.
Also, I like her hair. I think it's really poofy.
It looks like
who
she had like
immediately-
half of an afro.
It's
taken
like,
off.
it was something that I think I had like, seen like Blade Runner. It's just like,
Yeah.
like, oh yes, this is my hair.
Yeah.
She just
Yeah, definitely taking some visual cues from Blade Runner. And the
start
vibe
trouble
too.
with Andor. This is going to set up a lot of the conflict in the next couple episodes, but I can't help but think how completely unoriginal this is. Not only has the angry guy at the bar trope been done a million times before, but it was
Oh yeah,
also
it was done
in-
exactly like this too. Because I remember when they accosted Andor and he cut off one of their arms in the bar.
This man has a testicle chin.
Can we not have a scene where someone gets angry at someone in a bar because A New Hope did it? Is this seriously where you're coming from?
And you can't have people get angry at bars. You know, it's been like, I don't know how many years like since that scene. We still can't do it in Star Wars.
We've also been sure to point out that
Amazing.
this is not a bar, this is a brothel, so it's a different thing.
This is a weird argument because I see this all the time. Because I was in a robot head video as well. Where's this idea? It's like, oh wow, they've done this before. It's just like, well, okay, but they're doing it for a different story. Because turns out there are a lot of angry people in a lot of bars in the universe. I don't know.
Me looking at someone
Right,
using a
and you see-
lightsaber in the most recent episode of Mando. Wow, this fucking utensil's been used beforehand. Why am I seeing it again? Get a new
Like the
weapon,
situation-
nerd.
It's not like the situation plays out exactly the same. Like it's slightly different. It's like a copy paste.
Even if it is the same, why does that matter? People get into a lot of very similar situations. It happens. Do you have any idea how many fucking car accidents happen near my work every day? Wow, inconsistent just copy paste writing. My world is really shit. Fuck off.
in the first Star Wars movie. Some might call it nostalgia. I would call it lazy writing.
Actually, that's a
I didn't
weird
connect
thing,
that at
because-
all. In my
No, I
brain.
didn't either.
Is this your standard for nostalgia? Are you fucking kidding me?
Well, it panders to nostalgia because they go to a like an area.
They're not even in a bar,
Uh,
they're in a fucking brothel.
Well, there's a bar in the brothel.
I don't think
but,
any
like,
one of
like,
us
they go to a
made
bar
the
and
connection
two guys
between A
were-
New Hope and
get mad at
this.
him.
What
Wow,
the fuck?
nostalgia.
No, I
oh
didn't
my
up
goodness.
until this point because
I
my
never thought.
my
what-
bar for nostalgic pandering is not this fucking low.
I
They're fucking, like,
honestly
it's just
want him to make a connection between fucking Obi-Wan visiting Ned Flanders or whatever his fucking name is in Attack of the Clones to find out the Camino Darth's location and this. That would be great. That would be perfect.
It's just fucking. It's just like it's this writing by universe like
Wait,
this like
hold on.
involve like a musical. It's like a process of musical chairs where it's like once someone does something, it's like we can't do that. Like shit. Like oh snow planet can't do that. It's alright. No more snow planets. It's like ah shit.
Robot,
Should've thought
y-
that.
you and me live in the same country, my dude. I'm in Christchurch. Uvu's up in Whangarei. We're neighbors, bro. Your country's fucking shitty. Yeah, sorry, you were going?
But it's like a very musical process of musical chairs where it's like you can't do a scene. If someone else or done scenes like you did this battle on Snow Planet. No more battles on Snow Planets can be done from now on, or it's lazy writing, like something like that. Where it's just like, ah, shit, can't do that now.
Not even just that, but like it's even if we were supposed to use the argument this is nostalgia baiting, it's nostalgia bait to a scene that's done well. So you're just stealing from something that's already good. Where's the problem in that? if anything, you stealing from something good shows more effort than people who are just stealing from fucking, what's the word, just tropes in general, and not doing anything interesting with them.
This is so. It's just like I don't know. Like it's just like oh yeah, it's just I don't know how these scenes are connected. It's like oh yeah, I'm super nostalgic about the bar scene of the two guys and him cutting off the arm. So we need to do that again. We need to play on that nostalgia. It's like is this like really like a beloved scene, like the most famous scene in Star Wars, and we need that reference. I know, like Rogue One technically did when it broke.
Yeah,
up
I was
two guys
about to
running around a
mention that
planet.
that's actually a significantly worse application because they're the exact same characters.
It's
So,
like I think characters saying the exact same things that these randomly come across.
yeah. Fuck. It took us 2 seconds before we had to pause again. This is concentrated. This is concentrated diarrhea. The video.
Of anything, it's again just a robot head video. I swear. It's the same shit. Where it's like.
Eventually, Andor explains to the hostess that he's looking for his sister, but the hostess doesn't know anything about where she left to, so Andor ends up leaving empty-handed. He heads outside, and this is where the over-reliance on CGI fails. While it was slightly raining earlier, it is now a much stronger downpour, but the problem with this is that for some reason not a single drop of rain seems to land on Andor's head. It's kinda obvious, and it looks dumb. After all, it seems a bit...
This is your bar for why it's bad?
Also, isn't he under cover in this moment? Or maybe it just stopped raining? Because I don't see rain in this scene.
I thought he was undercover in that whole area.
Either way, he did an awful job visually representing that. So
Yeah, because
I kind of
the visual
don't believe him.
The video, him visually representing that is like showing Andor with a wet hood and a wet face. So it's just like, I don't know. It seems like the guy got covered.
Ridiculous that the show can spend millions of dollars on CGI, but can't spend $10 on a garden hose.
There is no rain.
What a petty cunt.
I don't see rain in this shot at all.
What a petty cunt. Even if this is true, what a petty cunt.
Yeah, the shot he's showing here, he is undercover. I remember this fake particularly because there's like the pillars on the right side that I called up, like the cover going out. So, yeah, I don't know what he's referring to.
Like they could just.
This
could
just
be a
showing the wrong
hallway.
scene.
I mean, this could just be a hallway outside where people just stand underneath to protect themselves from the rain, and Andor just got his hood up because he doesn't want to constantly take it on and off again. What a stupid thing to say.
I don't know if he's just showing the wrong scene or like what's happening here.
Yeah. Again, more reasons why when you're critiquing audiovisual media, make sure your visuals are as relevant and clear as possible for what you are currently talking about. I don't understand how more people don't
Talking
realize
about
how
the importance
important
of
this is.
visuals communicating things to the audience doesn't communicate things to your own audience.
Yeah.
Eventually catch up with Andor, and it turns out that they work as some sort of security, pseudo-police thing, and they demand that he's...
You can see the rain in the background!
Security, pseudo, but they are the fucking police.
No. Look
they
at this shit.
They are corporate police.
You guys can see the rain in the background. They're clearly standing underneath a fucking piece of cover.
On a garden hose. The two men from the bar eventually catch up with Andor, and it turns out that they work as some sort of security, pseudo-police thing.
It's right there!
Oh my god, you're right.
It's behind them.
Oh my god, he looked at the scene wrong.
Not just that, he edited this fucking video together. How did he not notice the rain in the background?
Maybe he doesn't have good depth perception and he thinks it's like on the same layer as them.
Did he watch this shit on a fucking microwave? I'm sorry to interrupt you, Darth, but I noticed that and I got very angry because it's like, yeah, it's
okay.
exactly what I said.
I don't think I was saying anything.
What the... Guys, he's complaining about rain, but he's doing it incorrectly. Help!
He stopped. The two of them decide to shake him down. Andor seems to go along with it.
You can even see a little bit of water peeking through the fucking holes in the roof.
Like the rain is real, so I don't understand his point anyway. Do you think they just wait? How would that? How would that even work?
They CGI'd the rain.
I can tell it's not CG. That rain is not CG. At least the rain that's closest to the characters. Because why the fuck would they need to CG the rain when they can just drop water on actors in a set?
I'm looking this up in the background because I want to make sure I do actually remember this scene correctly. I'm pretty sure the way I imagine it is correct.
it, and he says that he has 300
Hello, Shadow.
credits in his pocket. He allows the two men to get close, and when they do, he strikes one with a headbutt, and the other is thrown to the ground and disarmed. When they go to check on the first guy, they find that somehow he's dead, which seems kind of ridiculous.
I remember.
No way. No
Oh,
fucking
God.
way, dude.
I remember
I
EFAP
just-
talking about this in their stream, and something they mentioned that I found to be really interesting was they were not surprised that this guy died so quickly, and they said something along the lines of, "We're actually surprised people don't get killed or hurt more frequently from
Yes,
attacks to the
exactly.
head because people
It's
are a lot more fragile
refreshing.
than they realize." And
Well,
it's
it's
like,
because
yeah,
when they're-
absolutely.
One of the traditional critiques he has been saying for a while has been like, "Oh, it's really dumb how like movies would just throw people into walls and then they're just like fine, like oh yeah, you know,
Yeah.
I just like got slammed into a wall, but I'm good."
That
It's
even
just like-
happens with Bix, where she gets like slammed against the wall, and it's like, oh shit, her head's like bleeding as a result, and she's like completely concussed as she's handcuffed to the wall. It's like, oh, thank you. Characters actually take realistic damage in this.
And then you take it one step forward, and then you have a character getting crushed by two pieces of significantly heavy debris, and their lower half of their body doesn't work, and they end up dying because of the trauma. It's like, yeah, the show went above and beyond depicting realistic damage. It sets the stages going forward. It makes everything significantly more tense as a result, because you know people can die from just the most obscene shit like a headbutt. Like, yeah, there are consequences for your actions, and this is you could even argue Andor didn't even mean to kill him. It was a mistake that he just did out of just
Yeah, no, he
desperation
definitely
and
did not mean to
adrenaline.
kill him.
But then
It
he
was
kills
the only form of attack he had at that angle
Yeah.
that would have been effective.
like it's adrenaline, it's desperation, you know, you might not really be thinking about what's the most effective means of taking out a person. You're just thinking, okay, how can I do the most amount of damage the fastest? And he's like headbutt, and he just
This was
chunks him.
such a great moment to wake me out of the Star Wars stupor, because I'm so used to action scenes just being
Yeah.
light nonsense. And so when I
just-
was like, wait, is that guy actually dead? Oh, okay, all right, I'm paying attention.
It's like I
The
said, the
reason I'm
first 10
shocked
minutes I was
about this,
hooked.
I feel like this person should know like more than other people because I know he's like he has a military background and he's appealed to that background before when criticizing media before. I'm like somewhat familiar with this, so I'm surprised he's not aware of the fact that if someone gets thrown into a concrete wall like head first, that they might actually die.
Not just that,
Yeah, that's
has
like
this guy never
Yeah.
seen a fucking all-star
obvious.
video on Twitter before? Just people getting into fucking fistfights in the streets and how quickly someone gets knocked out from a right hook.
Yeah.
Come on.
You punch someone in the right place in the head and they're dead. That's why king hitting is a crime.
I'd be annoyed if I punched someone in the face and it did nothing. Like, fuck, what's the point? Just walk away and go back home. The punch did nothing. I did 0 damage. The enemy's resistances were too high. First he complained about rain, now the person with the supposed military background doesn't know what a headbutt can do. Perfect.
The only injury he got was a single headbutt from Andor. Even if he had struck his head on the ground after falling, it seems extraordinarily unlikely
the
that
way-
he would have died.
Wait, I should pause it. So I'm watching this fucking hallway scene. So technically, it's like one of those areas where like there's a roof overhang over an area, but it's also an area where like there's openings where rain will go down. But the funny part is that he was even more wrong than I thought because there's actually rain hitting his shoulder as he's walking down this hallway because it drifts from the ceiling and like hits his like right shoulder. So he's just incorrect.
I wonder if he might not be appealing to a group of people who haven't seen the show and have no interest in watching it, and then just like hating on it based on like their own specific biases.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think you might be right, which is just, it's so scummy. It's so dishonest.
He tried doing something similar with House of the Dragon, but I don't think he got quite so successful with that one because I'm pretty sure he got checked on that one hard because House of the Dragon was like super popular.
Yep.
So
Died from this. At most, he would have had a minor concussion, but the show needs to increase the tension.
Oh, I'm
so
sorry. Are you a
the-
doctor? What the fuck do you mean at most he would have a mind? He could have pushed his fucking nose bone into his brain for all we know. A headbutt like that at that distance.
my dad got out of the car a few weeks ago. He literally stepped out of the car funny and then twisted his ankle.
Yeah. Yeah, it's genuinely you, particularly with humans.
It's
Fall in the wrong place,
surprising
you will die.
what can kill you.
Yeah.
But some people think that they're like medical fucking experts. So it's like, oh yeah, this person died because they got hit in the chest and that caused cardiac arrest. That can't happen. That's impossible. It must have something to do with like vaccines or something. That's actually a thing right now. Where it's like,
The fucking 5G
no way this person could've
towers
died in this
in
way.
Andor, the reason he died.
It's like, what do you mean? Like, I don't know. Like, you can just get hit in the chest. That could cause cardiac arrest. That seems reasonable. You sure it doesn't happen to everyone, but it can happen
Oh
to
yeah,
some
true.
people.
He could have just had a fucking heart attack because the dude fucking he knows headbutted him in the face. That's true.
Sure, like you could get a minor concussion, but if you get a bad angle, like sometimes you might fucking like you crack your skull and like cause a fracture that then causes internal brain injuries that kills you instantly. It's possible. Like it's like. That's why you always want to wear a helmet, not because like, oh, I might like fall off my bike and get a minor concussion. It's like, I mean, yeah, it might happen, or you can fall off your bike and then fucking die because you get unlucky.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, it's just like that's kind of like the point is, it's not 100%, but it's definitely not 0.
People accidentally die all the time,
Yeah.
especially in combat.
I mean, boxing. People have died in fucking boxing fights all the time. Actually, really bad. People had to actually put active limits on the amount of damage you could do to another person before the fight gets called off.
Yeah, those regulations exist for a reason.
Funnily enough, no one's died in a UFC fight before, to my knowledge.
That's good. Means the regulation's probably working.
Yeah, I think it's also got to do with the way that combat actually works, because it's focused heavily on continuous punches to make sure that the person stays down, rather than hitting them once or twice, them getting back up, hitting them once or twice, them getting back up, and then taking even more damage over a prolonged period of time. I think it has to do something with that, which is why in MMA fights you're encouraged to like hit the person when they're on the ground to knock them out. But I could be wrong. I am not an expert. Don't quote me.
Apparently, he's just dead.
The spark of his life is smothered in shite.
The other guard gets pretty scared and tries to convince Andor that there is a way out of it and they can just pretend that it was an accident.
You can even see Rain in this scene, behind him.
Enough about the raid.
I fucking hate his
he didn't
point
make
about
that
the
stupid
raid.
point.
Oh god.
If they go in together, neither of them will get into trouble. It's pretty obvious that the guy's lying and he's going to double-cross Andor, so Andor just shoots him with the blaster and takes off.
He might also have been telling the truth. Andor just doesn't want to take the
Don't
risk.
fucking bring Among Us into this, you child.
What?
It's the same Among Us animation.
What
Oh, I think I'm slightly ahead of you, Shandy.
I'm at 8:30.
I'm at 8:30 too.
We see a red thing going across the
There's
screen.
no red thing for me. So, okay, Chad, we're in for something.
Spoilers.
If they go in together, neither of them will get into trouble. It's pretty obvious that the guy's lying and he's going to double-cross Andor, so Andor just shoots him with the blaster and takes off. Little bit of a...
Oh, right, okay. I hate it.
Oh my fucking god.
We spoiled you. I'm sorry.
A side note here, I've seen people and even other YouTubers criticizing this scene, saying how Andor is supposed to be a hero and yet he murdered.
Can you please cite any of these other YouTubers?
I have never seen
please?
this point made anywhere.
Neither.
Yeah.
Neither. And if it does, they're fucking stupid for saying it.
It's like your criticisms are like well above theirs. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. Oh, there's nothing worse than someone who's smug and wrong. Oh god.
Murders both of these men. Except that's a bunch of bullshit. These men were trying to shake down Andor. They were robbing them, and one of them held a blaster right up against Andor's head. Both of them were the aggressors. Andor was merely defending himself. Even though the death of the first man was a 1 in a billion fluke from a headbutt, even killing the second man was still entirely 100% justified. It doesn't matter.
No, the entire
one's
point
a
of
bit
that is that it's
rougher.
morally ambiguous, because
Yeah. What a
He-
terrible counter. The way to counter Andor's supposed to be a hero is to say, no, he's not, especially not at this point in his life.
like, he did it, the man surrendered, he had his hands up, he wasn't antagonistic, he was willing to go to the authorities and like plead guilty and
It
say
shows
Andor.
that Andor is pragmatic and doesn't
Yeah.
hesitate when it comes to taking life if necessary. Something that comes up later as well. And good fucking thing it does, because he would have been dead in that moment.
Are you talking about episode 6?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure.
That he was disarmed, and it doesn't matter that the fight was over. He was still the aggressor. He was still the person.
He says to the man on his knees with his hands up, begging for
It's
his
like it's a
life.
person surrendering. It's just the issue here is it's like, I mean, the ideal heroic thing to do is like, oh, I'll spare you and like run away or something because I don't necessarily need to kill you at this moment because you're no longer a threat to me. But then like the question is like, oh, but you're gonna go back and tell the other guys
Exactly, and then
about
you'll
me,
be
and so
after
that's
me.
gonna cause me issues in the future. So I feel like I have to kill you in this moment because otherwise my life is in danger in the future. And what's interesting is like kills the guy and then it happens anyway. So then the question is like, wow, like.
I think
What's the
Andor
choice
knew it
really
was going to
necessary in
happen
the end?
anyway, but think about how much more of a head start he got because there was no one to immediately report the crime and give all the details of who he was.
Yeah.
In the wrong. He was absolutely going to continue going after Andor, very likely with the help of more security. He was very much still a threat. Also, keep in mind that during the shakedown, this guy fired his blaster at Andor's head. He had already attempted to kill Andor. His death was an appropriate punishment for his
Okay, this is fucking stupid.
Wait, what? Wait, now are we
If someone is
arguing?
wrestling a gun away from you, you are absolutely justified in trying to shoot them. Are you kidding me? Because they're 100. Why would you not think they're then going to turn the gun around on you?
Wait, is 100% justified for the crime? I mean, I guess if you want
This
to
is
say
why if you try and, even when you're quote unquote unarmed, try and wrestle a gun from a police officer, they're 100% justified in shooting you. Because if you get possession of that deadly weapon, then it can very easily lead to death.
Usually I
So
won't-
they respond with the appropriate
usually I
force.
won't make this a comparison because in most cases it's a straw man, but it seems like based on what he said, that's kind of what he's saying. Is that like if someone were to be convicted for like, oh, you like robbed someone at gunpoint, that like the death penalty is like, oh yeah, that's like viable. It's like the kind of implication of this. You just said that the punishment is appropriate for the crime. It's like,
I'm just thinking
oh,
of the context of how this person dies.
okay.
And it's not appropriate to say this. He's on his knees, he's begging for his life, his hands are in the air. Andor is no judge, jury, or executioner. He has no right to take this man's life. Using our modern sensibilities of morals. I don't know how the fuck it works in Star Wars.
It's entirely self-preservation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I have no problem with this because I know from Andor's point of view, he's doing this to preserve his own life, and he knows that this is going to come back to bite it if this person
That's
goes
what
away.
makes him an interesting and dynamic character, is that we know that he's capable of this. So when he's put in situations like the tense scene with Skeen, it's even more tense because it's more believable for him to just fucking whip out a gun and kill the guy. It's like, shit.
It also makes scenes like when he uses Cyril as bait for his other men in episode 3 significantly more interesting because you already have that presupposed idea of, oh, this dude will just kill you if he fucking feels like you're going to be a threat to him. So when he leaves Cyril alive to use him as bait for the other men, it's like, oh, okay, cool. So you're not just a cold-blooded killer. Sorry,
Yeah.
you're not a cold-blooded killer, but you're also pragmatic and calculative, and you see opportunities arise and you take advantage of them. And it's like, okay, fuck, you're like significantly leagues ahead in terms of entertainment value for me to anything I've seen from Star Wars in the last like 20 years.
Yeah.
This reminds me of like that, because I've never seen this, like, it's not, actually maybe I shouldn't make this comparison because it's not technically the same thing. But like, I remember like in a video that you've covered at some point, it was a people's like criticism, and one of the things he said is like, why is killing Count Dooku a bad thing? He like just tried to kill them.
Oh yeah, I've heard this
And then
argument
like, I think
before.
like, it's like he's surrendering. He's a surrendering.
He literally has no hands.
But of course, like there is like a different scenario because in this case, it's like the question is like, oh, can I even afford them live, or would I come back to like buy a
question to ask. Can you still
then-
use
but
the
then the
Force if you have no limbs?
I don't know. Star Wars isn't very clear on this. I feel like it
'Cause I wanna
suggested both.
see. Well, I mean, Vader uses the Force and he has no limbs.
True.
He's got robot limbs, but
I feel like it's more for the purpose of focusing rather than something physical.
Fair.
Yeah, I think this situation is kind of hard. I was thinking more ambiguous, especially to describe it, because on one hand, like I wouldn't say it's self-defense, like in like the traditional sense. But on the other hand, like it's like the issue of like, oh, in the future, like I have to consider what happens like if I let this person live
Yes.
and that they like come back with more people, and they like it's like, but it's like a proactive self-defense. Can we consider that self-defense? Because I feel like there's like that creates a lot of like weird cases where something can be considered self-defense in a very weird
Yeah,
context that can be
exactly.
considered self-defense. That's like the issue.
And in both cases of the Dooku execution in this, the series is presenting it not as a good thing. So to try and argue that it is actually a good thing is certainly a take.
Yeah, because there's a difference between like self-defense as in someone's committing aggressive actions for me, so I need it for my life, versus like, oh, someone might do for my life in the future, so I need to kill them now because like, that's like a
When
justification
it's a
for
matter
it,
of
like,
potentiality that you
Yeah.
can't commit, you can't like sentence someone to punishment because of that, let alone death.
I'm pretty sure I blinked an entire hour went by.
Yeah, because it's like the problem of like, is that like a fair defense? Because it could, maybe it can be in some circumstances, but in our cases, it definitely can't be. It kind of, like the idea of like, oh, this country's going to invade us, so we're going to invade them first.
Well, no, stop. You're giving this way too much thought. You're giving this way too much thought. Like, this man is not even talking about that. He's talking about this. Maybe other instances of this happening.
Well, it's the idea of proactive self-defense and whether or not that can be justified as self-defense or not. It's an interesting like moral conundrum. Trying to like treat it as like, oh, obviously he's good, I think like is oversimplifying it, because I think it's a very complicated issue, and that's why I think wording ambiguous is the best way to describe a situation like this.
That's why I'm not even looking at it like that. I'm just looking at it from Andor's point of view. And from Andor's point of view, it's like, yeah, this makes sense for him to do it.
Yep.
Yep. So.
Crimes.
You don't approve. Well, too bad.
There are a lot of
More
stupid things
Demolition
about
Man.
this series that make it bad.
That was Starship Troopers.
Oh, right.
But this is not one of them. Andor makes it back to his ship and leaves the planet. The next scene takes place on a different planet known as Ferrix, where we see a droid that looks like it was specifically designed to resemble a, yeah.
Cock.
What?
That looks just like an enormous wank.
I knew it. I fucking knew it. Look at it.
The fuck?
Droid that
Oh,
looks like
okay.
it was
If that's
specifically
phallic,
designed
then
to
you must think
resemble a-
R2D2 is a fucking dildo.
I do.
That's a bit of a stretch. Come on.
Jesus Christ.
I knew it as soon as I knew it as soon as he
Get
was
out
like,
of here, Freud.
I knew it. I immediately knew it. I was like, oh, okay, I see it. The fucking shaft and the two boloses. I get it. Okay.
Look, I consider myself pretty degenerate, but even that that's a stretch. Come on.
I consider myself pretty degenerate, but this is one step too far. Come on. Come on.
Yeah.
That looks just like an enormous wank.
I'm sure at least one of the writers thought it was hilarious. Regardless, in the
Why would the
Oh,
writers?
yes, the writers. They wrote the design.
They wrote the design of the robot.
opening of this episode, the camera slowly followed the character of Andor as walking through a city. This was fine because it was the introduction to the series. Unfortunately, the show creators decided that it was so good that they needed to do it again. We spend the next 2 minutes watching this droid
It's called establishing
slowly
a
make its way
setting and
through
an
the area.
atmosphere and a
This is what I-
vibe, you no attention troglodyte.
ADHD really has been a fucking detriment to our society.
was referring to when I said that the show is needlessly padded to extend the length. Then it switches over into a flashback where we
This
see
person
a
would
younger
not
version
survive
of...
the opening scenes of Wall-E. Jesus Christ.
This person would not survive 2001: A Space Odyssey.
I wouldn't survive Space Odyssey. Fuck that.
Wall-E has like a whole 10 minutes of just the main characters like walking around their environment without any dialogue. Like, it's just like, good luck with that movie, Jesus. It's
of
like
Andor
2
and his
minutes.
sister, and we get an introduction to the Canary people. It turns out that they're a bunch of stupid primitive savages who fight with...
What the fuck?
What?
A bunch of stupid fucking savages. Oh no. Notice how there
Jesus
isn't a
fucking
single.
Christ.
Savages to fight with sticks.
Notice how there wasn't a single adult in this camp. What makes you think they're savages and not just a group of kids that escaped fucking enslavement and then had to like
Yeah,
make a
it's
life
either
of their
that or
roots?
they're like there was a colony ship that crashed or something.
Like, bruh.
That's why they can't control a local like library and just like read up. Like, I'm sorry. Damn.
They are a bunch of savages, which is why Andor immediately recognizes a fucking control panel on a ship and starts beating it to kingdom fuck.
I don't think he recognizes it. I think that's more just him trying to take out his anger on the oppressors.
So why did he do it in like
He gets
the most
freaked out when he
appropriate-
sees his own reflection. They're
Does?
clearly not around technology.
Okay, well then I might just take that back. I don't remember that part.
Sticks and live in mud huts.
The next one of you primates even touches me.
This by itself is not anything
Oh
to get
my
worked
God.
up about. There are countless different types
How
of people throughout the
embarrassing.
galaxy, and certainly not all of them are going to be at the level of technology that allows for space travel. But don't worry, it gets worse. You see, there's
the
more
fuck
to
is that?
consider
What do you mean
about the
worse? What
Canary
you just said
people.
wasn't even
Remember when I said
bad.
the writers intended to make this series all about Orange Man bad and the things related to him?
Why are we back on this?
Oh no, because he said he's gonna talk about it later. So we're
Get ready for
Well, one
the
of those
mega
things
bomb
happens
take.
to be illegal immigrants. This is why all of the Canary people are brown.
question mark.
Oh, what the fuck? How are they immigrants?
I thought you
I
used to
feel
be
like
like
he's
be
going
like.
to make a Mexico comparison, yeah.
I thought you were gonna like make a compare, like we're gonna stretch a colonialism comparison, where it's like, oh, you know, these like native people of this planet are being like invaded or something. Not like, I don't. What? Illegal immigration? What's illegal immigration? Is Andor illegal? Does that ever come up?
Nope.
Sure, they've racialized the tribe. Okay, and how does that necessarily lead to commentary about immigration? And if it is commentary on immigration, why is that bad?
Who's the immigrants?
I
Where
like
are they immigrating to? Or is it illegal to do that?
I
Like,
like
what
the-
the fuck are we talking about?
I like the Trump comparisons here because the thing with Andor the show is most people in the show don't know where Canary is, but a lot of pro-Trump supporters know where Mexico is. So it's a bit of an odd comparison to make, yeah.
I don't know where the anti-Canary immigration policy was in the show, but apparently I missed
There
it.
isn't one. He's making it up. The reason why they're after people from Canary is because they are after Andor, and that's the only piece of information they know about it.
Native immigrants. Oh wait, yeah, that's a point. I think the Canary are actually native to the planet.
I would hope so. Maybe. Unless, of course, they are just
Oh,
like...
actually, that
This
might
way
make more
it's
sense. Yeah, I think the Canary were native to the planet, and I think all the adults got taken away to work in the mines,
Slave
and that's why the
camps.
kids are left for themselves.
Yeah,
Actually,
and that's
yeah,
why I
that
thought
might
was,
make
I
sense.
thought it was gonna be like I thought like a colonialism argument would be like was the a lot more like comparable than illegal immigration because like at least that has like some grounds with like how they wanted to plan and start these like big mining operations which were later abandoned as we see. Like, oh yeah, maybe there's an argument here. I just don't see the illegal immigration at all. I don't see it anywhere in the show.
Let's see what Nazi Pugman has to say.
You're fucking racist.
Why is this important? Because the Canary people are meant to quite literally be a one-to-one representation of people from Central and South America.
I fucking
Wha-
knew it.
what
the
the
Mexicans
fuck?
are at it again.
How?
Do you think they are because they're stupid savages who fight with sticks?
Yeah, that's a bit of a yikes after the way you described them.
I know
Jesus
that's
Christ.
incredibly bad faith for me to say, but
Oh, he's being so bad faith.
I can't not make that joke. I'm sorry, it's too easy.
Whereas the Empire is meant to represent the United States of America. Later on, we're even going to see how the
Really?
Canary will sneak across borders because the writers are about as subtle as a jackhammer.
What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean borders? What borders?
Wait, is the Empire United States of America, or is Morlana one the United States of America?
The Empire.
Or is
the
are we
entire
representing the
empire.
internal state-by-state borders of the United States? Like, I'm confused.
Oh no, Uvu in the chat's like, I guess him leaving was the space cooler jumping the border. That's what he just said, yeah.
What chat are you talking about? Where am I looking?
The Discord.
Oh. What?
Wait, which one?
Which one are you on? Is it the
The
Uvucast
wall.
one? Oh, the wall. Okay, never mind. I'm not currently looking at that, and I can't. Otherwise, stream go flizzing.
Oh, I didn't realize there's a whole chat happening in the wall.
Okay.
Simply put,
Just
the
another
show
brick
creators
in
have
the
made it so
wall.
that the Canary are basically space Mexicans.
I didn't expect him to outright fucking say it.
Wait, I
They're
just,
basically just space mix.
Space Mexicans.
I just realized, not related to this fucking retarded video, but the Pink Floyd song, "Just Another Brick in the Wall." Well, what happens to the Ferrex elders when they die?
Yeah, I don't understand this comparison because like the planet
Wait,
is in
Wervos, you
Empire,
fucking
Imperial
4D'd this
space.
video. That explains the white poncho in the chest. They're space Mexicans.
I said it was an advanced meme. I didn't realize how advanced it would be.
This meme has layers. Like the poncho.
Now we'll build a projection machine.
And this is where we get some
Oh yeah, fucking tough titty talk coming from a guy talking about fucking projection.
Yeah,
Oh my
keeping it
lord.
really perfecting. Oh no.
delicious irony. Woke weirdos like the writers on this series
Woke weirdo, says the man talking about space Mexicans.
are completely oblivious to the fact that they are the most racist people on the planet.
Oh fuck off! Oh my god!
The
Oh no, he's
projection.
gonna, I knew he was gonna do this. That's why I was unsure of that joke because I felt like where he was going. It's like, oh wow, they're portraying Mexicans are stupid primitives with dumb stick weapons. Like, ha! It's like you recreate
You're
this in
the
your mind.
racist. Meantime, Andor's like one of the most intelligent characters in this fucking show. He's doing shit other people who are like experienced in the line of work don't know how to do. He's the one who flies the ship at episode 6 because the other people don't know what the fuck to do. Primitive fucking space Mexican with stick my ass. Phrasing.
They genuinely believe that they're doing something good and bringing light to the misfortune of the brown people. However, in doing so, they depict
They're slightly darker Caucasian, but
the space Mexicans as being stupid, primitive savages who fight with sticks and live in mud huts.
This isn't racist at all, by the way.
For those of you in my audience who may have some Hispanic heritage, let me ask you something.
Let me ask you something. Are you
Why are you
comfortable
still
with
watching
me
this
calling...
video?
Are you comfortable with me calling your fucking nationality a group of
Here's the
savages
argument.
with
I want to know.
sticks?
Here's actually the argument currently. It's like someone somewhere supposedly said that this is supposed to be criticizing Trump, and the Empire is supposed to be comparable to Trump. He then sees brown people in like on a planet. And it's like, oh, these must be the Mexicans because they're here, and then they immigrate around. And it's like, oh, they're also primitives with like super primitives that use sticks. Oh, the writers must be wanting to think the Mexicans are primitive people that use sticks. It's like you're the one who invented the fucking primitives who were supposed to be like the same as the Mexicans. You invented that. You didn't even say the writers said that. You're the one who came up with that.
Willis, you don't understand.
You derived that from them saying you're supposed to criticize Trump.
You don't understand. If I was a filmmaker, I would use statements like that, like fucking advanced psychological warfare, just so I could point out the racists in my fucking audience. I would have to do no work involved. I would just say something offhandedly without there being any form of evidence, and they just do it themselves. I would do that all the fucking time just to see what happens. Like, fuck me.
This is the orcs are black people like argument though, like on the other side. It's exactly what just happened.
Orcs are black people. Yeah. Oh no, it's just the opposite side now. It's the opposite side of the coin. It's the exact same fucking coin. It's just the other one.
Shift coin. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Speaking of coins, yeah.
When the show creators believe an accurate representation of you and your family involves depicting you as helpless, stupid, primitive savages who fight with sticks and live in mud
yes,
huts,
Andor's very helpless in that moment. Fucking idiot.
It's the anomaly problem again. This is not trailer footage.
How does that make you feel?
I hate this. It is revolting.
Do you enjoy being depicted like that? Because I'm willing to bet you probably don't. And that's the funny part about all this, because the woke weirdos don't even realize what they're doing and why it's wrong.
He's also fucking wrong. A lot of people are really thrilled with Cassian as Spanish representation.
I thought you, like, if you're gonna call it shit woke, I thought you'd go for like the low-hanging fruit
Or
of just
Latin, I
like
should say.
of like, oh, like
whatever
the
that was
police are
from.
like corrupt and evil, and Andor's like non-white. Isn't that weird? Like, I thought you'd go like somewhere that route, because at least I could see where your brain went. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's like I don't know what the fuck you are. I don't know how you got to illegal immigration of any of these factors.
That's what I appreciate about Andor. Actually, in the prison section, they could have posted an extreme cringe and made the entire prisoners be minorities, but they didn't because it wouldn't have really made sense in the Star Wars universe. But there's minorities there, and you can definitely like draw those parallels, but it's not done in a way where it doesn't feel like it fits within the universe, and that's what I really appreciate about the show.
Well, not just that. There's minorities in the what's the name of that one Empire group? The one where Cecil, or, sorry, fucking Cyril gets
Cecil. Hax Milana.
Hax Milana,
Yes.
the one that she works for. There's a few minority
Yes,
guys.
and
in
there's
there
the
too.
Black ISB agent.
Yeah.
I think it's more effective as well when you like ping out a message where it's like it's not that fast and just like negatively affects these group of people. Fastest and like negatively affects like all of us, and that's why we need to like rebel. I think it's a much stronger message.
Yes, exactly.
And limited to like a few certain groups.
You could also say that fascism comes in all different shapes and sizes and colors because, yeah, of course it does. Not everyone who's bad looks the same way not everyone who's good looks the same. That's the message. Like, you should just be not a cunt. Which this man failed to pick up because he was too focused on rain and savages with sticks.
Ridiculous thing I need to point out. The character of Andor himself is essentially just a Hispanic version of Han Solo, except of course Andor is better and browner. Basically, they made him into Juan Solo.
Oh god, this guy is
Getting back to the
nerd-rotic.
story that's still in the flashback, Juan Solo and the rest of the space Mexicans.
Don't tell me he's gonna call him fucking Quan Solo for the rest of this video. I'm
I
actually...
have a feeling he is.
Oh,
what
no.
the fuck is happening?
Get startled when a
But
ship
I'm
crash
definitely not the
lands on
racist
planet,
one,
but
guys.
then it
You're the
immediately cuts
racist.
back to the
Jeez,
I wonder why he
racist.
didn't comment on the
Christ.
fact that that ship looks like a giant wang.
Yeah,
Getting back to the story that
That one looks closer than the droid, honestly.
it does.
Look,
still
guys,
in
the
the
Minecraft
flashback,
maps didn't have
Han
any
Solo and the
racism,
rest of the
okay?
space Mexicans get
Just
startled
put that
when a
out
ship
there.
crash lands on the planet, but then it immediately cuts back to the present day. Juan Solo is woken up by the Pen 15 droid and is concerned about the events of the previous
I just read we're
night.
only at episode 2 and we're almost done with the video. Like
We're only at
2/3 away
episode
and we
1.
got to episode 2. Wait, are we?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
the video is titled Andor's Bad, Episode 1.
Oh,
And
I
again-
thought this was all like the episode 1 of like the series of Andor's Bad, not episode 1 of just Andor.
It might be.
My bad.
It might be, but yeah.
He doesn't know if he was tracked,
He did say early on that he only saw the first couple of episodes, so I think it's just the first 2.
so he's going to try to create an alibi. He tells the Pen 15 droid to lie, and the droid responds by saying it requires a lot of energy, and this
Oh yeah, this is the same point the other guy made, and we all came to the same conclusion. It takes humans more energy to lie as well, because you have to actively form of something that isn't true. So the droid trying to do the exact same thing makes sense, because it's not programmed to do that. So it's going against its programming to lie in order to cover up Andor's shit.
This seems like, to me, something that might pop up later in the series, where the droid is unable to lie because it has low energy and therefore it causes a problem for the characters or something. And while I do give them credit for trying to set this up,
Yeah, if
I
only
also
you'd
can't
seen
help but
the
point
rest, you could actually answer that question instead of being like, maybe it'll do a thing, I don't know.
out how unbelievably fucking stupid it is that it would require a significant amount of energy for the Pen 15 droid to lie.
Why? Oh my god, it's the same. Oh, this is the same video. It's made all of the same points, even to this specific one. How?
I don't know about that one.
How are
The
they
last
such
video-
fucking bots?
The last video
one
didn't
unique
mention
video,
space
watch
Mexicans.
Star Wars, a masterpiece in 1978.
It's making that video look pretty good in comparison. I'm not
That's
gonna
a unique
lie.
video right there.
That's
so
very
props-
unique.
Props some brand new arguments like the tree analogy. I hadn't heard that one before.
Oh my god, that was. Oh yeah,
Darth, I
we
wonder what
definitely
would
gotta show you that
happen
one.
if you made this person a fucking AI, and then had an argument with it. What would happen?
It would sound indistinguishable from a lot of content creators like this.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is a fucking 1-for-1. Shut up. It's a 1-for-1 for the last video, so like, well, no, this one added the Space Mexicans or Filthy Savages with Sticks one, which we didn't hear
Yeah,
beforehand.
this one had much more of a racist bent to it, which is epic and cool.
Yeah.
At least the other guy was just like, it's woke garbage and didn't post political cringe of his own, but this one definitely has.
He did mention strong female characters. That was about it.
Yeah.
Do you remember how the last couple scenes were introduced
But he
with
didn't
the
do
camera
anything to make me think he
slowly
was
following
sexist.
Oh
so-
my god, please move on from the Space Mexicans and their white ponchos.
a character through a city that takes about 2 minutes to finish? Well, guess what? It's happening again! And
I
this
hate this
time it's
guy's
Juan
voice.
Solo as he's going to meet one of his friends. After catching up with him, Juan
Don't call him a Space Mexican too. I'm gonna be pissed off if you do.
Solo gives some long contrived story about what they did the previous night in order to create his alibi.
Stop saying
His
contrived
friend
like it's
notices
a
the
negative.
injury on
It's
his
meant to
face.
be contrived. It's the literal definition of contrived because it's not what happened. Fuck me.
And
What
adds
is-
more
what's
to the story
contrived
to
mean?
account for it. This scene is incredibly boring and takes about
Oh my fucking
It is not
god!
boring to efficiently establish the rapport this guy has with Andor that so much of them between them is unspoken that he's able to immediately clue into what Andor's talking about. And also the way that they handle developing the alibi is very indirect, so it's actually kind of engaging. It's not just smacking you in the face with it. It's clever dialogue.
I remember a video pointed out was it's like it kind of like tells us about the history between these characters when like
Yes.
the
I
other
get the
guy
impression
kind
this
of
is
adds
not the first time this has happened.
yeah, the other guy adds to the story to make it more believable because like well I mean if this actually happened then this probably would have happened because it's like
Also,
they
it's just
add to the
engaging to
story,
see characters think
yeah.
about like creating a believable scenario. I like little details like
Darth,
that.
don't you just love it how this person complained that the whorehouse scene and the pub scene are the exact same thing, therefore bad. But now he's complaining about the fact that this scene is establishing something we've never seen before in Star Wars, being that two characters are establishing a rapport with each other by making up lies on the spot to keep the other one in trouble, is now also bad because it's boring.
You can't fucking win. This is what happens when you don't have a framework.
He had a
It's
framework.
boring if it's character
Mexicans.
stuff, but it's pandering. If
His
it's, like,
framework
stupid
was
Star
a
Wars
border
space
of
stuff.
sorts, if you will. Fucking. God. I'm usually able to say a lot, but I'm very frustrated at the moment. Like, there's not much for me to
funny.
grasp onto here, first and foremost, and the little that I do have is just baked and battered and beaten and stupid.
It's just so weird because you get a scene like this, like, oh yeah, it seems pretty interesting. I like this character. And it's just like, oh yeah, it seems boring. I'm like, oh. never
Like,
mind
I'm at the
that.
point where I'm expecting him to call this guy on the left a fucking space Mexican, but I'm also at the point where I'm waiting for him to mention the guy in the middle's hat looks like a boob.
Which will we go for? The fucking two paths.
Yeah, that's about the level of analysis we're getting in this video.
When you
huh?
hit 18, there are two roads you can take.
You can be racist or sexist. You can't be both.
You can be
10
racist or
times longer
horny.
than it should have.
Oh,
When
yeah.
the show finally moves into the next scene, we're introduced to a few new characters. The station
What's the bet that he's going to make the Trump analogy again, but with this character? What's
Is
the
this
bet?
the character? Have we finally found out?
This is the one I was
he's gonna
talking
toast?
about. This is the only one I can think of that like matches
How the
that
fuck
description.
is this guy in any way resemblant of
Well,
Trump?
I
that's the
don't
guess.
know, but he's the only one.
Well,
I could
that's our
think
best
of.
guess because there's no one else who's closer. This guy's like old and is in charge of this place. So,
Yeah.
you know.
Okay. Yeah. Whoever's just gave it. He's old and he's in charge. That's the only thing.
Also white.
Please
White.
tell me that's not what we're working with.
That's our prediction. That's our only like character it could possibly be is this guy. Or
Only the
Cyril,
truly
one of the two.
politically deranged could read this as a Trump caricature.
I bet 10,000 on another Trump reference. 10,000 of what? Yes.
we only see during this scene, and this
It's
guy
like an
named
Asian
Cyril
conical hat, so
Karn,
space
the chief is
Asian.
reading a lengthy
I was
report
thinking
about
that
the
as
incident
well.
that happened with the two men, but he wants to sweep it under the rug and pretend that it was just an accident, despite knowing that there was some shady stuff going on. He does this because he wants to make his command look good to the Empire, so he figures it's better to just pretend that it didn't happen.
Thank you, I watched the scene.
Or that it was some sort of accident. However, Karn refuses to let it go. He seems to be a little naive or ignorant about the shady stuff that's going on, and only sees it as two of their...
This is actually something I put a lot of effort into my own fucking review for The Amazing Spider-Man. I do not spend a fucking obscene amount of time talking about what is happening in the scene. I only talk about why what's happening is actually important. Stop making half of your video a fucking recap of what happened. This is...
Anomalies was definitely the worst example.
That's because it was the longest.
It's... Ironically, it's kind of important here because I'm at the point where I don't even know if he understood the point of most of the scenes in Andor, so it's nice to hear that he is grasping what's happening sometimes.
If you're at that point and I'm at this point where we're like on fucking polar opposites, then something's wrong. And I don't know what it is.
Men who were murdered, and the culprit needs to be found and brought to justice. This event was so important to him that he never went to sleep, and he spent all night creating an extremely detailed report that the station chief simply ignored. From this we can learn a few things about Karn. First, he is a diligent and dedicated worker. Second, he views justice as more important than appearances. And third, he prioritizes the men of his command above himself. These are all virtuous and highly admirable traits, but it seems that
this is the first piece of good fucking shit he's actually given.
No, I know where this is going. Oh god. Of
Well,
course.
the thing is,
of
like,
course.
There's things that appear virtuous, but then as we learn, he becomes fanatical over these wants, becomes very fanatical of pursuing justice, and becomes obsessed with casting Andor as a person, because he sees it's the greatest threat in the galaxy to the Empire.
Yeah, if you think about it, he's using all of the company's resources on this one guy. The people aren't even probably getting paid overtime. He's that one fucking manager. That manager that everyone knows.
Yeah.
He's definitely not all positive. The one that's like, oh god.
I mean, I know who it is. I just haven't had a manager like that. I
haven't personally had a manager like that either.
Yeah, but I know what you're talking about.
It honestly comes across where that ideal of justice kind of bleeds into more of a kind of vengeance / revenge type deal. He tries to mask it as justice.
Same thing with Tim.
The obsession he has with casting Andor, in particular, and how far he goes to try do more information and try to catch Andor seems to be more of him trying to find some sort of revenge.
You've actually just pointed out something very interesting, because the dichotomy between Cyril and Andor is very interesting, because Cyril is on a quest for vengeance but tropes it up as justice, where Andor is literally on a quest for justice but props it up as him just doing his own thing. He doesn't really care about what else is going on.
Spiting the Empire, spitting in their food.
Yeah, pretty much. But he never does anything that's so out.
But he doesn't see it as virtuous.
No,
he's very anti-virtue.
He's doing it as a means of just being an annoying little prick. But in doing that, he's actively contributing more to the success of the rebellion than he actually thinks he's doing. He is practically, between him and Luthen, they're the spark that created the rebellion in the first place, that we know of it in A New Hope, and he doesn't even know it.
Also, I just want to pick up on the fact that despite that we're only talking about episode 1, he's trying to say that they're painting Cyril in a negative light? What? I don't think they're painting him in a positive or a negative light. They're just showing the kind of person he is and how he interacts with the world around him, not necessarily casting any judgments.
Is there something they do with the villains where I feel with the villain, because he does with Dead as well, where with Karn, it feels like they can't paint the world around him in negative light at first, where it's he's the only one who actually cares about 2 people dying.
Yeah.
Obviously he knows 2 people are kind of shitty, but he's the only one who cares for in an uncaring system, right? The commander feels I don't care, they're just my stats look better essentially than care about these 2 random guards.
Yeah,
the people around him seem annoyed that this person keeps pressuring them, we need, these 2 people are dead now, our coworkers, we need to find out what happened. They're okay, Karn, whatever. It feels like we kind of should be rooting for him. It's oh yeah, he's going after people. The system around him is just uncaring for death. That's pretty substantial. But then after like, and then later he becomes unhinged. Like, oh shit, like me, he was actually kind of like not a great person all along.
Yeah,
and the same thing happens with Dedra, where at the first it's like, oh, like the system around her.
Yeah,
is,
exactly.
like,
Dedra,
maintaining
she's an ISB agent she's painted as the underdog and sympathetic. How the fuck can you say that it's trying to say that it's painting these characters in a negative light? That's such a stupid fucking reading of what's happening here. The whole point is for you to feel for these characters and then to question yourself and be like, oh, actually, but what they're trying to achieve is quite fucking awful. So
yeah, like,
I don't know how I feel now.
People, yeah,
it's designed to make you uncomfortable as fuck.
The
so
show
to say that
creators
it's just
are too
all negative is fucking stupid.
Stupid to understand this, as over the next couple episodes, they're going to try to depict these traits as being bad.
That don't make no sense.
Also, I should point out that
What the
Karn
fuck?
seems to be a stand-in for Orange Man
The
Bat.
traits can lead to good and bad things.
This was my first guess, but
God.
I like Shanny's theory better because at least Shanny's made kind of more sense. I do not know what the comparison between these two are.
What the fuck?
What?
How do you connect the dots? How is Cyril a Trump allegory? What?
Oh god, I'm let's see where he goes with this.
The
Because-
writers want to portray him as a villain because he's going after Juan Solo, but the reality is
He is going to keep doing
Oh,
it.
because he's going after the space Mexicans, of course.
Oh my god.
You realize,
Fuck.
damn it.
that he's an officer determined to track down someone who he believes is a murderer. Because while Juan Solo was justified in his actions, Karn doesn't know that. Switching scenes, we get yet another incredibly long, slow, and unnecessary introduction to another character named Bix. She appears to be some sort of mechanic and is a longtime friend of Juan Solo. He needs to sell some valuable Empire technology, so he needs her to contact a buyer, which she reluctantly agrees to. We get a brief introduction to her white boyfriend, who appears to be some sort of jealous asshole.
Why
Note
did
the
you
lack
say
of
he
White.
was white?
White. He's white, guys. White. But one thing.
Oh,
another
I
thing
get it, because he gets killed. Haha.
He's an evil, jealous boyfriend. That's why.
Never mind
haha,
that there's
but-
lots of white characters in the show that are virtuous, or like, oh, I don't know, fucking Luthen.
One perspective I would want to bring in, by the way, because he says like, "Oh, Karn's obviously evil from the start." Honestly, that was not my initial reading of him at all. When my initial reading of him was like, "Oh, he's a kid that's like in the system," but then he's gonna like that has like these like kind of moral senses, and he's gonna get like disillusioned with the system, and later on, and maybe like he actually joins up with Andor towards the end, or maybe not. Like they could have gone either direction, and
Yeah, they could have.
both of them evil. But yeah, the
I'm
direction
glad
took
they
is them
didn't.
out of
It would have
control.
been a big misfire to do the whole defecting thing.
But I could believe it could have went either way because this kid just felt like he had like he was just had these like kind of moral like beliefs, but was like kind of stuck in this like kind of.
But at the same time, I picked up
guess
even in the
both
first 3 episodes that he's very performative in the sense that he tries to be the person that he knows he isn't. And that reveals a lot of insecurity about his character.
Well, I mean, that's the whole speech he makes as well. But I always kind of read that as him, being like more like uncertain with his position and not like really like, I guess like believing.
I don't
too
think he's
hard, not
uncertain
being
about his position. I think he
talented.
just lacks the skills to be able to deliver like a
Like
compelling
he has the
speech
passion,
like
but
that.
he didn't have the skills, which is very interesting. Like kind of dichotomy.
Yes. Yeah, he's the he's like a Hitler without the charisma. To use an extreme example.
This is a fucking terrible video.
It's important to note that while Bix is not a member of the Canary people, her skin is the same kind of brown.
Who gives a shit?
Fuck. Oh my god. What the fuck?
It's interesting to note that she is also brown.
Imagine trying to watch Empire Strikes Back with this fucking mind frame. Imagine trying to see fucking Lando backstabbing Han Solo with this mind frame. How bad would that movie look to you with this fucking mind frame?
Yeah.
Of course, the fucking virtuous white guy gets backstabbed by the conniving, gambling,
so
fucking
funny.
sex addict who also just so happens to be black. Fucking hell. I can
This
do
is
it
so funny 'cause
too.
the main complaint these people is always like, I hate how like leftists like see everything in terms of race and like media, and I'll have to put in everywhere. But then that's all they do in response is do the same thing.
Not
It's like,
just that, but it muddies
What's
the
your plan?
waters for when you're looking at pieces of media that actually do all the things that this person is criticizing
Yeah,
Andor for
do.
doing. And it's like, oh, I'm not going to be looking at those pieces of media with a critical eye that's that fucking, what's the word I want to look for here? Axed, I guess? Because I'm already like, I'm already iffy on that frame of mind for how you've been portraying it in other videos that don't, or other pieces of media that don't do that. So when I go into movies and TV shows that do actually do that, I'm gonna be like, okay, yeah, is it really that bad? When in actuality it is, and I just like, I look past that because I don't care anymore. I like don't want to see that anymore. If that makes sense. Like, thankfully I didn't do that with a show like Cowboy Bebop, but fucking hell, imagine if I did. Imagine if I just went in there with that fucking frame of mind.
What a miserable way to experience media too. Just constantly worrying about what race all of the characters are and what that means for your world.
There
like,
really wouldn't be a lot of movies and TV shows you
impossible to
could
get
watch
immersed.
at this point. Hell, would you even be able to watch a movie like The Lighthouse, which is entirely in black and white? I mean, they aren't Caucasian. They kind of like
You just
film
can't win
grainy.
anymore. It's like, oh, show a relationship where a man's abusing a woman in a relationship. Ah, yes, this is actually like anti-men propaganda from the left. Oh, show
No,
like,
Willis, you
where a woman's
It's-
like kind of abusing a man in a relationship. Oh, like this is like, oh no, like this is like anti-woman. Like you're portraying it wrong.
Pretty much. It's
No,
fucking
Willis, you
terrible.
missed it. It's based in Red Pill that the guy's beating up the woman because a man don't take a woman shit. That's
Well, yeah,
entirely
it's
what's
just like
happening.
you can't win because if you do one or the other, you piss off a different group of people. Because apparently, like the idea is that you can never portray that
Meantime,
in any
you've got
way. It's just
Andor, a
alpha
show
movement.
that looks at people's perspectives on both sides of the fucking fence, and it pissed off like almost no one. So many people with like different political views watch the show and they appreciate it for how much nuance they give to both sides of the political spectrum. And then you have fucking dunces like this who watch it with that one singular frame of mind, and then he sees problems in fucking
singular
everything
brain
when it
cell.
doesn't apply. Like,
Oh,
come
also,
on.
that's a good point. Brought up by a chatter. If she is apparently brown, then why isn't she also from Canary? That kind of,
What is that
shoots
the
your
point
whole race argument in the foot.
Wait, is that what the point making? It's like, wow, it's weird that she's brown, but also not from Canary, despite the different race. I think that's what
He might
that's
say
the point
that.
making.
Let's see.
I think that's what he was saying before he paused. I don't know what that leads to, like
I'll
conclusion
go back
wise.
like a little bit back to the white boyfriend.
I love
He's
this
some sort
frame
of
for some
jealous
reason.
asshole.
Note the lack of surprise.
It's important to note that while Bix is not a member of the Canary people, her skin is the same kind of brown. And I'm pointing out the color of these characters because the writers are extremely obvious about their agenda. Putting it simply, any character in this show that happens to be brown is going to be good.
What about Inspector Blevin, you fucking dumbass?
What about a
about
lot of
Luthen?
characters actually?
What about Mon
Oh my
Mothma?
God.
What about
Oh my
all the
fucking
people in the
God,
heist
what an-
arc that are white?
What an incoherent lens to view this from.
It's almost like you should have watched more than 3 episodes for making this.
Yeah.
It's almost like you should have watched more than one episode before making this.
And any character that is white is either going to be bad or is going to be subservient to another character that happens to be brown.
That's racist.
Yes,
That's
it's
wrong.
that simple.
That's just
Subservient?
wrong.
What? Huh?
That's
What is that
racist.
referring
That's
to?
wrong.
Who is it? What was subservient? Question mark. What white characters are subservient to the brown characters? I don't even know what this possibly referring to.
Yeah, there genuinely is nothing this could be referring to. Saw's members, but we know he's not referring to that because he's only talking about episode 1, 2, and 3.
I didn't even know
And
Saw's
also,
members would
he
work.
Saw
talk about
Gerrera is an incredibly not morally virtuous
It's
character.
about the
so,
jealous boyfriend, in which case that wouldn't make sense because the jealous boyfriend goes off on his own limb to go after Andor. Like,
This is kind of reminding me of a thing I saw on Twitter a while ago where a person's like, you know what? Fuck it. I don't care if this is going to get me in trouble or not. But Star Wars is a black and white story. Don't involve morally grey characters. This is not Star Trek. Get that shit out of here. We only want good versus evil in this. And if a lot more people share that mindset, then that explains why you've got people like this. Because it's like, yeah, you can't have morally grey characters of varying ethnicities because they're all just black and white to you, both literally and metaphorically.
Wait, hang on. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't... Oh, wait, no, hang on.
Isn't Darth Vader black? No.
No.
Yes.
That's
Maybe?
not what I was going to say. That's
He's
not what I
voiced
was
by a
going to
black
say.
man and he has
Whatever,
black
move
armor.
on, move on, move on, move on.
Bull. And yes, it's that fucking stupid. Continuing, we get another flashback of the space Mexicans as they're preparing to go and investigate the crash site. Juan Solo decides to go, and apparently this is his first
What is
time.
Mexican
The group
about
is led
them?
by a female
Please tell
warrior
me.
because it's current year, and fucking of course.
She could be the oldest member of the
They're all
tribe.
children. She is the oldest member.
Yes,
you
yeah,
can
I was
tell.
gonna say she was like the older, like it was like have older people are in charge because like they were she was the oldest people. And it felt
Has
like
this
it
guy
was like
never
the
heard
oldest.
of people having bigger, older sisters who like look after them and like help them out?
Apparently not.
Interpretation of that warpaint scene where like Andor's like it was like him like didn't decide like whether or not he was old enough to go with them because if he was like it was like the old people that went out and the children were out,
That's
like stayed
probably why
behind
his
the
sister
village.
stayed behind, yeah.
We also
That's by
learn
reading
that
that
Juan
scene.
Solo seems to have a bit of a crush on the lead warrior girl. Something interesting about these flashbacks is that we have no idea what any of these characters are saying. The language is Canary, but we're not given any subtitles for it.
It's almost like the fucking show is expecting you to use your brain and figure
That's
out
okay.
what the
He
hell
might not
they're
be saying a
talking about.
negative thing. We might not be saying a negative thing. Let's let him
I
finish.
highly doubt that.
As the audience simply need to figure it out. This means that everything being told in these flashbacks is done from a method of show, not tell, which is exactly what should always be happening.
Oh my god, Darth, I'm sorry I doubted you. He actually did something right for a change.
Oh,
my
thanks.
God. Not you, him.
Oh, okay.
And something that the Disney writers often fail to do. However, I find it strange that the writers on this show managed to do this one element of...
Don't
almost like
say
they did all the
it's
other
because
ones
it's,
well.
it's only with the space Mexicans. Don't say that, for the love of fuck.
I just like how he says, I'm surprised how the writers for this show managed to do something so smart. It's just like, oh, okay.
Storytelling quite well, while at the same time failing at everything else.
Boom. Roasted.
Back in the present,
Oh,
Karn
okay.
is still conducting his investigation, and he goes to talk with the radar techs. He wants to
It's
know
almost like
if
they
there
did
were any
everything else
ships that
well. It's
arrived
very
or
weird
left
how
the
that
planet
works.
around the time of the incident. They managed to find one that doesn't have proper identification, subtle as a jackhammer. Then he remarks about
What?
how an unknown
What do you
foreign
mean,
ship
subtle
is
as a... No,
What?
you fucking retard. It's because he's... Oh!
I agree, it is because he's... Oh.
Yeah,
That's
that's
not an
fake
officially
passport.
registered ship.
Yeah, the fake passport. Oh my god, it's like the border.
He doesn't
Notice
have
how
a
it's
ship of his
Trump who
own.
found him?
He's trying to move
Wait,
anonymously.
no, hold on, hold on, hold on, wait, wait,
Trump-
wait. How the fuck does this frame work even? Trump is standing next to a black person. How does this work with your fucking narrative? I don't
Trump
understand.
specifically went to the border patrol officers and tracked down
happens
the
to be a
person
black man?
himself.
God. Imagine
is this-
applying American border disputes to a fucking galaxy. You stupid?
What the fuck is this review? This is so stupid.
Going to another fucking planet in the Star Wars universe is more like going to another state sometimes rather than like another country.
How the...
Especially
Let alone
under the
another
rule of the
planet.
Empire.
Oh god, why? Why am I watching this?
You can't ever have non-white characters like move between places that have security between them. Under this framework.
They don't even have security between them. They're tracking him and they... Oh, God. This is not border patrol happening right now. This is figuring out the air traffic and who was suspicious going
America
back and
is
forward.
the galaxy.
It's not
to
people
casually
being
cross
not
the
being
border
let
and
in.
land on the
God.
planet. Again, subtle as a fucking jackhammer.
It is a tale told by an idiot.
He follows this up by giving orders to put out the word that they're looking for a space Mexican. Some of the other employees don't really want to bother with it.
I like this guy's face. He's just like, I'm
I love the
sick of
faces.
your shit.
It's so funny. Where it's like we really don't care about this.
Because
Can we do our
you
job
just
well?
know having to put up with Khan 24/7 would just make you despise this man.
And they seem to be concerned that it would stir up trouble in the neighboring systems, but Karn insists that it must be done because they're looking for a murderer, and they need to do their
Yeah, because
jobs.
Khan's quite
Once again, it
short-sighted and
seems
has
like the
no
show
idea of the
creators are
bigger
trying
picture.
to paint him as a bad guy when everything he's doing is actually correct.
No, it's not. That's incredibly short-sighted. He's going against the wishes of his boss, who outlined why it was a bad idea, and he's using resources that eventually lead to them getting completely deposed by the Empire, exactly as the Inspector predicted. Because of course that would fucking happen.
Yeah,
I mean,
again,
don't get...
as we've
This is
mentioned
why you
before-
don't have law enforcement operate with no oversight.
As we've mentioned before, it's like someone who's like very passionate about a cause, and he's like very morally virtuous about that. But then he lacks kind of like the knowledge base or skill base to really like go after the person in an appropriate manner.
Yeah, exactly. Just because you have passion doesn't make everything you do automatically the correct thing. The fuck?
Also, I just like how this guy inadvertently fucking outed himself as pro-Empire, because that's what they do.
I mean, of course someone like this identifies with Cyril Khan, because he's the kind of person they're talking about.
So Trump was right, lol. If you didn't gather that this guy was pro-Trump, then yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even know what the fuck that means. Does he think Trump operates without any sort of oversight, or without any like thoughts on the like expanded?
That's actually the funnier
consequences?
interpretation, is that the guy who just like ignores what everyone else says and then like goes on his own like plan and then it complete backfires on him. It's the Trump analogy.
You know what? Maybe this is a Trump analogy, actually. Yeah.
Maybe.
In the next scene, we see Juan Solo at a shipyard removing the flight history on the ship that he used the other day. We're introduced to some other random character that works at the shipyard, and two very stupid-looking CGI dog things.
Are you fucking retarded? They're not CG!
The dogs look stupid.
They're literally fucking animatronics, you absolute dumbass! Oh my god, I'm not surprised, because you can't tell the difference between when someone's getting rained on or not, and you think that's CG. Of course you wouldn't be able to figure out there's fucking practical dogs there.
The fucking rain is CGI, dude.
You can't even tell this
Damn
fucking
CGI
rain.
rain.
How visually illiterate do you have to be to not figure out that they're fucking practical animatronics? What the
This
fuck?
thing of my boy Pegla. I don't even know who Pegla is, but I agree.
It's like the idea that like, it looks bad, that must mean it's CGI. It's that kind of
Pegla
idea
is the ship handler.
I thought Pegla was
CGI
the
is one
dog
thing to look
that
bad.
he was dissing for being shitty CGI. Oh man, that's
I don't know what
amazing.
the dog's
I
names
want
are.
to know what this guy's reaction to watching movies like Jurassic Park are. It's like, oh wow, I can't believe they managed to get real dinosaurs for this movie.
What's wrong with the space dogs? Yeah, they look goofy, but that's the point.
They were in
Like, I don't know.
Solo too.
I like pit bulls. No, not pit bulls.
They're
like pugs.
space pit bulls. They space
Oh, well, I
Mexican
kind of like
pit
them
bulls.
because they kind of look like rancors, so it kind of follows the visual design language. They're like dog rancors.
That CGI human looks crap. I agree.
I
Yeah,
can't believe
They're like guard dogs, so they
he
would
wasn't
have to-
able to figure out they're not CG. What
You'd have
the
to
They're
have
like
watched this
ugly
movie on a
looking dog
fucking
movies.
microwave. I'm not even kidding. Like, what kind of screen do you need to watch this show on where you just don't notice any of these fucking visual details? Like, a very
It looks
It's
dusty
the way,
fucking
it's the
Nokia.
way they move that is incredibly telling that they're practical.
I'm surprised he didn't say they were phallic. No, that was Darth. He's the one who said that.
No, I didn't. Shut up.
Yes, you did. You called the dog wieners.
No, I
Wiener dogs.
didn't. What the fuck? You're gaslighting me. I never
I am
said that.
gaslighting you. I'm gonna keep doing it until you believe it.
You definitely did.
Shut up. It's not gonna work.
Come on, boys. We have like a minute left. Let's go.
He tells Juan Solo that he's angry with him and that he can't use the ship anymore, and all of this takes way longer than it should have, but the purpose of this scene is to
Is he a Mexican?
establish the fact that Juan Solo no longer has a ship that he can use to leave the planet. There's one more final flashback where Juan and the other space
Not just
Mexicans
that,
are
also
finally
that
leaving their
Andor has
village to
pulled off some shady shit in the past to the point that this mechanic guy is like, look, I've helped you out, but you're going to get me into some serious trouble, so no, sorry, we're done here. Again, building up the relationship Andor has with the characters, so it's meaningful when these characters come back later, which they do.
Ugh, I wish I had more pizza.
to go and explore, and that's where the episode ends. On one hand, the first episode did a good job of raising some questions. On the other hand, it was slow, boring, and padded with so much unnecessary useless filler that I have absolutely no interest in finding the answer to any of those questions. There's a major problem that all the Disney writers have. They seem to think that taking 2 minutes worth of content and stretching it out to 20 minutes somehow makes it better.
Oh, now it's only
Spoiler
2
alert,
minutes of
it
content.
doesn't.
What the fuck?
I think he's referring to the line about how the Death Star plans were acquired on A New Hope.
No, he's not. He's talking about that there's only 2 minutes worth of actual content and the rest is filler.
Don't tell me
That's the
that.
kind of
There's
ratio
no-
he's talking about. And
there's
he's
no
putting
way.
it in the same breath as something like Mandalorian Season 1, which...
There was 18 minutes of establishing shots? Because that was our only example of filler, was establishing shots. So that's all I have to go off.
Yeah, that's a good point. That was his only example. Oh, God.
How long is the first episode? Like 45 minutes?
38.
38? So, of that 38-minute episode, only 2 of them were actual viable content. Fuck me, okay.
The slow establishing shot
I
at the beginning
really
of the
hate
episode
the pacing arguments people present. Also, sorry, it was 41 minutes. But that doesn't
it keeps seeming
make any
longer and
difference.
longer.
Okay.
looked really good, and that worked. But you know what doesn't work? Doing the same thing 5 more times during the episode.
Wait,
I've
what?
already watched the next 2 episodes,
What
and
does
I
that
can tell
refer
you
to?
right now, this show doesn't get any better. But thankfully, that's the end of episode 1.
Handwriting is about as bad as your points. Actually, no, fuck you. I'm not gonna listen to
What's this music?
Fuck you. I'm done. Oh my god.
Oh my
What is
god.
this? What is this? Chad, what the fuck is this? Why? What are these thumbnails?
These are some of the most uninspired thumbnails I've ever seen.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
sure.
that was
Review.
a horrible video. That was actual pain
Christ,
to
that
sit
was-
through.
Jesus.
I don't
Oh.
think there was a single coherent thought in that entire video, and the only one that you could even grasp onto was the Space Mexican one, which was which was
Space
the most
Mexican shit.
nonchalant racist shit I have ever heard in my life. Like,
The closest was when he tried to counter Andor needing to be a hero. He had the right conclusion, but his premise was fucking stupid. But it was better than having the wrong conclusion and the wrong premise. So
what the fuck is
Comparatively,
Ebola
I guess.
Holmes?
I can't believe someone saw Trump in like Karn. I don't. I still don't know what the comparison was.
he's more of a Trump supporter than Trump himself.
I don't see. Can't see it. It's like impossible.
Ebola Holmes. That's an unfortunate misspelling.
Ebola.
I bet there's a video essayist that's described it like that. That's out there.
Okay, so we've been going now for more than 4 hours, and
Yeah.
I don't know if I actually have the energy to go through another 20-minute video. That's probably
Oh
gonna
hell
just be
no! No, let's
2 more of
no.
these.
I need to eat lunch.
Yeah, I
We're
need to
good
go
here.
do my own things. So, chat, unfortunately, we aren't going to be able to get through everything. I don't know if we'll be covering the last video next time, because I have 2 other videos planned to discuss first. Maybe we can get through the 3rd one, but we won't be able to get through it today. I actually have other stuff that I need to do in about an hour's time, so I think we're going to call it quits there.
I still haven't fully processed the video we just watched. I'm still kind of in slightly disbelief
Yeah,
currently.
same.
I'm like, I don't know. I feel like I don't know how I feel. I feel like Boba Fett and the bomb. That's how I feel. This confusion.
Oh.
I just like
Alright.
staring at the video. It's like question mark.
Thanks for joining us, chat.
Yeah,
Take
no,
care, and we'll see you in 2 weeks from now to continue Andor coverage.
There will be another stream next week, but
Goodbye.
we'll be talking about The Last of Us. So if you guys have an interest in that, then please stick around. But yeah, any more Andor coverage will be done 2 weeks from now. So